Chapter 1451. The Three-Leafed Scarlet Soul-Grade Flame. Edited by Aelrianth. Ouch, my ass is almost blistering, Zhao Manyang cried out, tugging himself away from the spot he was hiding in. Can you stop crying, for heaven's sake? Mu Bai asked impatiently. K me, am I not allowed to complain while doing something so dangerous? Isn't it the same as a woman being pinched down to the ground, but she would be called a slut if she started moaning? Zhao Manyang immediately rebuked him. Seriously, how low can you go? Mo Fan grumbled. The three men had cautiously moved forward and finally reached the safe spot. Zhao Manyang tried poking his head out, but the lava happened to be surging at him. He quickly tugged his head back inside the gap and smelled his gold-dyed hair burning. I spent 3,000 on my hair, Zhao Manyang kept grumbling. Mu Bai could not stand people that kept grumbling non-stop. He had been extremely annoyed by Dongfang Shifeng previously, and now Zhao Manyang was doing the same thing. We don't have much time left. If we waste any more time, we'll have to bury two pretty girls here, and we'll soon accompany them. After the next wave, we'll make our way to the top, Mo Fan declared. Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai nodded. Mu Bai did not forget to remind Zhao Manyang coldly, now, isn't it time for you to shut up? I'm telling you, ever since we came to Sun Ridge, every word I have said I have considered to be my last words. I will keep saying them as long as I still have the chance, Zhao Manyang answered heartily. Get ready, Mo Fan ignored their bickering, his attention was on the lava surge. As soon as the surge of flames weakened, Mo Fan was the first to dash out of the gap. Little Flame Bell helped him drive the remaining flames away, preventing them from being burned. The trio reached the lava well. Zhao Manyang immediately summoned his golden wings and flew to the center of the pool. Mo Fan and Mu Bai nimbly jumped back and forth between the walls to make their way up the well, managing to keep up with Zhao Manyang. When they reached the primitive soul-grade flame, Mo Fan realized it was a fiery crystalline red three-leaf clover. Its leaves were extremely thin, with a mysterious and special scarlet hue. The lava is coming, Zhao Manyang yelled. Mo Fan quickly shifted his attention away from the dazzling primitive soul-grade fire. He jumped higher into the air and placed himself in front of Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai. Little Flame Bell, Mo Fan summoned her. Little Flame Bell dived into Mo Fan's chest and set his heart ablaze. Scorching hot and powerful blood circulated within him, transforming him into a fiery demon. Mo Fan spread his arms, gathering the flames of the ardent sunset and calamity fire above him like an umbrella. The fiery umbrella deformed as soon as the brown lava made contact with it. The brown lava was almost unstoppable, its flames were on par with the two kinds of soul-grade fire Little Flame Bell possessed. Hang in there, it's already a disgrace to be hiding under your crotch, Zhao Manyang yelled up at him. The force of impact from the brown lava was very strong. Mo Fan had no chance of resisting it head-on. He could only force it to both sides as it continued to flow down the tunnel. Half a minute later, the lava surge finally stopped. Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh. He lowered his arms and noticed that they had already blistered. The brown lava is very tough to deal with. Don't lower your guard, Mo Fan reminded them. Just hurry up, Mu Bai snapped. Mo Fan nodded. He let the two take over, as he had to focus on refining the Scarlet Soul-Grade fire. The three-leafed Scarlet Soul-Grade fire looked extremely pure. It had not been exposed to the slightest impurity in its environment. The purer an elemental seed was, and the longer it was refined by strong flames, the stronger it was, and the easier it would be to modify it. Mo Fan desperately needed a suitable soul-grade fire. Mo Fan reached out his hand, and started directing the soul-grade flame toward his body and soul. Little Flame Bell could not provide him with any help during the process. If she tried to interfere, the soul-grade flame would end up rejecting him. It was similar to a house. Despite how luxurious the house was, a woman would be reluctant to move into it if she knew there were already two women living inside. Mo Fan only had the rose flame inside his body, which did not really pose any threat to the soul-grade fire. Little Flame Bell withdrew from his body, allowing Mo Fan to trick the pure, innocent soul-grade fire. Not only was a soul-grade fire intelligent, but it also had its own consciousness. Some soul-grade fires were like wild horses, untamable and alert. An overwhelming bearing was required to subdue such soul-grade fires with brute force. Other soul-grade fires were like quiet hares, burning gently in a corner. They did not attract too much attention, and would rarely attack the living creatures nearby. However, if anyone tried to forcibly absorb them, they would fight back fiercely. One needed to have more patience and sincerity when subduing that kind of soul-grade fire. The three-leafed Scarlet soul-grade fire that Mo Fan had discovered was like a blank sheet of paper, like a teenage girl that had merged perfectly with nature after being trapped under a mountain. She seemed curious and excited when she met Mo Fan. After all, it was her first time meeting another existence. Other soul-grade fires would know that having a host was a chance for them to showcase their talents and powers, but the pure and innocent soul-grade fire was actually a little afraid of the outside world when she learned Mo Fan's intention. She was a little reluctant, since she knew she would have to leave this place if she chose to go with Mo Fan. It gave Mo Fan a slight headache. The soul-grade fire was obviously interested in him, yet how could he possibly convince her to go with him when she knew nothing at all? The second wave of lava came pouring down. Zhao Manyan's face immediately turned pale as he looked up. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and block it, didn't you insist on going first?" Mu Bai yelled at. "I know, but it's not as easy as I imagined." Zhao Manyang had been injured by the fiery wing dominator earlier, and had yet to recover from his injuries. It was unlikely he could cast Titan Body again. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, the light element, the earth element, the water element, the ring of Venice, the bracelet of light, the earth armor. Mu Bai was dumbfounded when he saw Zhao Manyang using every defensive spell and equipment he had. How scared of death was this guy? Not only did he cast so many defensive spells on himself, he had even equipped so many dazzling defensive magic items. Chapter 1452. Why don't you force it? Edited by Aelrianth. Can you see if he's done refining the soul-grade fire? Zhao Manyang asked Mu Bai. I don't understand how you can still talk at a time like this. If you aren't feeling much pressure after resisting the brown lava, I'll let you handle the next wave too. Mu Bai snarled. Despite that, Mu Bai still glanced at Mo Fan to see how he was doing. Mo Fan's hand was still connected to the three-leafed Scarlet soul-grade fire. It was still hovering in the air. Mo Fan had not yet refined it. Judging from its glow, it was likely that Mo Fan had not found a way to absorb it yet. A primitive soul-grade fire was unlike a forged soul-grade fire, which could be refined as soon as the Mage's cultivation was high enough. Therefore, it was quite a worrisome process for them. I can't hold it any longer. It's all you now. Zhao Manyang, his face covered in soot, beat his wings. Even his golden wings were scorched black. Zhao Manyang did a great job blocking the brown lava, not letting it touch the three of them in the slightest. His defense was as impressive as usual. Should I be going first? It's not like there's anything I can do if I stay here, Zhao Manyang said softly, after looking at Mo Fan and not noticing any movement from him. Whatever. Mu Bai was tired of listening to him. Zhao Manyang hesitated for a moment. He believed it was better to stay behind if he did not want Mo Fan to slaughter him later. The next lava surge came very quickly, a huge lump of brown lava pouring down in no time. Mu Bai was long prepared for it. He activated his magic equipment, producing a block of ice in the shape of a droplet floating above them. The ice lowered the temperature of the well. As the brown lava poured down, there was a strong reaction when the ice made contact with the fire. The lava solidified as its temperature dropped rapidly. Black pieces like mud fell to both sides of them. They were as hard as rocks when they reached the bottom, and were smashed into pieces. The lava surge lasted longer than the one before. To Zhao Manyan's surprise, Mu Bai had completely blocked it off. He could not even feel the slightest presence of the lava. Well done, you're pretty good, you could even replace some of the people on the national team. Zhao Manyang complimented him. The national team is nothing, Mu Bai replied disdainfully. The representatives of the national team were only the top students across the country. There were a lot of mags around who were stronger than the members of the national team. Mo Bai had been battling demon creatures for quite a long time. A mage like him would clearly acquire some incredible loot, regardless of his luck. It was difficult to tell who would win if he dueled some of the members of the national team. Is he not done yet? Mo Bai looked at Mo Fan worriedly. Mo Fan was taking a longer time than they had expected. The next wave of lava was going to come soon, they would have little chance of stopping it. Mo Fan, just forget it if you can't refine it, it's time to go. Zhao Manyang shouted out. Zhao Manyang looked up and saw the lava accumulating once again. It would be too late to leave if they waited any longer. Mo Bai frowned. He was not confident enough to resist the next lava surge, yet Mo Fan still did not show any reaction. Mo Fan had used everything he could think of. The primitive soul-grade fire was a lot trickier to deal with than he had imagined. He also knew that time was running out. Screw it, if I can't convince her or trick her, I'll have to force her to come with me. Little Flame Bell, pin her down. Mo Fan decided to go all out. Mo Fan was reluctant to let Little Flame Bell interfere to avoid a strong reaction from the soul-grade fire. However, he had no choice but to force it now. Little Flame Bell had been waiting for this. She had never seen such a fussy soul-grade fire before. The Calamity Fire and the Ardent Sunset were more mature than the soul-grade fire, and held the Scarlet Fire's slim arms like two bulky arms. They proceeded to take off her defensive shirt with their auras. It was up to her daddy Mo Fan now. Mo Fan forcibly merged with the soul-grade fire by directing it into his body, dragging the fire into his body without caring about its resistance. A normal fire mage would not dare to do what Mo Fan was doing. A mage looking for a soul-grade fire would most likely only have a spirit-grade fire only. If they tried to absorb a soul-grade fire forcibly, the fire mage's body and soul would have no chance of enduring the heat of the soul-grade fire, endangering their lives. However, Mo Fan was different from them. His flesh had remarkable resistance due to his demon element. It was unlikely that the fire could burn him to death, not to mention he had Little Flame Bell, who possessed two different soul-grade fires, as his accomplice. Even if he failed to claim the soul-grade fire, he would still be unharmed. Mo Fan was surprised when he noticed the Scarlet Red soul-grade fire compromising a little when he tried using brute force on her. She was slowly merging with his soul. Mo Fan was overjoyed. Sometimes, using force might be more effective than all the twists and turns. The lava surge is coming. Mo Fan, we have to go. Zhao Manyang yelled worriedly. The lava was already gathering above them. It was about to collapse down on them. It felt as if the lava had its own temper. When it realized the little princess that it had been taking care for so long was being kidnapped, it was immediately enraged. It's too late now. Mo Bai had a helpless look when he saw the lava pouring down. The lava was within inches of them. It would easily burn their bones into ashes. Zhao Manyang was already regretting why he did not just abandon the **** Mo Fan and leave, even though the team had no hope of leaving this place without Mo Fan's help. Stay below me. Mo Fan's eyes suddenly sprang open. His dark brown pupils suddenly had a scarlet glow to them. The two immediately dove under Mo Fan without any hesitation. Mo Fan faced the terrifying lava pouring down on him fearlessly. 3 flames of different colors burst out from his body. The brightest among them was the scarlet glow. It formed a fiery mantle under Mo Fan's control, blocking the lava pouring down on him. The lava was surprisingly respectful of the scarlet flame, and swiftly dissipated. Not only did it not flow to the bottom, it completely vanished, as if it had been absorbed by the fiery mantle. The fiery mantle grew stronger and brighter. They could even see the brown lava flowing atop the mantle like runes. Mo Fan waved his hand and covered himself with the mantle, giving off an imperious demeanor, like an emperor of fire. It worked! Zhao Manyang and Mo Bai were overjoyed. I did it! Mo Fan smiled. He could feel the cultivation of his fire element skyrocketing. His decision to not replace his spirit-grade rose flame for so long had finally paid off. Chapter 1453. On the Mountain. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Oh heavens, that's insane! Zhao Manyang raised his thumb at Mo Fan, who had stopped the lava surge all by himself. Only those who had resisted the lava surge knew how terrifying it was. Its strength was very close to that of a ruler-level creature. He and Mu Bai had used all their might to stop it, but Mo Fan seemed to have held it back with ease. My meteor Scarlet was born here, so I doubt the brown lava could do any harm to me now, Mo Fan smiled. Meteor Scarlet, can't you come up with a better name? Zhao Manyang blurted out. Why? I think it sounds pretty cool. Mui Guangqing had mentioned that the fire vein was formed when a meteorite landed on Sun Ridge around 300 years ago. The Scarlet Soul-grade fire was obviously stained by the meteorite's flame. It felt sacred and unusual. Since the primitive Soul-grade fire did not have a name, Mo Fan gladly gave her an appropriate and imperious name. He believed his opponents would be trembling in fear when they heard the name of his Soul-grade fire as he was channeling his spells. Meteor Scarlet, such a cool name. 2 lives are still waiting for us, let's stop wasting our time here. Mu Bai interrupted them. You're right, we have to hurry. Mo Fan was no longer afraid of the lava surge, so they no longer had to travel cautiously in the tunnel. They walked out of the chamber easily, but they still underestimated the force of the following lava surge. Mo Fan initially planned to strut his way out of the tunnel like a king to surprise Mui Guangqing, Qi Shan, Dongfang Shifeng, and the others, but they all ended up being blown out of the tunnel ignominiously instead. Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai rose to their feet, cursing, their faces covered in soot. Mo Fan immediately felt awkward. He had taken it too far. Did it work? Mui Guangqing asked, his eyes glittering. Yes. Even though the primitive soul-grade fire is still being forged slowly, it has granted me a certain compatibility with the lava here. I'll carry Mui Qing into the dome and perform CPR on her, Mo Fan said. Dongfang Linlin is almost at her limit, hurry up. Dongfang Shifeng said impatiently. Mo Fan took Mui Qing up in his arms. Mui Guangqing mentioned that the white lava was richer in oxygen. Once the flames in Mui Guangqing's lungs cleared, she should wake up pretty quickly. Meteor Scarlet! After claiming the soul-grade fire, Mo Fan's control of the fire element had improved significantly, even if he was not possessed by Little Flame Bell. A ring of fire shrouded Mo Fan. It did not disappear when it made contact with the white lava. It works! Mo Fan was overjoyed. He took another step forward. The meteor Scarlet Flame had her own consciousness and spirit, while the white lava was like the guardian of flames. When it noticed the meteor Scarlet trying to enter the dome, it voluntarily split apart to grant Mo Fan access. I didn't think you were like a little princess here. Mo Fan was quite surprised. The status of meteor Scarlet was higher than he had imagined. He could sense the respect from the white lava. Everything was going to be a lot easier in that case. Mo Fan walked into the sacred space protected by the white lava. To his surprise, the place was a lot bigger than he assumed. A compressed space. Mo Fan looked forward and noticed the other end of the dome at the end of his range of vision. On the outside, the dome only covered a round area around 100 meters in diameter, but inside it was a different world. Mo Fan took a deep breath. As Mui Guangqing had mentioned, the oxygen was thicker here. It felt more comfortable than breathing in the mountains. Mo Fan slowly placed Mui Qing down. He knew there was another person waiting for him outside the dome. It was better to wake Mui Qing up as soon as possible. Mo Fan took off the things that were restraining Mui Qing's breathing, adept removing her bra with a single hand. The 2 enormous bunnies bounced around inside her clothes after their restraint was removed. Mo Fan immediately experienced the meaning behind the expression ready to come out at one's call. So huge, they are on the same level as RE-22s. It would be a pity if she was to die here, Mo Fan exclaimed. Mo Fan pried open Mui Qing's mouth. He could not count on an unconscious person to take deep breaths. He definitely had to lend her a hand. Not only did he have to help her breathe, he also had to apply a certain pressure on her chest so she could spit out the flames in her lungs. Mo Fan was feeling a little hot after repeating the same actions more than 10 times. Why wasn't she waking up yet? He was going to turn into a monster if she remained unconscious. The touching was just too good. Mui Qing suddenly sat upright and let out a few hacking coughs. Mo Fan could see black smog coming out of her mouth as she finally cleared the things in her lungs. Mo Fan wiped his sweat away and rose to his feet. Mui Qing slowly regained her awareness. She looked at Mo Fan and the surroundings. She was obviously clueless about what had happened, nor did she know why she was alone with a man in a confined space like this. Don't ask any questions yet. There's someone waiting to be saved by you. If you don't save her, none of us are going to leave this place alive, Mo Fan told Mui Qing. Mui Qing's mind was still in a blur. She did not resist when Mo Fan picked her up in his arms. Can you cover yourself up again? Mo Fan lowered his head and saw a pair of huge objects close to his mouth. He immediately had the urge to dive right into them. Why aren't I a complete asshole? Mui Qing was still in a daze. She fixed up her clothes and allowed Mo Fan to carry her out of the dome. It seemed like Mo Fan could move freely between the white lava after he had claimed the meteor Scarlet. Mui Guangqing was quite jealous of his ability. Mui Qing started casting her magic to heal Dongfang Linlin's poison. As her blistered back and aura slowly recovered, everyone subconsciously let out a relieved sigh. Finally, they might finally make it out of the place in one piece. Mo Fan, since you can move freely in this place, you should rest up and replenish your energy for now. You will be in charge of setting up the space coordinates. Mui Guangqing gave Mo Fan the scroll of space. Sure, our job here is done once we break the Sarkinite rock and set up the space coordinates. What a relief. The journey was a little troublesome, but at least everything has worked out well. Everyone is perfectly unharmed too. Mo Fan said. I doubt so, the healer isn't unharmed at all, Zhao Manyang said. Mui Qing had obviously realized a certain someone had touched most of her body after she had fully regained awareness. She did not even dare look Mo Fan in the eyes. Every time Mo Fan said something, she would blush subconsciously. The team had no intention of staying in this place any longer after getting some rest. Dongfang Linlin took the initiative to lead the team to the Sarkinite deposit. Time to go. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, Mui Qing, the 4 of you will stay here and rest. The others will follow me to deal with the Sarkinite. Qi Shan? Where's Qi Shan? Mui Guangqing said. I'm here, are we going now? Qi Shan asked. Yeah, the earlier the better. Who knows what's going to happen in there later, it's all you now. I believe there are some creatures close to the Sarkinite deposit, Mui Guangqing said. Don't worry, I can handle it, Qi Shan said. After we are done here, our status in the clan will rise tremendously. You will be able to choose any woman you like when the time comes, Mui Guangqing smiled. Qi Shan's lips twisted. The words had obviously touched upon his pain. Come, it's time to go. Mui Guangqing said. Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang were extremely worn out. Defending against the fiery-winged tyrant and jumping into the pool of brown lava were strenuous tasks. Zhao Manyang and Mo Fan were still suffering from injuries. After Mui Qing recovered, she helped to treat their injuries. Mu Bai was in a better spot, with only some minor burns. He could easily treat himself with medicine. After meditating for a while, they managed to replenish some of their energy. Mo Fan opened his eyes. He could not tell how much time had passed. Feeling bored, he glanced at Mu Bai, who was sitting still beside him, and asked, Mu Bai, where have you been over the years? Everywhere. I would visit the ancient capital at times, Mu Bai replied. How about Wang Sanpang? Is that guy still alive? Mo Fan said. He's fine. He has a wife now, and is already a father. He normally helps me sell the loot I bring back from the wild. He has opened a magic shop now. He's doing pretty well, Mu Bai answered. How about Juming? I thought there were some fireworks between you two. Mo Fan asked. You're the one she likes. There's nothing between us, really. We would hang out at times. She must have stayed at school. It's been a while since I last saw her, Mu Bai said. Oh, tell her to stop being infatuated with me. My heart already belongs to someone now, it's impossible between the two of us, Mo Fan said quickly. How shameless can you be? Mu Bai said coldly. Zhao Manyang opened his eyes and joined the conversation. Speaking of which, I initially thought Qi Shan was the smitten kind, but I saw him at the bar we went to. For real? Mo Fan seemed surprised. Really, I saw him when Sister Li was carrying us. He was sitting very close to a good-looking girl with short hair while talking to her. Zhao Manyang claimed. Don't you feel ashamed mentioning that a woman carried you home? Mu Bai harumphed. Who? Why would I feel ashamed? You were the one that did it on the mountain. Zhao Manyang blurted out. On the mountain. Nui Qing could no longer focus on recovering her energy. How perverted were these three men? She initially assumed they were gentlemen. Nonsense, I was only talking to her, the thin-skinned Mu Bai blurted out. Even dogs wouldn't believe that. Zhao Manyang seemed displeased by Mu Bai's hypocritical behavior. He quickly turned to the other side and asked, Don't you think so too? Mo Fan. I think I'm your grandfather. Mo Fan scolded back. There was no way he would take the bait. Nui Qing could no longer stand their conversation, and immediately moved into a corner. However, she could not help but take a few glances at Mo Fan when she recalled him saying that his heart already belonged to someone else. Chapter 1454. Obstruction. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Speaking of which, I also saw someone familiar at the bar, but I can't recall who the person was. Mu Bai stopped the meaningless argument as he recalled the person he saw when he was leaving the bar the other day. I bet it was Qi Shan. You weren't familiar with him yet, Mo Fan guessed. Mu Bai shook his head and said, I did see Qi Shan, and it's true that I didn't recognize him, but I think I saw the girl with short curly hair sitting beside him before. See, what did I say about you being fake? How dare you hook up with someone else secretly without us knowing? Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Can you please shut up for once? Mu Bai's thoughts were disturbed by the idiot's interruption once again. He could not help but think the guy was a mute in his previous life, seeing how he just kept talking. Mu Bai had never seen anyone more shameless than him from the national team. Old Zhao, let him speak, Mo Fan said when he saw the serious look on Mu Bai. Mu Bai collected his thoughts and said, I wasn't too sure, since I hadn't seen Qi Shan yet, but after you told me he was there too, I believe I did indeed see him there, but the person I felt familiar was the girl with short curly hair. I've met her before, and I believe it was at the capital. She's from the capital. Mo Fan was confused. I rarely saw any women over the years, so she must have talked to me before. I remember now. Mu Bai suddenly realized something. Nui Qing opened her eyes too. She had a feeling that they were talking about something important. Meanwhile, she vaguely felt something wriggling under her feet. Something cold was slowly moving up her legs. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang were waiting for Mu Bai to continue the story when they heard clear footsteps coming from a tunnel. It sounded like heels walking at a steady pace. Brother Mu Bai, how forgetful are you? You've already forgotten your sister, even though it wasn't that long ago. I thought I was already irreplaceable in your heart. A soft, alluring voice came from the tunnel, followed by a pair of 15-centimeter high, shiny silver heels, connected to a pair of slender legs. The legs were long and pretty, with tight-skinned black pants reaching the top of her thighs, completely framing her perfect legs. She was approaching them like she was on a catwalk with a lady cigarette between her fingers. she casually spat out a puff of smoke. Her seductive looks, set off by the smoke, were more than enough to stir the primitive desires of a man. Mu Shumian. Mu Bai blurted out in shock. Phew, our backup finally arrives. That's strange, how did you guys come in here before we were done with setting up the magic formation? Well, we'll leave the rest to you guys. Time to call it a day. Zhao Manyang smiled when he saw the group of people led by the gorgeous woman. Idiot, she's from the capital's Mu clan, not the Mui clan. Mu Bai scolded him. Zhao Manyang had almost had the urge to give the woman a hug. His expression became complicated after hearing Mu Bai's curse. What was going on here? The capital's Mu clan? Why would the people of the Mu clan show up here? Such an adorable young man, I wouldn't mind letting you warm my bed tonight if you are willing to cooperate with us, Mu Shumian giggled. She was intrigued by Zhao Manyan's handsome looks. Let's talk. Let Mui Qing go first. Mo Fan looked at Mui Qing when he sensed something did not feel right. Mui Qing was currently standing on a lump of shadow, impaled by lots of giant shadow spikes that had sealed off her movement and mind. Mo Fan could sense the presence of an assassin with the shadow element close to her. He could end Mui Qing's life with a single thought. What's going on here? Zhao Manyang was utterly dumbfounded. Where did these people come from? What did they want? Qi Shan, I quite admired you at first. Even though what happened was unfair to you, you still chose to come here to prove yourself. I didn't expect you to be such a vile and disgusting person. Mo Fan already knew what happened. He stared at the man that was hiding in the shadows behind Mu Shumian. Qi Shan was surprised that his cover was blown so quickly. He came out of the shadows and replied disdainfully, Do you really think I will still work for Mui clan after what happened? Those scum were just treating me like a dog they could just throw away after reaping all the benefits. They are going to pay for what they did to me. So you decided to take your revenge on the Mui clan before you set foot in the hall during the meeting? Mo Fan guessed. Yes. That B***ch thought she could abuse her beauty and manipulate me, so I would haplessly give my life for her. She would then toss me aside once I lost my value. Didn't she want to lead her clan to a new level? I'm going to lead her clan to destruction instead. Qi Shan laughed hysterically. He finally had the chance to vent all his grudges against the Mui clan. He could not wait to see the enraged, regretful reaction from Mui Nushin. What did I say? What good is a woman like Mui Nushin? She only knows how to disguise herself as a sacred lotus, but the truth is, she is more manipulative than anyone else. There is no such thing as feelings in her eyes. She can only see profits and know how to set people up. Everyone is nothing but a chess piece to her, pieces that are useful, and pieces that aren't. As for me, even though my reputation isn't as impressive, I've always treated people sincerely. I'm willing to give money and fame to those that are willing to do things for me. I can also offer my body too. Mu Shumian burst out laughing, too. Her laughter was as seductive as her voice. What do you want? Mu Bai asked. We'll be taking over everything here. As for you guys? I'm still thinking about what I should do with you. Should I let you go like some defeated dogs, or should I execute you right on the spot? Either way, the outside world will have no idea what happened here. Oh, I forgot to mention, I've confiscated Mui Qing's scroll of space too, so there's no chance for you to escape this place, and don't even bother resisting. I hate wasting my time with people that resist. I like to tear off a limb or two when I'm mad, and I might accidentally kill someone too, Mui Qing said softly. The others might think she was flirting with someone if they could not hear her words clearly, but they were the kind that would send chills down a person's spine. Chapter 1455. Fight to the End in Blood. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Where are Mui Guangqing and the others? Mo Fan asked. We're dragging them here. Mu Shumian pointed behind her. Another bunch of people had arrived behind Mu Shumian. They were not easy opponents, judging from their presence. Mui Guanqing, Mui Zhuqing, Dongfang Shifeng, and the others were tied up by icy chains, like criminals in the past. Their minds were completely sealed off. They were walking mindlessly, like a bunch of walking dead. It's the Mu clan's heart-trapping lock. It can freeze a person's mind and soul, and stiffen their body, Bai whispered to Mo Fan. Damn it, Mo Fan, just tear them into pieces. Zhao Manyang was utterly furious. He did not expect another group of people to show up and claim the fruits of their victory after all the efforts they had put in. Don't be ruthless, that woman is a super mage. Mo Fan held Zhao Manyang back firmly. Super level. Zhao Manyang was stunned. His temper died quickly as he astutely retreated behind Mo Fan. It was pretty obvious that Qi Shan had long been colluding with the people of the Mu clan. He had only volunteered for the operation to be a spy. He would secretly set up a teleportation formation when the others were worn out, allowing the people of the Mu clan to enter the underground cave once the Sarkanite deposit was destroyed. The Mui clan and Dongfang clan had the ability to set up teleportation formations, too. To make it easier for them to excavate the fire vein, they were planning to set the formations up inside the white lava, since it was where the valuable resources were. Setting up a magic formation required a lot of energy, so Mui Zhuqing had asked Mo Fan to rest up until they were done breaking the Sarkanite plug. Mo Fan would then enter the white lava to set up the magic formation, allowing the people of the Dongfang clan and Mui clan to teleport into the cave. To their surprise, Qi Shan also had a scroll of space, which he had used to teleport the people of the Mu clan into the fire vein. The Mu clan had truly invested a lot in their plan. They had purposely placed Mu Shumian in charge of it so the Dongfang clan and Mui clan would not stand a chance at all. They were willing to expend a scroll of space too, not to mention coming all the way here to obstruct the two clans' operation. Mo Fan could not help but admit how cunning the Mu clan was. Most infuriatingly, Qi Shan turned out to be a narrow-minded traitor, instead of trying to prove himself despite the circumstances. Mo Fan was utterly disappointed and disgusted by the man. You can take the things and the place, there's no need to kill everyone here, Mo Fan said. The enemy was obviously well prepared and tough, especially their leader Mu Shumian, who was a super mage. Without her, Mo Fan might still be able to take on the people of the Mu clan, giving them the chance to taste death. However, the situation was extremely unfavorable for them. They might even lose their lives if they tried acting ruthlessly. Oh my, aren't you the famous strongest participant in the World College Tournament? Do you have any idea how much our Mu clan hates you? If I can take care of you, who is such a thorn in our side today, and these two clans that have been an eyesore for so long, I bet the clan will be more than happy to give me a nice seat in the clan meeting, Mu Shumian said. A lot of people have tried to kill me, but do you know why they all died in the end? Mo Fan decided to do it the hard way, since being soft was not going to work. My body is a little weak now, so I don't want to use power beyond what my body can handle. It's only going to get us both killed. I'm impressed by your plan, and the patience and boldness it required. The things here are yours now, we gladly admit our defeat. Big sis, the kid is trying to scare us, spoke up Tong Li, a mage behind Mu Shumian. I don't need you to tell me that. Mu Shumian turned around and kicked between Tong Li's legs. She grunted, and I told you not to call me big sis. Tong Li quickly retreated with an apologetic smile. Mu Shumian turned around as if she was thinking about it, and told Mo Fan, I don't believe you, and I have decided to be a little greedy. Well, I guess it's either the fish dies, or the net splits then. Mu Bai, Zhao Manyang, let's not waste our time any further. Since they aren't willing to back down, we'll fight them to the end in blood. Mu Bai, use your Ice Plague soul-grade weapon, it's more than enough to keep the trash she brought busy. Old Zhao, use your totem turtle shell, too. It's time for us to show them our demonic dragon formation. I would like to see what this super mage has against us. Mo Fan stepped forward with a menacing look. Zhao Manyang immediately knew what Mo Fan was up to. He immediately unleashed Baxia's totem seal. As a super mage, it went without saying that Mu Shumian would recognize the seal. She was a little surprised that these unimportant people were actually thinking of challenging a super mage. Bai backed away a little, but he was clearly not trying to run away. He was accumulating his energy instead. The temperature of the scorching cave dropped slightly. Mo Fan proceeded to summon Little Flame Bell and let her possess him. Little Flame Bell was easily at the peak commander level, and was even stronger after merging with Mo Fan, especially with her domain of 2 kinds of soul-grade fire. It was clearly enough to threaten a super mage. Be careful, those 2 managed to block a ruler-level creature's attack, Qi Shan whispered to Mu Shumian. Ruler level? Mu Shumian was startled. Didn't I already tell you when you arrived? There was a little accident, the fiery-winged tyrant saw us, Qi Shan briefly explained what had happened. Advanced mags were usually defenseless against a ruler-level creature, so Qi Shan had been utterly dumbfounded when he saw Mo Fan and Zhao Manyan's capabilities. He could not help but feel jealous of them. So you're telling me I shouldn't fight them? Mu Shumian asked. That's not what I meant, I'm just warning you so you won't underestimate them. Those 2 have some strange abilities, but a super mage like you won't have any trouble taking them down, as long as you are cautious enough, Qi Shan replied. I don't want them to leave this place alive, either. Mu Shumian smiled. Even though Mu Shumian remained smiling, her domain was already spreading inside the cave. Her pupils emitted an icily murderous flicker as she took a few steps forward. Humph, I'm having trouble controlling my power, you are dead for sure. It doesn't matter if it's going to kill me too. You have definitely crossed the line. We'll both go down together. Mo Fan yelled. His flames were spreading into the surroundings recklessly. Zhao Manyang did not back down, either. He started yelling while unleashing a few different magic glows, as if he was serious about going all out. Mu Shumian halted in her tracks. She decided to be a little more cautious after hearing what Qi Shan had said. She first cast a defensive spell. Mo Fan was capable of knocking a ruler-level creature flying, so Mu Shumian could not afford to not be on guard. The guy's strength was almost comparable to the super level. The light of the flames was dazzling. Mo Fan's roar turned into raging flames, surging at Mu Shumian and the others. Zhao Manyang set up a thick defense to defend them from Mu Shumian and the other mags' attacks. It was unlikely that the mags would just let Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang cast their spells at will. The spells from 2 sides clashed. The impact knocked the people of both sides back slightly. Mu Shumian let out a few coughs. The smoke from the flames was irritating her nose. However, she soon discovered that her defense did not break as she thought it might. The energy of the attack was not as powerful as she had assumed it would be. Clear up! Mu Shumian waved her hand, summoning a wind to blow the smoke away. For some reason, a strange feeling rose inside her. She was stunned when she saw the 2 guys that swore to take her down with them running away. She immediately went berserk. ********. Mu Shumian cursed. She realized she had only constructed a star palace when she was intimidated by them. A star palace was equivalent to casting a super spell. Mu Shumian decided to take a cautious, defensive approach, but when she realized the 2 guys were just putting up an act, she almost failed to construct the star palace properly. This, Tong Li, Qi Shan, and the rest of the people from the Mu clan were dumbfounded, too. Didn't those 2 say they were going to take them down at the cost of their lives? Why were they running away all of a sudden? If they were thinking of running away, why were they yelling so loudly before? They even thought the 2 were going to cast some destructive spells at the risk of their lives. Bai, over here! Mo Fan yelled. Bai dragged Mui Qing along as he sprinted after Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang. As soon as they regrouped, Mo Fan immediately unleashed the flames of Meteor Scarlet to encapsulate them as they dashed through the curtain of white lava. They immediately heard the blast of a super spell as they passed through the curtain. The white lava shuddered at the incredible force. However, it was only a slight ripple. The incredible impact was not strong enough to break through the white lava's defense. Luckily you guys knew what my plan was, Mo Fan panted heavily. He raised his thumb at both Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai. I knew you were trying to run away as soon as you blurted out those strange names. Zhao Manyang half laughed. Mui Qing glanced at the three men in a daze. She was still struggling to collect her thoughts. She could not tell when they had reached an agreement to put up an act in order to run away. I thought you were really going to fight that B******ch to the end. Mui Qing said. Fight to the end, my ass. A super mage isn't just mere decoration. How could we possibly stand a chance against her? Besides, the people behind her were quite strong too. Mo Fan said. Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang both nodded agreement. They clearly did not stand a chance against this enemy. Luckily, Mo Fan was able to move freely through the white lava. Otherwise, Mu Shumian and her men would have no trouble catching up to them. Chapter 1456. Let them in. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Damn it, they managed to get away. Mu Shumian stomped the ground angrily and vented her frustrations on the Shadow Mage. She waved her hand, summoning a gust of wind from nowhere to toss the Shadow Mage into the air. The Shadow Mage slammed heavily onto the ground and broke his front teeth. When he fell right beside Mu Shumian's heels, she even stomped on the back of his hand. How stupid are you? How did you even let the girl run away? Mu Shumian swore. The Shadow Mage did not dare retort. He kept mumbling under his breath, begging for mercy. It's not going to make any difference hiding in there. We have the place under control. Do they think they can just fly away? Tong Li smiled. The curtain of white lava is a little strange. It's not going to be easy getting into it, Qi Shan said uneasily. Qi Shan sincerely hoped that everyone in the underworld cave would end up dead. He could not afford to let the outside world know what had happened here. He wanted to get his revenge on the Mui clan and Mui Nushin, but he did not want the world to know he was an unforgivable jerk and traitor. You, go test it out. Mu Shumian ordered, pointing at the Shadow Mage on the ground. She was as cold-blooded as a demoness when she fell out with someone. Right away. The Shadow Mage clearly had no clue about how dangerous the white lava was. He naively thought it was a great chance to redeem himself. He immediately rose to his feet and headed toward the white lava. He hesitated for a moment to observe the white lava. However, after hearing Mu Shumian's cold harumph, he immediately prepared his defenses to resist the white lava. The white lava lunged at him in an instant. The Shadow Mage had yet to even touch it, he was only probing it with his magic, but that alone had been enough to provoke the white lava. The lava was strong enough to burn a ruler-level creature into ashes. There was no way a normal Shadow Mage could withstand its heat. The white lava spread across his body angrily and burned whatever it touched to ashes. The Shadow Mage stared at his arm in disbelief, watching the white lava spreading towards his head and body. Ah! Help me! The Shadow Mage's last words echoed in the cave, chilling the others. It was not like the others refused to lend him a hand, but they did not even have a chance to react. The white lava was just too quick at burning the guy to ashes. This, Tong Li stammered. His ugly face was terrified. I already told you, this white lava is very terrifying. Qi Shan exclaimed anxiously. He did not understand why Mu Shumian did not want to listen to him. Seeing is believing. Now we know that we can't afford to touch it, so how did that kid go inside? Mu Shumian replied, unmoved. You weren't listening to me at all, weren't you? I already told you that we must subdue Mo Fan. He's the key to the operation. He's the only one that can go inside the white lava. Qi Shan yelled. Oh, so that's what you meant, Mu Shumian finally realized. Things are a lot more complicated if that's the case. But it's fine, it's not like they can just hide inside without eating or drinking. We'll just guard the exit. They are going to surrender eventually, no matter what they have up their sleeves. Besides, I don't believe that's the only way to enter the white lava, she continued. We can force them to come out here. We'll tell them that we'll kill a person every minute starting now, Tong Li suggested, glancing at Mui Guangqing, Dongfang Shifeng, Mui Zhuqing, and the others tied up by the ice chain. They wouldn't have run away in the first place if holding these people as hostages was going to work. That Mo Fan is very cunning. He's obviously not the kind that will come out here to get himself killed, Mu Shumian judged shrewdly. We'll wait here and think of a plan then, Qi Shan said. Mu Shumian was absolutely right. Even if she threatened Mo Fan with the lives of Mui Guangqing and the others, he would not come out. Ever since Qi Shan had betrayed them, their lives were already in Mu Shumian's hands. Saving their lives was an act of grace, not saving their lives was perfectly reasonable. There was no way Mo Fan would just go out there and die like an idiot. What happened? Why are you all here? Lingling was utterly confused when she saw the four panting heavily. Lingling was intrigued by the world inside the lava curtain. When Mui Guangqing and the others went to destroy the Sarkanite node, Mo Fan had brought her in here. The little girl was fearless. She definitely enjoyed her time inspecting the things inside the curtain of white lava. Mo Fan had to meditate to recover his energy, and since the other elements were lacking in here, he had not stayed inside with Lingling. Lingling did not go too far, remaining in the area that Mo Fan had confirmed to be safe for her. She was so focused that she had no idea what was going on outside. That son of a B******ch Qi Shan has become the Mu clan's pet dog. We are done for. F***K, we finally found a way to leave this place, but it still came down to this, Zhao Manyang grumbled. What should we do now? We don't have a scroll of space with us. If they keep waiting outside, we can't just stay here without food and water, Mu Bai said. Seriously? I had no idea he was such a disgusting person, Lingling said. Lingling, did you find anything in here? You're our only hope of getting out of here. Zhao Manyang was well aware of Lingling's otherworldly intelligence. He subconsciously placed all his hope on her. I did learn something useful. We won't die of starvation here, but we can only last for 3 days at most, Lingling said. Why is that? Mo Fan asked with a confused look. We will die of thirst, Lingling said. The other four were left speechless. They would not starve to death, but die of thirst. It meant that even if there was something to fill their stomachs with here, they still had no supply of water. The only element here was fire. If a place had no particles of a certain element, it was impossible to cast a spell related to it. In other words, Zhao Manyang's water element was basically disabled. He could not produce water to satisfy their thirst. Lingling, any constructive suggestions instead? Mo Fan asked helplessly. Aren't you stupid? Did you forget how you beat Shiqianshu? Lingling said. That's different, the demon locusts were there. Shiqianshu could only use his poison element, but I was able to use my ardent sunset. Oh, I got it. Mo Fan immediately realized something. He went forward and picked up Lingling in his arms to give her a huge kiss on the face. Enough with the public display of affection, tell us what it is now. Zhao Manyang was clearly panicking. He was struggling to think of a way to deal with the super mega outside. We're going to let them in. Mo Fan smiled. Are you daydreaming now? Zhao Manyang yelled. Chapter 1457. The Distant Yet Coexisting Place. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. There is no other element here, which means only fire magic is available here. However, from what I know, Mu Shumian is a super fire mage too. Second, her poison element is quite strong. If you are confident in taking on her super fire element and super poison element, you can try letting her in, Mu Bai interjected. Mu Bai had met Mu Shumian before. The woman had tried recruiting him when he went to the capital. Mu Bai had rejected the offer as he was not interested in joining the Mu clan. If that's the case, it's too risky to let the woman in. Mo Fan stroked his chin. Let's go deeper into the place, then. Perhaps we'll find something else, Mu Bai suggested. We'll try going deeper first. If there's no other way, we'll lure the woman in and take her out. I now have 3 kinds of soul-grade fire, I should be able to take her on. I'm just worried about her poison element, Mo Fan agreed. The group of 5 ventured deeper. The place was more spacious than they had thought. It felt like they were walking over a vast land of grey rocks, if it wasn't for the orange burning mist hanging not far above them. Speaking of which, I think someone has been here before, Lingling said. Someone has been here. Mo Fan was surprised. Didn't they say no one has excavated the vein before? Zhao Manyang said. Maybe it's just a rumor, it might be an exaggeration, or it might only reflect part of the truth. I discovered a rock engraved with a Li Fan flower on it. It's obviously artificial. Lingling handed her discovery to Mo Fan. Mo Fan received the pebble. It was a natural pebble as smooth as a piece of jade. He could even see his own reflection on its surface. Both of its sides bore an elegant seal of a flower engraved with a red material. The flower seal was a kind of symbol that represented some tribes, clans, and fortresses after the era of the totem beasts. Mo Fan's heart skipped a beat after he took a closer look at the symbol. Old Zhao, come take a look, does this look familiar to you? Mo Fan showed the pebble to Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyang moved closer and blurted out casually, what is it? Did we find a totem seal here, too? No, it's definitely not a totem seal, Mo Fan said. Zhao Manyang took a closer look. He thought for a moment and said, now that you mention it, I do feel like I've seen it before, but where from? That's impossible, the things here are more than 300 years old. How is it possible that you've seen it before? Mui Ching asked. I think we'll find the answer if we keep going, Lingling answered him. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang pondered as they followed the path now leading them down a slope. After they reached the top of another slope, they suddenly discovered the path ahead was undulating. The up and down slopes were not steep, appearing elegant and gentle. The sight was quite a shock to them. As they went further in, they suddenly discovered broken white cliffs and collapsed walls in ruins. It was already unbelievable to see broken cliffs in a secluded place like this, let alone collapsed walls covered in weeds and vines. Broken walls? Weeds? The walls were obviously from some ancient society, but they were having a hard time believing that there were plants in a scorching place like this. Did you remember what the symbol was now? Mo Fan was more convinced of his speculation when he saw the fallen walls. Zhao Manyang stood still. His mind went blank for quite some time. No King Wei. He did see a similar sight, but it was in the distant continent of South America, in a secluded world hidden in a storm inside the Peru Desert Valley. I don't believe it, no King Wei. Zhao Manyang suddenly burst into motion and headed for the walls. The others quickly followed him, worried that he might get into trouble. Zhao Manyang's reaction did not make any sense to them. It felt like the man was starting to believe that he was actually in the middle of an illusion. Mo Fan was extremely shocked, too. He did not notice anything strange when he brought Mui Ching inside here originally. However, he also felt like he was in the middle of a dream, just like Zhao Manyang, when he saw the stone symbol that Lingling had found, and first beheld the fallen cliffs and broken walls. Even Mo Fan did not want to believe that he had been to this place before. They were supposed to be at Kunlun Mountain, in their own country. How was it connected to such a distant land? What's going on here? Mu Bai asked uneasily when he saw the abnormal reactions from Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang. Perhaps something bizarre happened to them before. Lingling could only vaguely guess what was going on. The others caught up to Zhao Manyang and saw him crouching in front of a fallen wall. He looked like he had lost his soul. What is it with you? Mu Bai asked impatiently. In answer, Lingling pointed at the bottom of the wall. Mu Bai followed her finger and discovered a line of words. Mu Bai initially thought it was a prank from Zhao Manyang, but after second thought, Zhao Manyang was right in front of him all the time, yet he had not seen the man carving words on the wall. Zhao Manyang was here. Mui Ching went closer and read out the words on the wall. Her mouth was wide open after finishing the sentence. She stared at Zhao Manyang in disbelief. Zhao Manyang was motionless, his face blank. His mind was obviously in a complete mess after seeing the words. Old Zhao, how bad of a person can you be? I didn't know you would carve words on a wall considered to be an ancient cultural heritage, Mo Fan said sarcastically. Do you really still have the mood to joke about it? I'm already losing my mind. Zhao Manyang shot back. Lingling, Mui Qing, and Mu Bai were utterly confused, too. When did Zhao Manyang carve the words here? Did Zhao Manyang travel back in time and come here 300 years ago? They had never heard of any time-traveling magic. They were confident that Zhao Manyang did not leave the words on the wall recently. The words had been around for a year or two, judging from the moss covering them and how much they had worn away over time. In other words, Zhao Manyang was here around a year or two ago and shamelessly carved the words on the wall, as if he was declaring war against the world on behalf of his country. Mo Fan, what's going on? Mu Bai chose to ask Mo Fan, since he knew Zhao Manyang was on the verge of going crazy. Mo Fan was only calm on the surface, but his heart was exploding into pieces, too. When we were on the national team, we went to Peru in South America during training. We were forced to hide in a storm when we were chased by a bunch of Nazca monster birds. We found a secluded world at the eye of the storm that looks similar to this place, or should I say, is exactly the same as this place. We saw the ruins of an ancient city, where old Zhao carved these words shamelessly. I initially thought there are two similar cities, but judging from the look of it, and these words left by Zhao Manyang, I'm quite convinced that they're the same place. Mo Fan explained with a wry smile. He was obviously struggling to believe what he was saying, too. But how is that possible? That was in Peru in South America, and we are currently at Kunlun Mountain in China. They are half the world apart, Mui Qing protested. We also think it's impossible, but the proof is right in front of us. Maybe you can ask Zhao Manyang to carve the same words again and see if it's his handwriting. Mo Fan said. Carve my ass. If I can't even recognize my own handwriting, doesn't that make me a retard? It's obviously the same place, and the flower seal on that pebble is clearly the Lifan flower, the clan symbol of one of the ancient Indian tribes. Zhao Manyang rose to his feet. Mo Fan, is this where you found the time liquid? Lingling asked, remembering this story. Yeah, Mo Fan nodded. But? Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. Mo Fan forcibly withheld the astonishment in his heart. He carefully recalled the situation when they entered the ancient ruins in the eye of the storm. I remember we went into the storm through what was said to be a magic lock. We followed Nunyu and came here. This time, we went inside the white lava. Now that I think of it, the storm barrier and the curtain of white lava are a little similar to one another. They are both separating the place from the outside world, but one is wind, and the other is fire, Mo Fan remembered. That does sound a little reasonable, but this place has only been around for 300 years. Didn't the ancient Indian tribes exist even earlier than that? Perhaps the white lava has been around longer. The meteorite that smashed the mountain 300 years ago had only turned it into a caldera, making it into an extremely dangerous place that no one dares to risk their lives to explore, Lingling theorized. I still don't understand, we were clearly in Peru when we came here after entering the storm. How did we end up here when we are currently at Kunlun Mountain? Zhao Manyang yelled. A spatial relay point. Lingling mentioned something that none of them had heard before. What's a spatial relay point? Mu Bai asked quickly. There are different theories related to the space element. One that is generally accepted states that there are two sides to a space. Think of it as a painting, the plane we live in is the front of the painting. If we tear a gap in the painting, it will reveal the material of the board behind it. It's a rough plane called the inverse space. The order in the inverse space is messed up. The space can extend and contract without limits. The blink spell of the space element works by extending the space between where the mage is at and the destination. Once the mage tears a gap and enters the inverse space, the two spots are basically stacked on top of one another, allowing the mage to move to the second spot instantly. The mage will jump into and out from the inverse space and reappear at the destined spot, making it look like the mage has teleported from one place to the other. Lingling lectured them calmly. Chapter 1458. Static Time. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Another theory for the space element is the so-called spatial relay point. Think of the world as a sphere. We are living on its surface, which is the Earth's surface. The sphere consists of countless axes through the center of the sphere. Using blink as an example again, when a mage casts the spell, it will rotate the angle of the axis that represents the mage's location by a certain angle. The angle might only be tiny, but a small change in the angle is equivalent to a few hundred kilometers on the surface. Lingling went on. Why did I never hear anything like that, even though I'm a space mage? Mo Fan grumbled. Lingling rolled her eyes and ignored the uneducated Mo Fan. She added, the center of the sphere is the intersection point of all the axes. It remains the same at all times. The point is referred to as the spatial relay point because regardless of where you are, if you can find a way to enter the sphere and reach the intersection point, you will find yourself at the spatial relay point. So this means that Sun Ridge and Peru Desert Valley are symmetrical. Mui Ching asked after she realized something. No, the sphere of the space element and Earth are different. If the second theory is correct, it means this current spot in Kunlun Mountain Sun Ridge and the Eye of the Storm in Peru Desert Valley are spatially symmetrical. The storm barrier and the white lava curtain are the gates leading to the spatial relay point. Of course, you can think of it as us going into the ground and appearing on the other side of the Earth where the corresponding coordinates are. The spatial relay point is like Earth's core, where Arctic and Antarctica are in symmetry, Lingling answered. Zhao Manyang turned to Mo Fan with a confused face. Mo Fan said awkwardly, "Don't look at me, I don't have the slightest clue what she is saying at all." "You're very knowledgeable." Mui Ching was quite impressed. "May I ask, is there any way for us to travel to the other side of the axis, for example, to Peru?" "Doesn't that mean we are safe?" Zhao Manyang pressed. "Theoretically, it's possible, but we'll have to find the other gate. Otherwise, we can only leave through the gate we entered," Lingling said. They walked into the ruins of the ancient city while they were talking. Mo Fan followed the street, which was just as clean as it was when he first visited the place. He was thinking of checking out the statue. "This place is surprisingly well preserved," Mui Ching exclaimed. The outer part of the ancient city was in ruins, but as they ventured deeper, it felt like the ancient city had frozen at some point in time, like an elegant teenage girl falling into a deep slumber in a different dimension. Her face remained the same despite the flow of time. "It looks exactly the same as the last time we came." "Nothing changed," Zhao Manyang said. "Rumors say that time in a spatial relay point is static," Lingling added. "Time is static." The other's eyes widened, but both Zhao Manyang and Mo Fan soon nodded in agreement. Zhao Manyang was the first to speak. "Now that you mention it, I also feel that way. The place is exactly the same as it was when we came 2 years ago. This place is the intersection point of all time axes. The flow of time reflects the change in space, but this place won't change at all," Lingling said. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang were even more convinced after hearing Lingling's explanation. But the question was it really possible for time to be unmoving in this world? Would time actually stop on a certain day, just like this ancient city that had fallen into an eternal slumber on a certain afternoon, and had not changed even by the slightest after a few hundred years? As they went further ahead, Mo Fan started to feel a little more familiar with the surroundings. He remembered seeing the fountain and the beautiful sacred statue of an alluring figure at the end of the street. However, Mo Fan felt as if he had just been electrocuted when he arrived at the fountain. "The statue," Mo Fan pointed at the statue. He was lost in thoughts for quite some time. "What's wrong with the statue?" "It's pretty nice looking," Zhao Manyang squinted while admiring the statue. The statue was not wearing any clothes. The naked body was covered by a thin veil, but the sacred body of the young woman was still visible. He was having trouble shifting his gaze away from the statue. "Are you sure that time is static in here?" Mo Fan asked. "Why do you ask?" Lingling asked. This is where I found the time liquid, but the statue turned into sand and drifted away in the air. Why is it perfectly fine now? Mo Fan stared at the vivid and lifelike statue of a young woman. He was utterly confused, wondering exactly what was going on here. The words that Zhao Manyang had carved on the wall were still there, so how did the statue restore on its own? Mo Fan clearly remembered the statue had already turned into dust that was blown away by the wind. Time was turned back. Ling Ling murmured, after taking a closer look at the statue. No way, how is it possible to turn back time? Mui Ching protested. Who knows? You all assume this place is secluded from the outside world, but maybe something has been here all along, something that restored the statue, Mu Bai ventured. He found it hard to believe time could be static, or the possibility of turning back time. Time was not something that could be manipulated by magic, many of their ancestors had proven that to be true. Mo Fan went closer. He reached out his hand to touch the statue to see if it was rebuilt recently. However, he immediately felt scorching heat coming from his back. It was approaching them rapidly. Look out! Mo Fan immediately turned around. The flames of ardent sunset erupted on his right fist as he threw it at the fireball that was coming at them. The fiery fist collided with the fireball that was trying to ambush them on the street and exploded like fireworks. The flames were blown into the air before pouring down on the structures, setting the place ablaze. The rest were shocked as they quickly turned around. They were surprised to see a woman in silver heels standing on one of the wooden huts. She was engulfed in a blue flame, staring at them indifferently. Such impressive reflexes, the woman sniffed disdainfully. Mu Shumian. Mu Bai's gaze sharpened. Mo Fan was also shocked when he saw the woman. How did the woman get in here? Was the white lava only for decoration? You aren't the only ones that came here prepared. I already mentioned before, I hate it when people waste my time. I was initially considering sparing your lives, but since you don't appreciate my kindness, I will have no choice but to bury you all here. Chapter 1459. Super Level Fire, Gates of Hell. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Damn it, we underestimated that woman's capabilities. What should we do now? Zhao Manyang hissed. Mo Fan looked behind Mu Shumian and did not see anyone else apart from her. He let out a relieved sigh. The people that Mu Shumian brought were quite strong, too. They would be in trouble if all of them were attacking him at the same time. However, if Mu Shumian was alone, Mo Fan and the others might be able to take her on. Don't worry, she should only be able to use the fire element and the poison element, Mo Fan told them. Hang on. I don't recall these restrictions when we went into the storm. Zhao Manyang replied. If the place was the same as the one they went to before, the fire element would not be the only element available. I remember the presence of other elements was incredibly weak back then. Only the wind element is stronger. Besides, we were all worn out back then, and we didn't use any magic after coming into this place, Mo Fan said. My ice element isn't working, Mu Bai frowned. Damn it, my water element, earth element, and light element are not available, either. Zhao Manyang swore. Mo Fan tried gathering lightning magic, but noticed that he was unable to construct any star patterns or star orbits, as if he had entered an area where the use of magic was restricted. However, the fiery fist and the fire spell that Mu Shumian had cast were unaffected. Mo Fan was astounded. What exactly was going on here? The restrictions of the white lava remained. The fire element was the only magic in the secluded place, but when they came here through the storm in Peru, the wind element was the only magic there. Why would the element be different if it was the same place? Die! Mu Shumian did not have any patience. She had already constructed 4 fire constellations around her. The 5th was about to be completed. Zhao Manyang, Mui Ching, and Mu Bai subconsciously took a few steps back when they saw the brilliance of the stars constructing a magnificent star palace. Their hearts trembled in fear as they sensed the formidable aura of a super spell. Gates of Hell, Searing Vein. Mu Shumian's temperament changed while she was casting the super spell. Her eyes were filled with pride, like a fiery judge who could sentence anyone to death with a single word. The enormous star palace behind her set off her sacred aura. If Mo Fan excluded the battle against Shichincho in the special environment, this was his first time facing a real super mage. The powerful demeanor of a super mage alone was enough to make a person forget how to use their magic. Even star orbits had a chance to break apart under the pressure and fear. Little Flame Bell. Mo Fan knew there was no way he could take on Mu Shumian by himself. To his relief, Mu Shumian did not possess a higher-level elemental seed. Her domain of blue flames was not strong enough to overwhelm his own flames. Otherwise, Mo Fan might have struggled to cast even his advanced spells. Mo Fan, we can't help you, be careful. Zhao Manyang called out. Just back away, now. Mo Fan warned them, knowing how terrifying the coming super fire spell was. They were at a crossroads, the fountain and the statue at the center of it. When Mu Shumian finished constructing her star palace, Mo Fan noticed an enormous gate constructed with blue flames appeared on both ends of the horizontal paths, like the road to hell. The gate on one end of the street was as huge as a building. Another identical gate stood on the other end now. The two gates were facing one another across the open area, and the tiny Mo Fan was right in the middle. The gate in front of Mo Fan suddenly spat out a mighty torrent of blue flame. The spacious street was immediately filled with blue flames, as if a rapid burning river from hell had broken through a dam. The deadly flames and scorching lava poured out from the gate, leaving no space to hide from them. Mo Fan gasped as the blue flames came right at him. He was soon devoured by the raging flames. The blue flames surged across the street, but did not spread throughout the ancient city wildly. Instead, they went into the second gate at the other end of the street and disappeared. Mo Fan was swaying. He was in great pain after being struck by the blue flames, yet before he could recover from it, the same gates appeared in the streets in the other two directions. This time, two gates were flung open simultaneously. Scorching waves of fire surged in crossing directions with a deafening howl and collided fiercely with one another at Mo Fan's location. The gushing flames flowing in opposite directions were driven by an overwhelming force. Mo Fan was being tortured as if he was in hell. His body was almost crushed and melted by the force of impact and high temperature. Mu Bai, Zhao Manyang, and Mui Qing were running away quickly. They almost dropped their jaws when they saw the terrifying super fire spell. Was it even possible for anyone to survive such a strong spell? Zhao Manyang wanted to block it for Mo Fan, but no other elemental magic than fire was available, and Zhao Manyang did not have any black, white, or dimensional magic. Mu Bai was still in the same spot. Two of his elements were elemental magic, but his third element was improving only slowly. It was nowhere enough to provide any help in a battle at this level. Is he going to die, just like that? Mui Qing asked softly when she saw the scorching river of fire surging past. The crossroads was burned to ashes. The fountain and the statue at the center were gone now, the ground was scorched black and empty. Mo Fan was swaying on the spot, faintly limned by blue flames. The domain of ardent sunset and the calamity fire drove the blue fire away in an instant. Mo Fan straightened up as his eyes flickered energetically once again. Mui Qing was utterly shocked. She was struggling to believe that Mo Fan had not died to her super spell. Was he made of steel? How did he survive a super fire spell? Mo Fan now has 3 kinds of soul-grade fire, not to mention Little Flame Bell's strength. It's not easy for a super mage's flames to kill him now, Zhao Manyang judged. Mo Fan was not dead, and injuries were not as serious as they had imagined. Mu Shumian's eyes widened. The previous disdain and pride in them were gone now. How could a mere advanced mage like you resist my super-level fire? Mu Shumian hissed at him. Chapter 1460. 3 Soul-Grade Fires. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The difference between the super level and advanced level was unbelievably huge. No advanced mage had ever stood a chance against a super mage. Mushumian fixed her eyes on Mo Fan. She did not understand why the blue flames had not burned him to ashes. Ardent Sunset, Calamity Fire, Meteor Scarlet. Mo Fan ruthlessly unleashed his 3 soul-grade fires. The domains of Ardent Sunset and Calamity Fire stood out sharply. Anyone could see 2 different colors filling the area within 500 meters of Mo Fan. Fire magic, floating like feathers, was totally visible in the area. The energy particles were on standby, waiting to take orders from Mo Fan. The Meteor Scarlet's domain was not formed yet. It was not because it did not have a domain, but because it needed some time to be shaped and refined. The faint ring of scarlet fire under Mo Fan's feet still showed that its level was not inferior to the other 2 soul-grade flames. Mo Fan's aura skyrocketed when the 3 soul-grade fires appeared. The ferocious flames from Flame Bell Empress bestowed upon him an imperious demeanor. Skyflame Funeral, 1,000 burning petals. Mo Fan cast the 3rd tier advanced fire spell. Flames poured down from the sky in the form of flowers, setting the sky ablaze like a burning sea of petals. The blossoms fell like scented, burning rain. The Meteor Scarlet had a special ability. The friction produced when the flames were streaking through the air would further strengthen the flames and their impact, so even a tiny burning petal could result in massive destruction. Thousands of fiery petals were pouring down like a meteor shower, bombarding the area Mushumian was in. Mushumian did not place too much attention on the advanced spell, but immediately regretted it when she realized the damage was several times higher than a normal advanced spell under the 3 soul-grade flames. Each petal blossomed into a destructive fire lily when it landed on the ground, stacking on top of one another. Their terrifying explosions turned the streets into a scorched land pitted by holes and ravines. Mushumian was shielded by her blue flames, yet her clothes were now ragged. She was panting heavily. She clenched her teeth. Normally, she could defend herself with the water element, but in a place like this, she could only use her blue demon flame for defense, putting her in an unfavorable position. The fire element was not known for its defense. A mage's fire resistance was solely dependent on their fire seed. Even though her cultivation was higher than Mo Fan's, he obviously had better soul-grade fire than she did. Her blue demon flame was at most comparable to Ardent Sunset. Fire Slash. Mo Fan had merged with the Flame Bell Empress, so he no longer had to rely on stars to cast his spells. He launched himself at Mushumian like a missile, giving her no chance to catch her breath. His hand turned into a fiery sword, which he flung at Mushumian. A wave of scorching flames pounced forward and filled the gash in the street she was standing in. Mushumian quickly backed away, dodging the powerful slash from Mo Fan. She pinched her finger like she was threading a needle. A dark brown light flickered swiftly amid the flames. Mo Fan was about to chase after Mushumian when he noticed the flicker of light. He quickly dodged aside. Running away already? Mushumian giggled. She flung her hands out, pulling on a string of silk, tightening every other thread tied to it. Mo Fan's response was extremely quick, but he still failed to escape from the brown poisonous silk woven like a spiderweb, covering a huge area. Mo Fan had just dodged to the side when another spiderweb of poisonous silk sealed off his escape route. At the same time, poisonous silk came down from above, trapping Mo Fan within the web. Black Snake Armor. Mo Fan knew he did not have a chance to break free from the super-level poison trap, and immediately activated his magic armor. The poisonous silk landed on him despite the layers of flames around him, the paralyzing stuff penetrating into his body. The black snake armor barely stopped the poison from spreading any further in time. Since the black totem snake was the ancestor of poison, his scales were very effective at isolating poison. Mo Fan had gone through numerous battles, and did not have trouble handling her poison attack. The poisonous silk was designed to apply contact poison to a target, not to bind them. As Mo Fan stopped the poison with his armor, the flames of Ardent Sunset surged angrily, burning the poisonous silk to ashes. The poisonous silk covered a huge area, but the flames of Ardent Sunset were very effective against insects. Mushumian's poisonous silk covered nearly a square kilometer, with more than 1,000 strings scattered across the air and ground. As the ring of ardent sunset flames expanded, the poisonous silk was set on fire and burned to ashes. Mushumian clenched her teeth when she saw the poisonous silk she had set up being taken care of in an instant. Gates of Hell! Mushumian changed her approach again. She immediately engulfed herself in blue flames and summoned the Gates of Hell again. 2 Gates of Hell 800 meters apart emerged again, with Mo Fan placed between them once more. A flood of blue flame went right at Mo Fan with a deafening roar. Blink! Mo Fan had long prepared for the attack. His figure vanished into thin air, reappearing 100 meters straight up. He looked down and saw the liquid flames flowing between the gates like an unstoppable fiery dragon, imperious and terrifying. How naive! Mushumian grinned coldly as she locked eyes on Mo Fan, who was now floating in the air. 2 more Gates of Hell appeared, one above Mo Fan's head and the other below his feet. The 2 Gates of Hell were facing one another, swirls of fire surging on their surfaces, waiting to unleash their wrath. Die! Mushumian grunted. A surge of lava poured down from above, knocking Mo Fan fiercely to the ground. The ravening blast lasted for quite some time. Mo Fan had no idea the Gates of Hell could appear anywhere. His skin had blistered after being struck by the blue demon flames, and the pain of being inundated by them was torturous. Luckily, his fire resistance was outstanding when he was possessed by Little Flame Bell. Otherwise, he would have burnt to ashes within a second. Damn it, if only Meteor Scarlet has taken shape, I would have a chance against this B***ch with 3 soul-grade flames. Mo Fan cursed as he rose to his feet, his face black with soot. Meteor Scarlet was not fully shaped and refined yet, so he could not utilize its true potential. After all, he had just acquired the soul-grade fire in its embryo form, so it could only provide him limited control and power. He was facing Mushumian with the Flame Bell Empress power. Mo Fan was unmatched in the advanced level. He could eliminate opponents of the same level with a spell or 2, but when going up against a super mage, it was quite impressive that his bones were still intact after the first round. If Zhao Manyang could use his elements, he could resist a few of the attacks in Mo Fan's place. They would have a slight chance of defeating her. Unfortunately, elemental magic other than the fire element was not available here. The super level was indeed very strong. How tenacious are you? I didn't expect a fire spirit could grant a fire mage such outstanding power. It's a great waste for a mere advanced mage like you to keep her. Mushumian sneered disdainfully as she approached Mo Fan. Mo Fan was like a monster, enduring her super spells several times. She now understood why Qi Shan had asked her to be careful. Is it too late to beg for mercy now? Mo Fan asked. Where's your integrity now? Mushumian came closer on her silver heels. Despite her giggling, she had still locked her magic on Mo Fan. It was the same super-level spell, the Gates of Hell. One was on Mo Fan's left, and one on his right, once again around 800 meters apart. Blue flames were flowing restlessly within the gates. Mo Fan was no longer able to dodge the spell in his current state. Mushumian's actions had already answered his question. An advanced fire mage with 3 kinds of soul-grade fire and a fire spirit blessed by nature, Flame Bell was already a threat to her, even though she was a super mage. How could Mushumian possibly not eliminate such a threat when she had the chance? Luckily, they had discovered Mo Fan's capabilities in time. If they had allowed him to grow further, heaven knew how strong of an enemy of the Mu clan Mo Fan would become. I can consider leaving your corpse intact if you beg for mercy now, Mushumian said coldly. Her words were like a death sentence. The burning river surged out of the Gates of Hell, trampling the peaceful ancient city like an evil blue dragon. Mo Fan's tiny figure was devoured by the flames. This time, Mushumian did not believe he would be able to survive the flames. She stared at the blue flames, grinning widely. She loved her blue flames. The blue demon flame was very pleasing to her eyes, especially when it was devouring lives. It's your fault for being such a show-off, you never learned how to keep a low profile. Mushumian yelled at the flames mercilessly. Mushumian slowly turned around after remaining there for a while. she looked after the others, who were now hiding. The city was not big, and half of it was already destroyed by her flames. Where else could they run to? Stop wasting my time, or I'll be even madder, Mu Shumian shouted in the direction Zhao Manyang and the others were hiding. As she finished her sentence, a wisp of candlelight slowly floated down about 10 meters away from her. Mu Shumian did not place too much attention on it. She thought it was just something that Mo Fan had left behind, but her expression shifted when she sensed a terrifying energy rumbling inside it. Chapter 1461. The Eye in the Town. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Fire crystal candle, explode! The shout took Mu Shumian by complete surprise. The little candlelight was obviously compressed, the energy inside it was thousands of times stronger than it looked. In addition to that, the ancient town was filled with fire magic, allowing the fire magic to detonate like a deadly bomb when the force compressing it was withdrawn. A mushroom cloud exploded into existence. The waves of energy spreading across the city raised the ancient structures to the ground. The flames filled the entire place, without leaving the slightest gap. It was difficult to tell how much energy the little candlelight contained. The explosion was comparable to a super spell. The 3 soul-grade fires were like a massive bomb when they were compressed simultaneously. The explosion went off only 10 meters away from Mu Shumian. She was devoured by the mushroom cloud before she could react to it. Mo Fan's figure slowly appeared in the distance. A black mantle was draped over his shoulders, some blue flames still burning on it. The shadow decoy is so useful at certain times. Mo Fan grinned, even more widely than Mu Shumian had. The dark noble mantle granted Mo Fan a powerful ability, the shadow decoy. Mo Fan had the fiendish night and was able to summon a bunch of demon shadows. The dark contract had further strengthened the dark noble mantle's ability, making it harder to distinguish between the shadow clone and the real Mo Fan. He pretended to be talking to Mu Shumian, leaving a shadow clone behind before sneaking away. The dark noble mantle was so powerful that even super mags would struggle to see through Mo Fan's trick unless they were very close to him. Mu Shumian did not dare get close to Mo Fan, aware that he was known for his close combat skills. She simply assumed that Mo Fan had no chance of surviving when the blue flames devoured his shadow clone. Mo Fan could never defeat Mu Shumian head-on, but it did not mean he could not play dirty. Mo Fan had practiced the combination of the rebelling shadow and the dark noble mantle countless times while he was convalescing at the Parthenon temple. He had been able to trick most of the Golden Sun Knights. Rebelling shadow, throat lock. Mo Fan did not give Mu Shumian any chance to recover. He immediately cast a shadow spell while she was still unconscious. While elemental magic was not available, black magic was not restricted at all. Luckily, it seemed Mu Shumian's poison element had yet to reach the super level, as the pressure he felt from it was significantly weaker. If Mu Shumian's poison element was at the super level, her status in the Mu clan would have been a lot higher. She would not have had to bother doing chores like this. The rebelling shadow emerged from Mu Shumian and wrapped its hands around her throat. The lower the oxygen intake, the blurrier her consciousness was. Mo Fan also fired a few giant shadow spikes to seal off her mind as a safety precaution. Mo Fan knew the woman could easily break free from the giant shadow spikes, as her cultivation was a lot higher than his. He proceeded to consume a few commander-level soul essences, summoning 3 more rebelling shadows to keep an eye on her. Wouldn't it be easier to kill her? Lingling asked calmly. We can exchange her for Mui Guangqing and the others, Mo Fan said. Mui Qing was in utter disbelief, and only managed to speak after some time. She's a super mage, how did you even beat her? Are you really human? Mui Qing felt like her understanding had been turned on its head. It was her first time learning that an advanced mage could defeat a super mage. What did you just say? Hurry up and treat my wounds, did you think it was easy? Mo Fan withdrew the black snake armor, revealing his blistered skin. Oh, Mui Qing immediately cast her healing magic on Mo Fan. The prolonged burning from the super fire spell was quite powerful. Mui Qing had to wait until the effect was gone for her healing magic to work. You're as impressive as usual. I almost thought we were all going to die here, Zhao Manyang said. Luckily I have the 3 soul-grade fires and little flame bell's outstanding strength. I managed to take care of her with a little trick. That being said, Mushumian is clearly at the bottom among the super mags. We would have been done for if we were up against a slightly stronger super mage. Mo Fan did not feel like it was an easy task at all. That's true, but is there anyone else who has 3 different soul-grade seeds for the same element? Mui Ching grumbled. It was truly infuriating for a person to compare themselves to others. Mo Fan's fire element had 3 kinds of soul-grade fire, 3 domains, and 3 special effects. What would a fire mage that did not have a single soul-grade flame even think? In Mushumian's case, even though she was already a super mage, she only had a soul-grade fire, the blue demon flame. In terms of the level of their flames, she was significantly weaker than Mo Fan's 3 soul-grade fires. His lightning is quite insane, too. It's strong enough to threaten a super mage. Zhao Manyang blithely gave Mui Ching another stab in the heart. Mui Ching completely lost the mood to treat Mo Fan's injuries. Healing him would only make her lose her motivation to improve her cultivation. Now that we have taken care of Mushumian, the others are no longer a threat to us, Mu Bai said. I'll need some rest. These are not just some minor injuries. Mo Fan fell to the ground feebly. He was totally worn out. He had constantly used up his energy ever since the group was chased by the fiery winged tyrant. He was too weak to even deal with the remaining people of the Mu clan outside. Lingling looked around and said sadly, the town was destroyed, just like that. Mo Fan could only smile wryly. The town was too vulnerable. It could not withstand the damage from such a high-level battle. A random spell could destroy the entire city. If they were able to accumulate their energy slightly, a spell could destroy half the ancient structures in the town. The next time someone came to this secluded spatial relay point, all that was left would be scorched debris and land. Mo Fan felt a little sorry for it. Not many places in the world were as sacred as this town. It would not age with time, it was not disturbed by wars. He wondered which people had lived here and why they had left. Lingling, did you figure out what this place is for? Mo Fan asked while resting up. I bet it's a refuge shelter that a great master of the space element built, but it was eventually forgotten, Lingling said. If time is really static, wouldn't that mean everything in here is indestructible? Mui Ching asked. Who knows, I just want to have a good sleep now and beat the crap out of that Qi Shan, that son of a b******ch. Zhao Manyang laid on the ground, using his hands as a pillow. Zhao Manyang was about to close his eyes, but when he casually looked at the sky, his soul shivered. He burst out screaming and sat upright while pointing at the sky. There was an eye in the sky above the town. It was enormous, an eye of the heavens, staring at the tiny people inside the town. Chapter 1462. The Town Where Time Flows Backwards. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan, Mu Bai, Lingling, and Mui Ching raised their eyes. They were stunned, frozen like statues when they saw the enormous eye. A huge vortex formed around the eye. It widened slowly, firing thousands of rays down at the town. The rays encapsulated the ancient ruined town in a cone of energy and light. They saw the ashes scattered across the place rising into the air. The debris of the structures that Mo Fan and Mushumian had destroyed were lifted off the ground. Everything stood out under the light emitted by the eye. This, Zhao Manyang was stammering in shock. He thought the eye in the sky was about to crush them to pieces for intruding on the town. He was already prepared to face death, but to his surprise, not only did the light not bring them any harm, the light felt extremely comfortable and warm, as if he was taking a sunbath. The broken structures, destroyed streets, and ashes lingered in the air, then suddenly came to a stop after reaching a certain height. They were all mixed up, like a massive black ball floating in the sky. As they stared in astonishment, the black lump of debris fell down rapidly. It was like a huge landfill was pouring down its trash from the sky, but the debris was clearly falling in an orderly manner. The parts that fell first were the pieces of the streets that Mushumian had destroyed with her super fire spell. The bricks that made up the streets had been burned to black powder. However, as the black powder fell to the ground, it regained their initial color, and even the form of bricks. More black powder fell from the sky, repairing the destroyed streets. Not only were the streets being repaired, but the structures that had collapsed to the ground soon regained their initial appearance, reforming from the dust and debris that fell from the sky. The structures, buildings, streets, plants, and wooden banners, it felt like the 5 of them were in the middle of a film that was rewinding. Everything that was destroyed was being restored to its original appearance. A smooth, white rock fell on the statue of a young woman. The thin veil covering her body was as elegantly made as it was originally, and her skin was just as alluring. The dried-up fountain was filled with water once again. The pebbles stacked up to build the fountain were glittering now. The streets had no sign of dust. Orderly structures were on both sides of them. A minute ago, the scorched land was covered in debris, but now, an elegant, secluded town had descended from the sky and presented itself to Mo Fan and the others in an unbelievable manner. Mo Fan, Mui Ching, Mu Bai, Lingling, and Zhao Manyang stood there in the town that was now fully restored. When they looked up at the sky again, the eye had disappeared. Mo Fan went to the fountain and touched the statue, just to see if it was just an illusion. However, he immediately felt it was smooth and icy to the touch. "Are we in a dream now?" Zhao Manyang asked, his face blank. I have no idea either." Mui Ching had gone blank too. How could they even explain this? Everything had returned to how it was before. Mo Fan and Mushumian had clearly razed the town to the ground, their flames had burned everything to ashes. Was there really some magic that could restore something that was already destroyed, let alone a whole town? Turning back time, Lingling murmured after some time. How is that even possible? If time was really turned back, we'd find ourselves in our previous spots, and Mushumian wouldn't be injured either. Mo Fan shook his head. Time had not been reverted. If time was really turned back, it had only occurred to the strange town, since it had been restored to its original form. What is going on here? I feel like I'm about to lose my mind, Zhao Manyang said. Mo Fan ran out of the town and found Zhao Manyang's carvings on the fallen wall. It meant that the town was the only place that had been restored. The fact that the statue of a young woman that had previously turned into dust had recovered meant it was not the first time this had happened. It was like even the slightest changes to the town would be restored after a while, returning its initial appearance. I think we should hurry up and leave this place. Mui Ching was a little scared. Humans were afraid of the unknown, and the eye that was staring at them from the sky and how the town had reclaimed its initial appearance certainly qualified. It was not a place that anyone would want to stay in for too long. I agree, let's go. Zhao Manyang spoke up. There was no explanation for it. Even Lingling, who seemed to know everything, was struggling to find an explanation for it. Perhaps they could discover the truth if they learned who the eye in the sky belonged to, but with their current strength and status, they did not dare stir up any trouble. The fact that it could restore the town so easily indicated that its power was beyond the understanding of mags. It might even possess some other destructive power. The group did not dare stay in the town any longer. They quickly headed back along the path they had come from. After leaving the town's vicinity, the scorching heat slowly returned. The familiar curtain of white lava appeared in their eyes soon enough. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan was not too fond of this place. Mui Guangqing's speculation had obviously been wrong. There was no precious treasure inside the white lava, nor was it where the flames of the meteorite had landed. It had been around for a long time, a path leading to a spatial relay point unknown to modern people. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai were able to use their magic after leaving the white lava. Tong Li, Qi Shan, and the others might be a little strong, but they clearly did not stand a chance against the trio. They quickly took care of their enemies with the energy they had recovered. Unfortunately, Qi Shan managed to escape. The tunnels were accessible from all directions, and some of the junctions felt like a maze. It was unlikely they would be able to find him. Since the only way to leave the place was the scroll of space, the guy would have nowhere to run to when they summoned the people of the MUI clan and the Dongfang clan in. We'll talk later, let's set up the teleportation formation first. I don't want any accidents to happen again, Mo Fan told MUI Twitching. MUI Twitching could not believe it. Didn't Mushumian go inside the white lava to catch them? How did she end up being subdued instead? Was she just a fake super mage? Chapter 1463. Too Ashamed to Live Any Longer. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The mountain to the south of Sun Ridge. Dongfangmo was pacing back and forth. He had yet to treat his injuries. Some of them had already blistered. Elder Mo, it won't help if you just keep walking up and down here, Mui Yetwa said. Father, let's head back to the village. There's no way they could have survived, Dongfangming said. Silence. Dongfangmo snapped anxiously, if anything happens to them, I shall go down with them too. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I wasn't able to stop the ruler-level creature in time, and they were forced to jump into the volcanic pool. How am I going to explain it to the MUI clan, Finshua Mountain, and the people of our clan? Why do you even need to explain yourself? The plan was dangerous from the beginning. It was just unlucky that the Kunlun wind was blowing when they were here. Father, you shouldn't blame yourself for it. Let's just do what we're supposed to. If anything, we can just gather another bunch of people to go down and see if they can retrieve their corpses, Dongfangming said. Dongfangmo kicked Dongfangming angrily. Why did he have such an unreliable and narrow-minded son? The fate of their clans was at stake, and yet he was still acting like it was nothing important. If he put the Dongfang clan in his son's hands, it was only a matter of time before the clan fell. Old Mo, a middle-aged man suddenly yelled. Dongfangmo turned around and noticed silver pillars rising, forming a star-shaped magic formation that lit up the entire mountain. Is that? Dongfangmo was shocked when he saw the light. Could it be that they had destroyed the Sarkinite node? Quick, connect with them. Dongfangmo blurted out. The middle-aged man immediately called a few space mags over. They stood in 6 symmetrical spots, guiding the energy of the scroll of space to them. Come, let's go and receive them. Who would have thought? Dongfangmo was overjoyed. He was the first to jump into the magic formation. He initially thought the whole group was going to be wiped out in the volcanic pool. To his surprise, they had actually accomplished the difficult mission. It was unbelievable that they managed to destroy the Sarkinite even after they were ambushed by the fiery-winged Tyrant. Mui Yezhua and Dongfangmo immediately led the way and went inside the portal. A bunch of people swiftly disappeared from the mountain, leaving just a few young Maugs behind to keep watch. They would have to activate the portal again to leave the fire vein. Ha, it's so great to know that all of you are fine. Why are there so many people in here? Dongfangmo approached Mui Guangqing and the others in great humor. Dongfangmo and Mui Yeshua were dumbfounded when they saw a group of people tied up in a corner after they arrived in the cave. What happened here? Didn't they send only one group of people down? Why was there another group of people here? Isn't that Mushumian? Mui Yeshua immediately recognized her. Her pale face still had some burn marks on it. Mushumian had regained consciousness, yet she was completely restricted by the rebelling shadows, keeping her in an extremely vulnerable state. Qishan brought them in here. That piece of shit, our clan has been treating him like an honorable guest. Even if Mui Nushin decided to seek happiness elsewhere, he still couldn't repay our clan's kindness to him, not to mention that Mui Nushin was never in an official relationship with him. Not only did he betray us, he even tried to get us killed, that son of a b******ch. Mui Twitching cursed, extremely angry at Qishan. Everyone had risked their lives to come here. They finally had a glimpse of hope of leaving the place, yet it was almost ruined by the people of the Mu clan. How could they not hold a grudge against Qishan? They all thought Qishan was a real man when he was brave enough to prove himself again despite the circumstances, yet he turned out to be such a vile person. What he did was utterly disgusting and infuriating. Dongfang Mo and Mui Yezhua exchanged glances with one another. They did not expect so many things to have happened in the underground cave, nor could they imagine Mu Shumian, a super mage, being defeated and bound up in a corner like a prisoner. She had completely lost her demeanor as a super mage. Mu Shumian might not be as strong as they were, but she was still quite reputable in the Mu clan. However, Dongfang Mo and Mui Yezhua trembled in anger when they realized what the Mu clan had tried to do. Why don't we just kill them? They were being so cruel and vicious to us, why should we show any mercy to them? The angry Mui twitching grunted. Don't. The public won't see the Mu clan's true nature if we kill them. We need them alive, and to make sure the people of the Mu clan claim these scum themselves. The more attention it gathers, the better it is for us. We'll tell the world how the Mu clan is treating other renowned clans like us. Now that we've caught them red-handed, we'll make them pay and destroy their reputation, too. Mo Fan, what do you say? Mui Guangqing refuted calmly. I agree. Killing them won't bring us any benefits. We would only be disgusted by it, Mo Fan nodded. The people of the Mu clan were so despicable, they were busy setting people up when the country was in such a precarious situation. Once the news was spread to the public, the Mu clan was going to suffer a lot more, and they might even have to compensate the 3 clans for the loss. Mo Fan, it's all thanks to you. You are the savior of our clans. From now on, the Fanshui Mountains problems are our Dongfang clan's problems too. Dongfang Mo patted Mo Fan on the shoulder gratefully. Yeah, luckily, the old clan master was smart enough to cooperate with Fanshui Mountain. Even if we managed to find another way to enter this place, we'd still have ended up being set up by the Mu clan. Now that the Mu clan has tripped so badly, we'll be able to use it to our advantage. Mui Yezhua was greatly impressed by Mo Fan. They were able to turn peril into safety despite the unexpected twists. Not only did the 2 clans have the chance to excavate the fire vein, they even had a chance to make the Mu clan suffer for their actions. Mu Shumian was a well-known representative of the Mu clan, so the Mu clan was surely related to her actions. It was likely that the Mu clan's public relations people would come begging for mercy in no time. They would have to shed their skin if they tried to repatriate Mu Shumian. Mu Shumian felt like dying when she realized she had suddenly become a token for the 2 clans to get their revenge on the Mu clan. It was supposed to be a smart ambush, setting the 2 clans back even further and seizing control of their property. How had it ended up like this? Most importantly, everyone would learn that she had been defeated by an advanced mage. Even if the clan redeemed her, she would just find a tree and hang herself. The group was worn out when they returned to Wangyang Station safely. They immediately fell into deep sleep on their beds. Even those whose injuries were being treated fell asleep like stones. The rest of the work was no longer Mo Fan's concern. However, he was still bothered by the spatial relay point. He reminded the people of the Mui clan and the Dongfang clan not to set foot in the place unless it was necessary. There were no useful resources inside the white lava. Mo Fan asked Dongfang Mo and Mui Yezhua to search the area where he had discovered the meteor Scarlet instead. He believed it was where the resources of the fire vein could be found. They were able to find some useful ores after a quick search. The place was so rich in resources that both Dongfang Mo and Mui Yezhua were almost drooling. The fire vein was way more valuable than they had expected. Apart from the extremely rare primitive soul-grade flame that Mo Fan had taken, they also found 3 other soul-grade fire seeds that were already shaped, more than 30 spirit-grade fire seeds, and lots of soul seed pieces and fundamental crystals. They did not even want to leave the place. They still had to find and excavate the remaining resources in the fire vein. Mo Fan had already made a huge profit by claiming the primitive soul-grade flame. Fanshui Mountain would also get a portion of the profits after the resources were refined and sold. Mo Fan did not feel he had lost out by not claiming the resources first. It was better to share the profits. Besides, Fanshui Mountain had basically befriended 2 reliable allies with this operation. With their help, the Mu clan would not be as threatening as before. They would no longer be able to pick on Mu Ningxue as they had in the past. Say, what's with the ancient town? What do you think the eye was? Zhao Manyang could not help but ask curiously. Do you believe in turning back time? Mo Fan asked. Not really. If time can be turned back, we'd be stuck in the loop forever, Zhao Manyang said. The fact that your carvings are still around means only the town was restored. I think the eye is some kind of dimensional magic with restorative power. Perhaps it has something to do with the chaos element, or some other elements, Mo Fan conjectured. The eye was frightening to look at in the first place, but now that I think about it, it didn't look alive, Zhao Manyang recalled. It's most likely some ancient magic, or maybe an ancient forbidden magic. Either way, it's beyond our reach for now, Mo Fan summed up. You're right, there are a lot of things that we still don't know in this world, Zhao Manyang said. He let out a sigh, planning to toss everything he saw to the back of mind. He decided not to think about the things he could not understand. He was not the kind of person that would bring trouble to himself. Mo Fan was the kind that would worry about things only when they came, so he could not care less about things that he did not understand. Say, why don't we go have some fun tonight? Zhao Manyang suggested. Mu Bai was meditating on the couch, and suddenly opened his eyes. Zhao Manyang happened to notice his reaction too. He said with a wide grin, "See, what did I say? You always pretend to be a gentleman, yet you woke up as soon as I mentioned it. Let's go, the victory is ours tonight." Chapter 1464. Grandson-in-law. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The night was quiet and clean. The haze produced by the local industries had dissipated among the mountains after the Kunlun wind swept past. The Wangyang station was like an oxygen bar located in the middle of the mountains. There was no sign of noise. The stars hanging in the night sky felt like they were about to fall to the ground, stirring up one dazzling ripple after another. Mu Bai sat at the top of the mountain alone, staring into the sky. The scene was even more spectacular than the woman had described. He had visited a lot of places, yet he had never had the chance to relax while enjoying the dazzling sight of the night sky, or perhaps his eyes had been shrouded by something over the years. Mu Bai sat on the mountain until the latter half of the night. He slowly rose to his feet while shaking his head. He returned down the mountain to Wangyang Station. The place was quiet, apart from the bustling bar. Mu Bai did not look into the bar when he walked past it. However, a drunk middle-aged man happened to be coming out of it while hugging a young slender woman with his right hand. To be precise, his hand was wantonly grabbing the woman's bottom. Despite being drunk, he was impatiently moving in the direction of an inn with the woman. The woman was whispering softly with a smile. They bumped into Mu Bai as they happened to pass by. The young woman was stunned. She looked into the direction Mu Bai came from. Mu Bai halted in his tracks. He briefly glanced at the woman before withdrawing his gaze. He did not stop for more than a second. He kept walking as the moonlight shone upon his back. "Do you know him? Or is he your old sweetheart?" "Let me tell you, good-looking men like him are useless. It's better to enlighten me instead," the middle-aged man grunted. "He's just an old customer," the woman replied. Since when was he feeling so lonely? He actually treated a hooker's words so seriously, like the words of a family member. He was eager to keep his promise after he survived the dangerous operation. Is this the feeling of living a carefree life? After recovering some energy, Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, Lingling, Mui Zhuiqing, Dongfang Shifeng, and the others had no intention of staying any further. They all boarded a flight to the Magic City. Zhao Manyang flirted with the stewardess on the plane, as usual. He was truly a flexible person. He did not mind visiting the pettiest brothel when he had the mood, but when it came to a situation where he had to lift his standards to talk to someone, his topics immediately revolved around fashion, films, and places across the world. Even the stewardess, who was used to working on international flights, was impressed by him. She could not wait to do some shameless things with him across the world. "I've been working on domestic flights now after the decrease in international flights. However, domestic flights aren't as interesting as international ones. It's rare to meet an interesting passenger like you. The stewardess' smile was no longer just professional as she continued to chat with them. Since she was the head stewardess, no one would complain about her. What happened to international flights? Mo Fan asked. Many of the destinations for the routes are along the coastlines. The flights were impacted now that a huge portion of the coastlines were drowned by the ocean and invaded by sea monsters, the stewardess told him. Oh, that's true, Mo Fan nodded. Why are you suddenly curious about international flights? Zhao Manyang asked with a confused face. The Holy Judgment Court has summoned me. I'll have to pay them a visit soon, Mo Fan said helplessly. The Holy Judgment Court was finally going to come up with a ruling regarding Mo Fan's actions at the Parthenon Temple. Even though his contribution of capturing the Cold Prince was greater than his offenses, they still had to adhere to official procedures. Mo Fan still had to respect the Holy Judgment Court, since they were the highest court for mags. Which country is the Holy Judgment Court located in? Mu Bai asked. I think it's Switzerland, Mo Fan said. Switzerland. Mu Bai fell into deep thought. You have any close ones there? Mo Fan asked. I have a sister who my mother adopted. I think she's in Switzerland, Mu Bai clarified, as if he was afraid that Mo Fan would relate his sister to Mu He. Mu Bai continued, it happened before I moved to the Mu clan in Bo City. A couple from Switzerland was fond of my sister when she was very young. They didn't have any kids, so they wanted to bring her to Switzerland with them. My mother wasn't capable of taking care of us both, so she agreed. We've stayed in contact through emails and calls, but I haven't heard from her for a few years. If you're going to Switzerland, bring me along. I would like to pay her a visit. Mu Bai had already experienced how terrifying it was to live a carefree life. Even though he had not heard from his sister for some years, he still wanted to meet her and know she was doing well. He could also let her know about their mother's passing. He would soon move to Fanshui Mountain. After all, Mu Zhuiyun was his uncle. The people from Bo City that used to live in the ancient capital had moved to the new Fanshui city, too. It was better for him to live with them. Sure, it's too boring to go alone. Old Zhao, fancy a trip? Mo Fan said. Based on the experiences I had lately, I strongly believe keeping my distance from you is the safest choice, Zhao Manyang replied carefully. Great, that means you're going too. Ha ha, another country waiting to be conquered by us. Mo Fan burst out laughing. Hey, do you even understand the human tongue? Mu Ningxue had been extremely busy lately. There was no point in going to Fanshui Mountain. Mo Fan paid a visit to the Mui clan to tell them about Qi Shan's betrayal, and spent the rest of his time in the Magic City. It was the city he was most familiar with. He could just hang around at the Pearl Institute, or visit the Clear Sky Hunter Agency when he was bored. The biggest magic association in the country was in the Magic City, too. It had the latest information and the best resources. Nothing would go wrong staying in the Magic City. It had been a while since Mo Fan last paid Dean Xiao a visit and drank some tea with him. He had spent a long time cultivating in seclusion, and almost died of boredom at the Parthenon Temple, so he wanted to go to different places and catch up with the people he knew. He also wanted to see if Dean Xiao had something impressive. He might take a dozen of them to protect himself. His equipment was too simple, even his precious black snake armor was struggling to keep up with his level. He mostly used it merely to defend himself from poison. A few older professors were inside Dean Xiao's office when he arrived. They almost blurted out in surprise and scolded the young impolite student for barging in, teacups in their hands. However, when they realized it was Mo Fan, they quickly put on friendly smiles and kept mentioning they had beautiful granddaughters who were single still. Mo Fan, my granddaughter is a very nice girl, she's definitely bigger than old Zheng's granddaughter. Don't young men like you prefer big nowadays? You can come and visit my granddaughter, the professor with the surname Li said. Cough cough. How shameless are you guys? I'm already taken, but if you don't mind giving me your granddaughters to warm my bed, you can just send them to my place, Mo Fan said. That's a little too much, second wife, a second wife will do. A female director could not bear it any longer. "Professor Lee, can't you be more mindful of your words?" Dean Xiao quickly interrupted the inappropriate topic between the old professors. He said, "Mo Fan, I heard that the Holy Judgment Court has sent you a letter." "Yeah, hence I've come to ask if you have any nice magic equipment here. They said they aren't going to be fussy about what I did at the Parthenon Temple since I caught the Cold Prince, but I've offended so many clergymen and Holy Court mags at the Parthenon Temple. Wouldn't I be in trouble if they are planning to set me up behind the scenes?" Mo Fan answered, "I'm afraid I don't really have anything impressive here. Besides, shouldn't you leave some of them to your juniors instead? This magic equipment that is useless to you is very precious to them," Dean Xiao said. "You're right. Why don't you assign an expert to escort me instead?" "I don't really trust the people of the Holy Judgment Court," Mo Fan countered. "Professor Lee, didn't you want Mo Fan to be your grandson-in-law? Why don't you go to the Holy Judgment Court with him? Bring your granddaughter along, too. They are still young, they might have principles, but who knows what's going to happen when they are in foreign countries," Dean Xiao said. Dean Xiao. The female director was on the verge of losing her mind. She left, as she could not bear to listen to these people any longer. Everyone simply ignored her. Professor Lee waved his hand and said, "I'm not going to the Holy Court mags. Those people in the Holy Court are nothing but monsters. If I was 30 years younger, I might be interested in going there and crushing some of their egos, but now, hey, old Jing, I remember that you always visited one of the institutes there in the past. Wouldn't that mean you're familiar with the place? Why don't you organize a trip and bring some students along, too? Old Lee, how shameless can you be? Aren't you in charge of the exchange students every year? You should be familiar with some of the institutes, too." Old Jing grunted. "No way, it's been so many years since I last visited them," Professor Lee refuted. "That's enough, you two, it's not like you have anything better to do lately. Just go with Mo Fan, will you? Think of it as a vacation. You can visit their institutes and have a friendly exchange or something. If anything happens, you must stand your ground. Show them the spirit of our Pearl Institute," Dean Xiao said. "See? Why do we always end up with either the fish dying or the net splitting? Old Jing, why do you always have to be like this?" Professor Lee complained. "Hee hee." Professor Zhang responded with a cold grin. "Old Jing, so are you bringing your granddaughter along, too?" Professor Lee inquired. "Of course, why wouldn't I? It's a great chance for her to learn, and I believe the institute will be paying the fees, right?" Professor Zhang said. "Well, I'll have to ask. I believe we haven't been using the budget we've allocated for exchange programs with institutes of foreign countries," Dean Xiao mused. "Very well. Mo Fan, you should know that we're not entirely free in the institute. If we really want to go with you, we will have to bring some of our students along to visit those reputable institutes." "Not a problem, you'll still be escorting me. Besides, I'm an honorable mentor too." Mo Fan agreed promptly. Chapter 1465. We're coming to treat you with love and tenderness. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Holy Judgment Court was located between the Alps and Lake Geneva. The temperature averaged less than 10 degrees Celsius over the year. The surface of the lake was usually frozen during the current season. It felt like they were walking on a mirror of ice in heaven. Mo Fan went to Geneva first, touring around Lake Geneva, and then climbing the Alps. Professor Zheng was an absolute fool for the place. He told the students that since they had come to expand their horizons, it was better for them to travel on foot instead of taking a train, just so they could slowly enjoy the spectacular views of the Alps and the mountains and had a different experience with nature. As they were climbing the Alps, there were indeed stunning views of the mountains and the lakes, with the obscure dark brown of the barren ground and rocks contrasting the elegance of the dark blue water and the pure white snow. Mo Fan was meant to be summoned to the Holy Judgment Court like a criminal, but the Pearl Institute was unwilling to follow their procedures. They were enjoying themselves along the journey, like reputable guests of the Holy Judgment Court instead. The Holy Judgment Court was basically connected with the Alps Institute, similar to the connection between the Parthenon Temple College and the Parthenon Temple. The Holy Judgment Court belonged to the Magic Association of the Five Continents, and was the highest court for mags. The sentencing of criminals by the court had no appeal. A criminal would be punished severely by the Magic Association of the Five Continents, and the countries and places under its jurisdiction. Mo Fan had offended the Holy Judgment Court at the Parthenon Temple. On the other hand, Izisha, who still held an important position in the Holy Judgment Court, had not wasted her time over the past year. She was restricted by the contract set up by the clergymen, preventing her from committing any vengeful acts against Mo Fan and Xinxia. However, she could still bring Mo Fan trouble using the laws governing mags. Mo Fan had done the Holy Judgment Court a great favor by arresting the Cold Prince. He had clearly earned a chance to be exempted from punishment unconditionally, but the woman was still pulling the strings behind the scenes. She had summoned Mo Fan over and insisted on placing a few charges on him. The accusations were pretty huge. Mo Fan was accused of murdering the Golden Sun Knights of the Parthenon Temple. She even listed the names of the Golden Sun Knights, provoking their families to file a lawsuit against Mo Fan. The Holy Court could not afford to just ignore the accusations. If Mo Fan did not show up, he would most likely be judged guilty. Every Golden Sun Knight was a super mage. A super mage normally had outstanding status in Europe, and had no trouble supporting a clan. The clan that demanded Mo Fan be sentenced to prison was an ancient renowned clan in Switzerland, the Rhines. They were the most eager to see Mo Fan being escorted into the Holy Judgment Court like a criminal, yet Mo Fan was totally enjoying himself, and in a great mood along the journey. Mo Fan, are you sure it's the Rhines that are filing a lawsuit against you? Mu Bai asked with a strange expression, while glancing at the letter from the Holy Judgment Court. It's definitely them, why? Mo Fan asked with a confused look. What a coincidence, the couple that agreed to take care of my sister is from the same renowned clan. Mu Bai said. Perhaps your sister is the one that wrote the request to file a lawsuit in Chinese? Ha ha ha. Zhao Manyang burst out laughing. That's a little awkward, Mo Fan rubbed his head. Mo Fan was interested in seeing who the Rhines were, too. The Holy Judgment Court had lost a few Holy Court mags in the incident, but they were willing to turn a blind eye to it. Meanwhile, the Rhine suddenly appeared out of nowhere and filed a lawsuit against him. If anything, the Parthenon Temple should be the one filing the lawsuit. After all, the Golden Sun Knight was from the Parthenon Temple. Did you really kill those Golden Sun Knights? Mu Bai asked in disbelief. Every Golden Sun Knight was a super mage, one of the strongest forces in the Parthenon Temple. How had Mo Fan done it? The Parthenon Temple was being manipulated by Great Muse Melora and clergyman Dulank. They were setting up the candidates, including Xinxia. The Black Totem Snake did help me to kill some of the Golden Sun Knights, but they were most likely Melora and Dulank's underlings, Mo Fan recalled. It was indeed quite a slaughter back then. Mo Fan had killed a lot of people too, but Izisha, Melora, and Dulank were responsible for it in the first place. The following investigation had confirmed that Melora and Lanjin were the ones giving the orders. Mo Fan was unsure if he had killed any innocent people. He only knew a lot of people that had dared to block his path were dead. Mo Fan did not regret it, the people that died were a bunch of hypocrites pushing an innocent girl into a bottomless chasm in pursuit of power. They totally deserved it. Which means, if there's any proof that the victim, Golden Sun Knight Fur, did collude with Dulank or Melora, you're free to go, but you will be found guilty if he had nothing to do with the conspiracy. Zhao Manyang asked. More or less, Mo Fan replied. Doesn't that mean you're in a bad spot? Aren't you going to prison if there isn't any proof that he was with Melora? Zhao Manyang yelled. Not really, they have to prove that I'm the demon, too, Mo Fan said indifferently. Mo Fan had spent some time at the Parthenon Temple. He was confident that the Golden Sun Knight Fur was taking orders from Melora, and Izisha was provoking the Rhines to bring him trouble. Fur was secretly colluding with Melora, thus it would be difficult to find any proof. Similarly, Mo Fan did not have to admit that he was the demon. the Heresy Judgment Court was the judge for the case. They were more interested in the Cold Prince for the time being. It was fine if they insisted that he was the demon who had brought the massacre upon the Parthenon Temple, but it also meant Xiaozheng would then hand the Cold Prince to some other faction. Therefore, Mo Fan was not worried at all. There might be a few voices raising their objections among the people of the Holy Judgment Court, but what Mo Fan had done was forgivable after he managed to catch the Cold Prince alive. They could not do anything to the Black Vatican, but Mo Fan could. Perhaps the Holy Judgment Court and the Heresy Judgment Court would have to plead with Mo Fan to deal with the Black Vatican in the future. If Mo Fan was unhappy with the result, he could just leave, regardless of the lawsuit that the Rhines were filing against him. If worse came to worst, he only had to stay in China. If the Holy Judgment Court and the Heresy Judgment Court dared to come to China to trouble him, the people of his country were more than willing to kick them out. A bunch of useless authorities that couldn't do anything to the Black Vatican dared to come and arrest the hero who had driven the Black Vatican away? Basically, you're just here for the sake of official procedures? Mu Bai asked in a surprised voice. Something like that, Mo Fan confirmed. You're really something. Not everyone can just come to the Holy Judgment Court for the sake of going through the motions, Zhao Manyang said. There are a few days until we are needed at the court. Let's visit the institute. There should be quite a lot of pretty chicks there, Mo Fan suggested. Zhao Manyang's eyes glittered. That's our primary mission. We are here for the exchange. Oh, sacred yet sexy Swiss ladies, I, Zhao Manyang, am here to treat you with love and tenderness. Chapter 1466. Girls' School Deep in the Mountain. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Alps Institute had always been ranked at the top of the world's magic organizations. Since it was attached to the Holy Judgment Court and the Heresy Judgment Court, it did not represent any country, even though it was located in Switzerland. Every institute in the World College Tournament had to represent a country, and since they did not, the Alps Institute never took part in it. The institute could not achieve greatness in the World College Tournament, but it did not impact the reputation of the mysterious institute located in the isolated environment of the Alps much. Most importantly, the Alps Institute was a women's school. The dean, headmaster, professors, mentors, and even the cleaners, temporary workers, and postal workers were all women. The Parthenon Temple prioritized women because they were usually more talented with the blessing element than men. Their leader had the title goddess, but in truth, they did not necessarily reject male healers or mags with the blessing element. The Parthenon Temple was willing to recruit anyone with talent, but statistically, women were just a lot better with the healing and blessing elements. The Alps Institute was different. They were a bunch of women's rights activists. Almost every student from the institute despised men as a result of the brainwashing there. However, they did have an excuse to despise men, since most of the other institutes that requested a visit to the Alps Institute for an exchange program ended up losing duels to the Alps Institute. The Alps Institute welcomed every institute and faction that wanted to visit them. Since they were women's rights activists, they could not afford to just live in the mountains and seclude themselves from the world. They often approved the requests of the other institutes to visit them, in order to show these institutes their true strength. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang had no idea the Alps Institute was a girls' school. They simply assumed every institute had a lot of energetic young women with young bodies and ideas, especially in foreign countries. The sunlight at dawn sprinkled on the bed sheets covered in marks from the intense battle the night before, yet they would not bother asking for one another's name. Such was life. What are we waiting for? Let's go. As a senior at the Pearl Institute, I'm quite eager to show such a proud institute what our country and our institute has. Zhao Manyang said impatiently. His mind was full of fair and slender legs, huge busts, and alluring curves, the fragrance of women's long hair lingering in the school grounds, and the seductive giggles of the women. He was about to explode. Zhao Manyang felt like his body was at its limit. As he thought, his life was constantly in danger whenever he was with Mo Fan. He was most likely going to lose control of himself. Wouldn't the teachers and the students in such a half-closed institute be starving like wolves and tigers? Cough cough, it won't be a problem to visit them, but we'll have to follow their rules, Professor Lee said. What rules? Mo Fan asked. Well, every man has to wear a magic bracelet. The bracelet will track our location in the school at all times, to prevent us from entering the areas we aren't supposed to, Professor Lee said. Professor Lee had been here many times. Ever since Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mui Nujiao had earned a great reputation during the World College Tournament, the Pearl Institute's ranking in the world had been rising. Many students from other countries wanted to come to the Pearl Institute as exchange students and study at the institute for a short period of time. The Alps Institute had sent a group of students to the Pearl Institute recently. It was their turn to pay the Alps Institute a visit in return. The truth was, the Alps Institute was better than the Pearl Institute in almost every area. The Alps Institute would not bother wasting their time with a school like the Pearl Institute if it was not for their achievements during the World College Tournament. It was the main reason why the leaders of the Pearl Institute were treating Mo Fan like their grandson-in-law. The victory during the World College Tournament was extremely important for the school. What kind of a rule is that? Isn't that restricting our personal freedom? Mo Fan complained, displeased. Yeah, we are here for a friendly exchange. Why are they treating us like thieves instead? Zhao Manyang grumbled. You have to follow the local customs when you enter a village. Even us professors have to wear them. Professor Zheng replied. The group went past the Geneva River and slowly approached the Alps. The end of the lake was a clear meandering river, flowing across a few mountains and valleys. It was like a long silver trail left by a fairy that had descended upon the mundane world, giving the Alps a beautiful and elegant appearance. A pavilion made of glazed stone stood at the base of the mountain. The colorful glaze gave the delicate structure an artistic appearance, while the glass of the pavilion was polished enough to reflect the ice and snow of the ridges in the distance. Inside the pavilion were some felt hats and magic coats. The shelves and walls were filled with symbolic magic equipment. There were some impressive collectibles, yet they were placed in the pavilion at the base of the mountain unguarded, as if there were no thieves in the country. If it was in our country, this place would be packed with people in a few days, and they would most likely tear the place down, too, a male mentor in the group, Shi Junxing, observed. Shi Junxing was Professor Zheng's student. He had graduated with excellence from the Pearl Institute some time ago. Professor Zheng was letting him stay at the institute to train him further. He had brought him along so he could learn from the experience. Most of the people in the group were not just normal students. In academic terms, they were mostly postgraduate and PhD students. They were a lot stronger than students who had not yet graduated from the institute. They were even qualified to serve as mentors to the normal students. The comparison doesn't make sense at all. The population of this country is lower than a single province in our country. The population in Shanghai alone is higher than the total population of Switzerland. Only wild animals will pass by a place like this. It's unlikely for normal people to come here, Professor Li's granddaughter, Li Shimei, spoke up. If their population is so low, they might even stumble into their own relatives if they are hooking up with someone for a one-night stand, Zhao Manyang murmured. Mo Fan burst out laughing. He was utterly impressed by Zhao Manyang's one-track train of thought, yet it was actually quite reasonable. Mu Bai immediately looked disdainful. It was such a shame to be teamed up with a person like him. There are bracelets here, let's put them on. They will send someone to pick us up soon, Professor Li said. They went inside the pavilion and saw a bunch of magic bracelets on display. They looked like the bands of a watch, with very simple Zulu straps. It was difficult to tell how the bracelet could track their location. Perhaps there was a chip inside each of them? Chapter 1467. Safer to wear them. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Why can't I take it off? Zhao Manyang tried taking the bracelet off as soon as he put it on. To his surprise, the bracelet was hanging to his wrist tightly with some strange magic, preventing him from taking it off. Stop wasting your time, even we can't take them off. Professor Zheng replied. Does that mean you've tried to take it off before, Professor Zheng? Mo Fan asked immediately. Professor Zheng blushed and explained, I was just trying to figure out how it works. I wasn't thinking of anything else. The others chuckled when they saw Professor Zheng's reaction. Even Professor Li had a thoughtful smile. Girls don't have to wear one, Professor Li said when he saw Li Shimei and 2 other women about to put the bracelets on. Girls don't have to wear it? Aren't they discriminating against men, then? They claim that men and women are equal, so why do I feel like they are strongly biased against men instead? Mo Fan grumbled. So what if we're biased against you? This is the Alps Institute, no one is forcing you if you don't want to enter. A woman dressed in a milky white robe with white golden embroidery had shown up outside the pavilion. Her outfit was a little retro. It resembled the outfit of a monastery, but it looked more delicate and luxurious than the simple outfits of a nun, and even had a silver hood. The woman pulled the hood down as if she was not willing to reveal her face. Even when she raised her chin, the people could only see her proud gaze and her good-looking, pointy chin. Your Chinese is pretty good. Mo Fan looked at the woman, eyeing her up and down. I'm Chinese, but I didn't grow up in China, nor do I have a good impression of it. My mentor has asked me to usher you. If you aren't happy, I can help you take off the bracelet, and you may leave, the woman replied in an unfriendly tone. I'm in, of course I'm going in, I'm pleased to go inside you, Mo Fan answered with a perverted grin. The woman did not react. She turned around and led the way, her slender waist wriggling. After walking a dozen meters, the woman suddenly turned around. She glared at Mo Fan and asked, what did you mean by that? What else could I mean? I was referring to exchanging our understanding of magic at close distance, and as a safety measure, you are asking us men to wear something. Why wouldn't I understand? Mo Fan answered seriously. You prick, the woman pointed at Mo Fan, trembling in anger. Oh, our Chinese language is so profound. You might have misunderstood me since you didn't study it much. Don't get me wrong, I might seem a little laid back, but it doesn't mean I refuse anybody, Mo Fan said. The woman was so angry that her magic was already rippling around her. Normally, the people that came to the Alps Institute were careful and extremely mindful of their actions. She had never seen anyone so frivolous and shameless. He even said that he was not the kind to refuse anybody. Wouldn't that mean he was unwilling even if she was willing? If a person with such filthy thoughts was allowed to enter the Alps Institute, he was surely going to profane every sacred stalk of grass and tree of the place. Senior, we should hurry up and bring them to the mountain, Mentor told us. A woman in a similar outfit, without the white golden embroidery, spoke up. This woman was almost a head shorter than the first one, but her physique was more attractive, especially curves that were more obvious than the taller, more slender woman. We'll take care of that disrespectful guy when we are at the school, the petite woman said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. The tall woman grinned upon hearing the words. She was right, if she drove the shameless guy away now, she would still be angry at him, since he could just leave like nothing had ever happened. The Alps Institute did not care about having conflicts, but they would not allow anyone to disrespect them. They had to teach the guy who dared to insult the women of the Alps Institute a lesson. The tall woman felt a lot better after making her decision. She led the way while trying to figure out a way to teach the people behind her a lesson. Cheryl, Edith, I don't think this is the way to the Institute. Professor Li asked after a few minutes. Professor, that is because we would normally invite our important guests to be baptized by the waters of the Alps. Do you see the waterfall ahead? Edith said with a smile. She looked as harmless as the girl next door, yet her eyes were flickering cunningly. She was clearly a little vixen that could not be tricked so easily. Are you referring to Faerun Waterfall? Professor Li inquired. Exactly, seniors can come with us to the back of the waterfall, but young mags must receive the baptism, especially those with a corrupted heart and soul. They must be cleansed before entering the Alps Institute, Cheryl said calmly. She purposely glanced at Mo Fan after finishing her sentence. But I was told that only the teaching staff with outstanding cultivation could make it through the Faerun Waterfall. Professor Li said. Just think of it as a trial. Didn't the students of Pearl Institute come in first in the World College Tournament? I believe our little trial here won't be too difficult for your mags, Edith said. The two women continued leading the way. The others could hear a loud waterfall in the distance. The sound was extremely clear, and they thought Faerun waterfall was right behind the mountain ahead of them, yet they still did not see it after crossing several valleys and a few mountains. The sound grew even more deafening. It felt like everything in their surroundings was trembling. It seems like we've really offended these two young women. Professor Lee let out a sigh and turned to Mo Fan. They are deliberately making things difficult for us. Mo Fan asked. Faerun Waterfall's force is quite terrifying. An advanced mage won't last even a second in it. If anyone tries to reach the cave behind the waterfall, they will need outstanding tenacity and determination. It's a very difficult type of training in the Alps Institute, Professor Lee said. You've brought it upon yourself, you will have to clean up the mess on your own. Shijunqing said to Mo Fan in a displeased tone. Chapter 1468. The Trial of Faerun Waterfall. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Faerun Waterfall entered the group's vision after they crossed a wooden bridge. The water pouring down just from the spray was like a storm. Mo Fan and the others who did not prepare themselves in time were promptly and completely soaked. They proceeded forward and turned at the end of a wall. Mo Fan realized the waterfall he had seen was just the tip of an iceberg. Not only was Faerun Waterfall magnificent, its width was utterly shocking. The powerful white curtain of water fell into a deep chasm, stirring one could have missed after another into the air. It looked like a few hundred cloud dragons were rolling in it. It could easily crush a person to pieces. The waterfall was massive. Mo Fan was not worried about the trial at the beginning. The defensive skills of a mage were thick and strong. It was unlikely that a waterfall could break them, regardless of how tall and strong a waterfall was. However, he no longer had the same thought after seeing it. He bet even a commander level would be crushed flat if it fell to the bottom. The terrain of Faerun Waterfall is unique, and can produce a special sonic wave which severely disturbs a mage's control over their magic. Therefore, it's not just a test of endurance, but a mage's will as well. A mage without a strong will won't be able to cast a single spell inside it, Professor Lee explained. He seemed to be familiar with the place. It can interrupt magic, too. Doesn't that mean anyone that goes inside it is going to die? Zhao Manyang blurted out in shock. As the turtle shell mage, Zhao Manyang initially thought the trial was nothing to be concerned about. However, when he heard that the loud noise of the waterfall would disrupt the channeling of magic, he immediately gave up on trying to show what he was capable of in front of the two women. Since you are the strongest participant in the World College Tournament, I believe you won't turn down the challenge, right? Edith smiled at Mo Fan. The strongest participant of the World College Tournament. Cheryl turned around and looked at Mo Fan in astonishment. Didn't you recognize him? I thought you already knew. This guy is Mo Fan, the strongest participant in the World College Tournament. I even watched him defeat Zorro. Even though he only did it with some tricks, it is still a fact that Zorro had lost to him. Edith told her. This guy? Cheryl's gaze at Mo Fan was beyond strange. In Cheryl's opinion, the people worthy to earn such glory would have imposing appearances and impressive demeanors. How was it possible that such a misbehaving young man, whose mouth was full of filth, was the strongest participant of the World College Tournament? Was it because a person's strength and manners were inversely proportional in China? I'm sorry, I am the one. I came first in the World College Tournament with skill. How could you say that I won because of some tricks? Feel free to try and win there with tricks, if you can. Mo Fan replied boldly. He did not have a good impression of Edith. We don't represent a country, so we aren't allowed to take part in the World College Tournament. Besides, if our institute took part in it, we could easily send 8 teams and win the top 8 places. I bet no one would want to see that happen. Cheryl replied confidently. It's true that no one can stop you from closing your door and bluffing all you want inside your own place, Mo Fan retorted. You? Cheryl was infuriated by his words. Edith looked angry too. Cheryl took a deep breath to calm herself down. She said, "Do you know the level the strongest student of our institute can take on?" "I have no clue. I can only say that you made the right choice not to take part in the last World College tournament. Otherwise, if I stumbled into your team, I'd definitely teach you some manners." Mo Fan answered blithely. Cheryl was so angry that she could find any word. She finally managed after some time, "You're so full of yourself. I'm going to tell the Queen of Dimensions about him. She will definitely teach this guy a lesson." Edith spat. "That's exactly what I'm here for. Otherwise, some people would think that I came in first because of luck," Mo Fan sniffed. Professor Lee and Professor Zheng did not know what to say after seeing Mo Fan crossing the line even further. They were well aware of Mo Fan's deeds at Pearl Institute. He was nothing but a madman. He challenged all the students during the opening ceremony and earned the title Demon King. He then challenged over 200 students of the Fire School. The guy always acted like he was the best whenever it had anything to do with his school. Speaking of which, he was indeed the strongest participant in the World College tournament. Instead of keeping a low profile, like most of the people who came first, he continued to strut as he pleased. "Since you call yourself the best in the world, it just so happens that only one student in the Alps Institute has managed to pass through this waterfall in recent years. We call her the Queen of Dimensions. If you can pass through Faerun Waterfall, we'll apologize for being impolite to you," Cheryl said angrily, pointing at the enormous waterfall. "It's just a waterfall, it's nothing for me." Mo Fan could not afford to back off now that he had gone so far, naturally. "Mo Fan, don't be stupid, this Faerun waterfall isn't something to joke about. If you fail to channel your magic, your life might even be in danger. It has been years since the Alps Institute has had a student that can pass through it," Professor Lee advised him quickly. "Professor, that was 2 years ago. We now have a student that completed the trial successfully," Edith said. Professor Lee was lost for words. However, he continued to advise, "Mo Fan, this Faerun waterfall isn't a joke at all. Trust me, it's too dangerous to go inside. You are not a kid anymore. You shouldn't act so stubbornly. It's fine, I'll treat it as training. I'll need something to help me probe the super level. Besides, I only have to apologize to them if I fail the trial," Mo Fan said with a smile. "The super level? A person like you will never achieve the super level." Cheryl smirked. Mo Fan followed Cheryl across the iron chains on the surface of the river under the waterfall. The others followed behind. The current was even more shocking as they went closer to the waterfall. The force was no longer something that a mage could endure, not to mention the disruptive sonic wave the waterfall was producing. The force from the waterfall was continuous. It was not impossible to resist the force with defensive spells, but anyone's defense would break within seconds under the continuous force of the waters. Chapter 1469. Washing Away the Will. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What is it? Too scared to step inside it. Cheryl taunted when she saw Mo Fan standing there, less than 50 meters away from the fierce waterfall. Mo Fan ignored her. He stepped on the gently swaying chain bridge and headed toward the spot where the water was falling the fiercest. Even though Mo Fan was still 50 meters away, the water spraying into the air was pouring down on him. His clothes were soaked wet. When he reached 20 meters from the waterfall, he immediately felt an enormous pressure from it. Even breathing became a lot more difficult. The effects of the loud rumble made him dizzy. The dizziness kept growing as he approached the waterfall. Mo Fan gradually felt the force crushing down on him from the water. He was struggling to take every step. He's pretty bold. He went inside without even blinking. Professor Lee exclaimed. The others were staying around 100 meters away from the waterfall. They were quite shaken when they were looking up at the magnificent appearance of the waterfall on the bridge, but Mo Fan had gone right on into it. His figure was concealed by the water pouring down fiercely. The look in Cheryl's eyes finally shifted when she saw Mo Fan stepping into Faerun Waterfall. She thought the guy was only good at playing with words before he actually went into the waterfall. She was surprised to see his straight back had turned blurry in the mist after boldly entering the Faerun waterfall. Those waters could shatter anyone's courage. He had completely cast his unbearably disgusting first impression aside. The strongest participant of the World College tournament seemed to really know his stuff. However, they would soon see him being washed back to their feet miserably. Faerun Waterfall's force could easily knock a mage out. Having the courage to face it did not necessarily reflect one's ability to complete the difficult trial. Keep an eye on the water, Edith reminded her. Is he going to be fine? Professor Lee's granddaughter Li Shimei asked worriedly. Faerun Waterfall will always teach you that you aren't strong enough. It's a famous quote along the walls of the corridors in our institute. It might actually be a good thing for him, seeing how full of himself he was. Cheryl responded. Speaking of being full of oneself, aren't you two the same? Mu Bai blurted out. They are just puffed up with pride, Zhao Manyang added. He was obviously displeased by the Alps Institute's attitude. If the people that were assigned to receive them were already behaving like this, how about the people with higher status and important positions in the Alps Institute? It seemed like being puffed up with pride was the symbolic trait of the people of Alps Institute. Mo Fan had always been hot-tempered. He would not go easy on anyone that was trying to act tough in front of him, not caring if the person was a pretty lady or a detestable prick. We'll see who's puffed up with pride soon, Cheryl retorted. The two young women fixed their eyes on the water. Some of the students of the Alps Institute would have been washed out of the waterfall by now. The fact that the guy had yet to show up meant he was slightly stronger than the normal students of their institute. Professor Zheng, hasn't Mo Fan been in there for some time already? Li Shimei asked. It's indeed been quite a while, Professor Zheng nodded, looking pleased. Mo Fan was the strongest student of their Pearl Institute. If he ended up failing the Alps Institute's trial, it would bring Pearl Institute shame, too. The longer Mo Fan lasted in the waterfall, the friendlier Alps Institute would be. Professor Zheng had heard a lot of rumors about the Alps Institute. Apparently, many international schools had paid the Alps Institute a visit, but most of the visits ended within a day because the Alps Institute ended up dismissing them early. Pearl Institute had been here a few times, but they had only sent the teaching staff and professors, they had never brought students with them. This time, they had come as the winners of the World College tournament. They had to live up to the reputation of their country's national team. They could not allow anyone to look down on them. Professor Zheng and Professor Li were elderly, so they were not willing to argue with the two impolite young women. Luckily, Mo Fan was not one to be messed with. If he could give the two women a great slap to the face with the trial of Faerun Waterfall, the two professors would be extremely happy. How spoiled are these students? We came in first in the World College tournament, yet we still have to act according to the mood of some nuns on a sacred mountain? Old Li, I believe Mo Fan has lasted more than 90% of their students, right? Professor Zheng mentioned rather loudly, fondling his beard. Of course. From what I know, not many students of Alps Institute can last more than 15 seconds, Professor Li replied. Time passed fairly quickly. Edith and Cheryl were feeling a little uneasy. Did Faerun Waterfall knock the guy to the bottom of the lake already? How has he not washed back to the bridge yet? No matter how long he can last, there's no way he can beat the Queen of Dimensions record. Edith stated. At least he has already broken the records for the two of you, right? Professor Li replied easily. Well, Cheryl and Edith were lost for words. Mo Fan had indeed broken their longest times. He had reached the 20 seconds mark as they were talking. Not many people from their school managed to last so long. I think he already went into the cave inside the waterfall, Zhao Manyang guessed. That's possible. It seems that this Faerun Waterfall isn't as impressive as I first thought. Mo Fan has passed the trial so easily. Li Shimei exclaimed with great admiration. Cheryl and Edith's expression sank further. The guy might actually make it to the cave behind the waterfall, considering the amount of time that had passed. The noise did not reduce after Mo Fan went into the waterfall. He was surrounded by a silver light that kept the water away. Every step forward was immensely difficult. It felt like his weight had multiplied 100 or even 1,000 times. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan would already be at his limit if it wasn't for his demon physique. The Faerun waterfall was a lot tougher than he had imagined. He almost failed to construct the Wall of Will a few times. Mo Fan was using the Wall of Will to protect himself. This was intense training for his will. Mo Fan could feel his mental state improving significantly under the great pressure in just half a minute. Chapter 1470. Beauty in the Cave. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The psychic element and mental strength had always been one of Mo Fan's weaknesses. If the psychic element, sound element, and curse element had not existed in this world, and everyone was just blasting one another with elemental magic, it was unlikely that anyone would stand a chance against a violent mage like Mo Fan. Mo Fan had found himself at a disadvantage because of an enemy's mental strength before. Faerun Waterfall was not only a test of a mage's control over their stars, but a test of their mental will. Even if it was something very common, if the environment was so noisy that it kept annoying a person, there was still a chance for a person to make a mistake. That was why the loud rumbling of the Faerun waterfall was a training of will. Wouldn't my space element be a lot more powerful once it reaches the 6th stage? Mo Fan took a heavy step forward. The rumbling water was closer to Mo Fan after the step. The mental wall of his 5th stage will was no longer strong enough to hold back the flow of the water. Mo Fan clenched his teeth and moved forward. The water finally hit him like a savage beast trying to stomp on him. He solely relied on his demon element to keep moving. The raw force of the water was enough to knock a super-level mage to the bottom of the lake. Mo Fan uttered a huge roar, gathering his might and dashing forward. When he felt like he was about to be smashed to the bottom of the waterfall, the enormous force on him suddenly disappeared. The curtain of water split apart, revealing a cave inside it. It was surprisingly dry. The smooth, pale blue rocks were a strange sight, as if he had arrived at some hidden utopia. "Did I pass through it?" Mo Fan murmured in surprise. If it was half a year ago, before a few of Mo Fan's elements had reached 3rd tier, he would have had no chance of passing through the Faerun waterfall. It turned out that the training he underwent to improve his elements had also made his will more outstanding than most mags of the same level. The cave was surprisingly spacious, and the temperature inside was higher too. Mo Fan followed the path and discovered the cave wound about a bit. It was difficult to tell where the cave was leading him. After turning a corner, Mo Fan was surprised to see some obvious decorations inside the cave, a huge silver rug on the floor and 2 crystal lamps on the walls. Mo Fan stepped on the rug and was intrigued. "Is someone living in here?" Speaking of which, the cave was indeed a great place for training. The loud noise was still around, but the water was no longer hitting him. He believed his mental strength would reach the next level if he practiced controlling his will in this place. Mo Fan was looking for an opportunity to improve his mental strength. He was considering asking Alps Institute to allow him to train here for some time. In return, he would promise that he would not trespass into the girls' dormitory. Strange, why does it feel like someone is living here? Mo Fan went forward and discovered a place that was decorated like a room. As soon as the thought crossed Mo Fan's mind, he noticed the statue of a woman with a perfect physique sitting at the center of the rug. Her long and curly ash-brown hair scattered over the top of the rug. Even though it was thick and beautiful, like silk, it still could not cover the round bottom that stood out because of her posture. Mo Fan immediately felt his body heating up. Why did he keep stumbling into naked statues of women? He finally understood why some people had a fetish for statues. Only statues would have such sacred and perfect bodies. Mo Fan walked closer to see if there was any reason why the statue was displayed in a place like this. However, he suddenly heard a soft voice, followed by a faint breathing. Mo Fan was stunned. He fixed his eyes on the statue whose back was facing him. The statue slowly turned around, exposing her naked body to Mo Fan. His blood began to boil. So pretty, So big, so slim, hairless? The gem-like blue woman's eyes widened. Her attractive face filled with astonishment. The astonishment gradually turned into anger. She swiped her hand, caught the corner of the silver rug and quickly wrapped it around herself. She rose to her feet. Her eyes went from ashamed and angry to cold and fierce. "Give me a reason not to kill you," the woman grunted murderously. The air in the surroundings began to freeze. Mo Fan was utterly dumbfounded after sensing the overwhelming aura. The woman was clearly around his age. How was her cultivation so outstanding? "I didn't know someone was in here, not to mention that the person would be naked." Mo Fan donned a suitably awkward expression. He could not help but think in his heart, is this the reward that Alps Institute prepared for me if I pass the trial? I've really misunderstood the school. Look at how friendly they are. You may die now. The woman's eyes suddenly emitted a sapphire blue glow. A strong crushing will sprang at Mo Fan at lightning speed. Mo Fan was still immersed in his lewd thoughts. He did not think the woman would execute a killing blow at him. The will was extremely powerful. It would instantly crush him into blood spray if he did not defend himself. "Just calm down, will you?" Mo Fan reacted swiftly, jumping aside to dodge the woman's attack. "It's either you die, or I die," the woman said coldly. The woman took a step forward after the sentence. She suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving blue crystalline dust sprinkling onto the silver rug. Mo Fan immediately realized the woman had used blink. Since she was nowhere to be seen within his range of vision, she was most likely behind him. Mo Fan turned around and saw the woman's cold blue eyes staring right at him. Several huge and sharp stalactites were already hovering above her head. With a flicker, the stalactites darted at Mo Fan. They were obviously sped up by a special force field, granting them great speed. Mo Fan could not dodge them in time. He was forced to establish a wall of will to defend himself. The stalactites slammed into the wall of will and turned into powder. However, Mo Fan was still knocked a few steps back by the impact. "How unreasonable are you? It's my fault that you are not wearing any clothes in public. You should be relieved that I didn't call the police because you have such a good physique that didn't damage my eyes, yet you still attacked me first. What the hell do you want?" Mo Fan cursed after securing a foothold. "Who gave you permission to come in here?" "You shameless prick," the woman swore. The woman had no intention to stop her attacks, even while she was talking. She was clearly an expert of the space element. Her will split rapidly into countless wisps, controlling every object she could see. Chapter 1471. Dimension Queen Heidi. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was a space mage, too. He could sense the accelerating force between him and the woman. It had greatly sped up the rocks and stalactites being fired at him. Even a rock the size of a fist was as destructive as a rocket at its current speed. Mo Fan knew his wall of will had no chance of stopping the spray of crude missiles. He decisively cast blink to escape from the area. Mo Fan vanished into thin air as a trail of silver crystals fell to the ground, reappearing behind the woman. The woman was very sensitive to the energy of the space element and immediately turned around. Her ash-brown hair drifted about as her alluring figure floated in the air. Her sapphire blue eyes flickered once again. The cave began to shake as multiple stalactites began to fall from above. Cracks started crisscrossing the unique cave. Mo Fan was utterly shocked. How could the woman's will be so strong? He was afraid that he would be buried alive in the cave if he did not find his way out soon. The water of the heavenly river poured deep into the lake below, reflecting a huge rainbow at the center of the waterfall under the sunlight. Professor Li, Zhao Manyang, and the others on the bridge seemed extremely worried. Enough time had passed for Mo Fan to enter the cave and come out here, yet they had yet to see any movement. Did something go wrong for him? I think you might have to look around at the bottom of the lake. Maybe you can still save the guy in time. Edith had a pleased face. There was only one possibility if the guy did not show up after so long, the current must have pushed him down to the bottom of the lake. If the guy failed to break free from the current, he would most likely drown after he was worn out. There were times where they had to fish dead bodies out from the bottom of the lake. A huge explosion suddenly blew the curtain of water apart. The water scattered over 100 meters away. Professor Lee, Cheryl, and the others were around 80 meters away from the waterfall, so the explosion was very close to them. Over 100 tons of water was pouring down at them, like a huge beast of the deep ocean tearing at them. Water curtain! Zhao Manyang reacted swiftly. He completed the advanced water spell within a few seconds, forming an arc-shaped barrier above the group. The water poured down with a deafening roar, churning up the lake. The bridge was swaying hard, and almost knocked them into the water. What's going on? Zhao Manyang looked up at the white curtain of the waterfall and noticed a huge hole in it. The water was avoiding the spot as it flowed by. A long-haired woman wrapped by a silver rug floated out of the hole. White ripples were scattering within 10 meters of her, splitting the waterfall in half to clear a path for the woman, an otherworldly sight. Her strong aura continued to stir up water pillars from the waterfall and the lake. This place is going to be your burial ground. The woman's voice was sharp, each of her words contained deadly force. When she uttered the last word, the magnificent waterfall exploded, while the water pouring down was intercepted and placed under the control of her will. The water was no longer falling down, but surging horizontally at a tiny figure on the surface of the lake. The person was none other than Mo Fan. He had escaped from the cave, but to his surprise, the madwoman continued to chase after him. He immediately turned into a nimble shadow bird and fled from the place, sticking closely to the surface of the lake when he noticed the waterfall changing directions. The water was blocking the sunlight. It split into different streams around 30 meters from the surface of the lake. The streams were lunging at the shadow bird that Mo Fan had transformed into, like several enormous white dragons. Mo Fan quickly flew past the bridge, yelling at Zhao Manyang, "Old Zhao, lend me a hand." Zhao Manyang glanced at the dragons that the waterfall had turned into, before looking at the icy woman standing amid the raging tide. After hesitating slightly, he said, "I think it's better for me to stay out of it." "You son of a b***********. Mo Fan's voice faded into the distance. The waterfall dragons caught up to Mo Fan as the duration of the shadow bird came to an end. 4 of the dragons slammed heavily into him. Shocking waves exploded across the lake, causing a huge downpour across a distance of a few kilometers. The group gasped in disbelief after witnessing the outstanding sight. Zhao Manyang looked at the woman in fear. He was relieved that he had made the right choice of not lending Mo Fan a hand. "It's Heidi! Queen of Dimensions!" Cheryl and Edith blurted out in shock. "She's the strongest student of the Alps Institute." Professor Lee asked with a hint of surprise. Yes, the shameless prick must have somehow offended Heidi. He's definitely going to learn some manners. Cheryl was overjoyed. It doesn't feel like she's trying to teach him a lesson. "She's serious about killing him," Professor Zheng said seriously. "He deserves it." Cheryl was holding a strong grudge against Mo Fan. "That woman is very strong," Mu Bai observed. "Strong? Are you blind?" She was able to control such a huge waterfall with just her will of the space element. "She's an absolute monster. Mo Fan is clearly done for," Zhao Manyang said. "Such an insane cultivation," Li Shimei and Shi Junqing exclaimed. The group was already suffocating from the pressure when they were standing close to the waterfall. The strength of the waterfall was clearly enough to blast a tiny mountain apart when it was being used as a weapon. They could not help but wonder how Mo Fan was feeling after taking the hit. Blazing red flames rose from the water. They swiftly burned the surrounding water vapor into a white mist that rose continuously into the sky. A figure slowly rose under the water. The blazing red flame spread over 10 meters from Mo Fan, turning the water that was splashing at him into steam. B******ch, don't you dare mess with me. Do you believe that I'm going to tear that rug off you and throw you onto the plaza in the middle of the city? Mo Fan cursed angrily, pointing at Heidi. Mo Fan had already had enough. It was the woman's fault for being naked inside the cave, yet she still tried to kill him for stumbling into her. Mo Fan was going easy on her because she was a woman. He would not show any mercy if she dared to cross the line further. I was thinking of leaving your corpse intact, but that won't be necessary now. Heidi spat back coldly. Do you believe that I'm going to kill you and rape you, then kill you and rape you again? Mo Fan yelled back. He was utterly enraged. Professor Lee and Professor Zheng coughed awkwardly upon hearing their words. Couldn't Mo Fan behave himself? Did he forget that he was currently at Alps Institute? How could he say something like that? Cheryl and Edith immediately blushed. How was someone so perverted be the strongest participant in the World College Tournament? Heidi had appeared right on time. The guy was being too disrespectful to their school. He should be thrown into a pot of oil 10,000 times. Heidi was trembling in anger after hearing his words. Her chest heaved when the thought of him seeing her naked body crossed her mind. Soul-twisting melody. Heidi lifted her gaze, revealing her pale, long neck. She opened her lips and started to sing, facing the blue sky. The strange notes rose into the air and formed the dark strings of a harp above Mo Fan, looming over a huge area. Mo Fan knew what kind of power this was. He immediately backed away from the strings, but the strange melody was being played. Deadly rays poured down at him, inflicting serious damage on his spiritual world. Mo Fan's mental strength had already reached the 5th stage, yet his mental defense crumbled within seconds against the woman's soul-twisting melody. If his mental strength had not improved from the pressure of the waterfall previously, his defense might have collapsed even quicker. The pendant around Mo Fan's neck unleashed a blue ripple to protect his mind. He felt his thoughts clearing up a little, but the duration of the soul-twisting melody was quite long. It would first penetrate the defense of a person's mind, place the person under prolonged torture, and finally, end their life and devour their soul. Lightning explosion! Mo Fan quickly used his lightning magic while his mind was under the protection of the focus necklace. Lightning swarmed to Mo Fan's arms as he flung them into the air. The silent deadly bolt crossed paths and exploded where the strings were. The lightning arcs produced an enormous shockwave that shattered the notes of the soul-twisting melody. Tone, kill! Heidi continued attacking. She moved her fingers around rapidly, as if she was playing a harp. Several invisible sonic waves over 50 meters long swept forward and whipped at the space around Mo Fan, churning the surface of the water. Mo Fan nimbly dodged the attacks. He managed to dodge over 10 of them, but to his surprise, the woman's sound element was incredibly powerful, and she was able to combine the sonic waves into a huge net. It was lunging at him with a terrifying wave of deadly notes, giving Mo Fan no chance of dodging it. Chapter 1472. Minding 3 Things at Once. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Hand of Silent Thunder. Mo Fan knew he had no chance of evading the attack. He remained still as the powerful force of the sound element came at him. A purple hand appeared in front of Mo Fan and absorbed the energy of the sound element. It transformed the energy into lightning magic of equivalent force as it struck him. Is that all you got? Are you giving me a scratch now? Mo Fan mocked, looking at Heidi. Heidi did not know anything about the Hand of Silent Thunder. She only had the urge to not let the shameless prick live for another second. More notes were played at a higher frequency, forming an even stronger sonic wave in the air. The whole river under the waterfall was trembling. Even though it was only the intermediate spell of the sound element, the combined force of the notes when they were stacked together was scarier than the advanced spell, soul-twisting melody. Mo Fan remained unmoving. If it was purely the sound element, Mo Fan would not be able to defend himself, due to the lack of defensive spells. However, since the Hand of Silent Thunder was transforming the attack into lightning magic, the Lightning Tyrant domain granted Mo Fan the sturdiest flesh refined by lightning. Apart from increasing Mo Fan's resistance, the domain would also absorb the lightning magic. Mo Fan kept provoking her to obtain more power. The fiercer Heidi's attacks were, the stronger Mo Fan's lightning magic became. The berserk Heidi finally stopped attacking and recovered her wits when she sensed a strong energy accumulating on Mo Fan's body. "You are threatening to kill me, if that's all you got. Have a taste of my lightning." Mo Fan was covered in thick arcs of lightning, extending wildly over 100 meters beyond him. Sky Lightning Giant Claw. An eerie dark claw descended from the clear sky out of nowhere, tearing at the area that Queen of Dimensions Heidi was in. Terrifying cracks filled up the space. Heidi was initially planning to escape with Blink, but abruptly realized the lightning kept shattering her star constellation, not giving her any chance to cast the spell. Upon realizing it was impossible to evade the lightning claw, Heidi immediately formed 6 walls surrounding her with her will. However, the boosted lightning claw had a strong penetrating ability. Most defensive spells and magic equipment would have a hard time resisting it. Chaotic Vortex. Heidi immediately changed her approach. She cast a dimensional vortex above her. The dimensional vortex was able to absorb every kind of energy. When the fierce lightning claw came down from the sky, it immediately disappeared into the vortex without a trace. Chaos Element. Mo Fan raised his brows. The woman had the space element, sound element, and the chaos element. Every element she had was dimensional magic, and each of her spells was powerful because of her outstanding cultivation. No wonder she was such a tough opponent. Back at you! Heidi reversed the direction of the vortex. It was initially rotating clockwise, but its motion was now anticlockwise. The formidable energy of the Sky Lightning Claw sprang right back at Mo Fan. Surprisingly, Mo Fan grinned upon seeing it. Mo Fan used to be utterly clueless about how to handle the chaos element, since the person could just absorb his spells and reflect them with greater strength. Zoro managed to defeat a group of people on his own by abusing the power of the chaos element. However, the English genius had still lost to him in the end, and the reason was that he kept reflecting Mo Fan's lightning magic, thus allowing Mo Fan to keep strengthening it. Mo Fan would even cast lightning on himself at times to strengthen his lightning magic. He was overjoyed when he saw Heidi reflecting his Sky Lightning Claw back at him. Mo Fan opened his arms. He was prepared to receive the baptism of lightning, but an inharmonious voice came from the distance. "Heidi, he's able to absorb lightning, don't reflect it back at him." Cheryl yelled. Heidi realized what was happening upon hearing the words. She quickly waved her hand, altering the angle of the chaotic vortex to unleash the lightning at a hillock nearby. The hill popped like a bubble when the lightning landed on it. Pieces of rock scattered and rolled down the mountain, leaving a scorched pit at the top. Mo Fan clenched his teeth when he saw the abundant energy being wasted on an innocent mountain. He pointed at Cheryl and cursed, B****ch, shut the F***k up. Humph, serves you right. Cheryl shouted back. Mo Fan almost burst out swearing. Too many people had seen the move he used to defeat Zoro. Anyone that recognized him would most likely know about his ability to absorb lightning to strengthen his attacks. He was going to take out the woman with a single blow. He had no idea how to deal with her now. After diverting the lightning to a different spot, Heidi abused her powerful telekinesis once again. This time, she was controlling the newly shattered pieces of rock. They floated in the air before being fired at Mo Fan like arrows. Blee! Sound disturbance! Mo Fan was about to blink away, but Heidi reacted faster than him, decisively interrupting Mo Fan's channeling. Mo Fan was startled. The woman was supposed to be controlling the rocks with her will. How was she using sound magic to disrupt his spell? The use of magic was continuous, even telekinesis of the space element required full concentration during the process. The spell would lose its effects if the mage cast another spell in the process. To Mo Fan's disbelief, the madwoman was able to use the sound magic while she was controlling the rocks with her will. Her will showed no sign of being interrupted, the rocks continued to fly at him from different angles. The observant Professor Lee and Professor Zheng noticed the effect right away. Is she able to mind two things at once? Professor Lee asked curiously. That's the Queen of Dimensions' innate talent. Not only can she mind 2 things at once, she can even mind 3 things at once. Edith said proudly. She can mind 3 things at once? How insane is her innate talent? Wouldn't that make her unbeatable as long as her casting speed is fast enough? Zhao Manyang said. Even some of the mentors are no match for Heidi. Do you think you're good just because you have come first in the World College Tournament? Even Zorro, whom Mo Fan beat by luck, has lost to Heidi. Cheryl said. Mo Fan, that woman's innate talent is the ability to mind 3 things at once. Be careful, that's all the help I can provide you with. Zhao Manyang generously reminded Mo Fan with a yell. I thank you so much. If Mo Fan had the time, he would gladly have given Zhao Manyang a firm middle finger. How unlucky was he? He ended up stumbling into a monstrous nun deep in the Alps when he was just being a little pretentious. Chapter 1473. No backing out, fight like your life is at stake. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. To think that someone had the innate ability to mind 3 things at once in the world, it was basically cheating. It explained why the woman's will was so powerful, as if she could easily control anything within sight. Her mental strength clearly outmatched most mags. Mo Fan had been constantly practicing his will, too. He was able to do all sorts of things with it, but when compared to this woman's, it was like the difference between a little stream and a huge river. Mo Fan had no intention of displaying his slight skill before an expert. He was forced to use his full strength against the insanely strong woman. Little Flame Bell. Fiery Ring of Burning Embers. Mo Fan summoned Little Flame Bell. The domains of the Calamity Fire and the Ardent Sunset immediately amplified Mo Fan's control of the fire element, placing all the fire magic in the surroundings under his control. The 2 flames formed several rings of flames around him. The fiery rings spread out rapidly, burning the rocks that were flying at Mo Fan to ashes. The rings spread further. The rocks were having difficulty closing in on Mo Fan despite their numbers. An attachable fire spirit. Heidi stared at the man now engulfed in flames in disbelief. If an elemental mage could form a pact with certain unique elemental creatures, it could significantly improve their control and strength of that element. If they were lucky enough to find an attachable elemental spirit, they could even grant the elemental mage extra abilities that were not part of ordinary spells, allowing them to fight demon creatures in close combat. Heidi finally realized who the Asian man was when she saw him being possessed by the Flame Bell. The strongest participant in the World College Tournament, with unstoppable fire and lightning elements, the Chinese mage with double innate elements. That being said, Heidi had no intention to let Mo Fan go, regardless of who he was. Fire Crystal Candle. Mo Fan swiftly gathered the flames and compressed them into a little candlelight. Mo Fan could not afford to preserve his strength after learning how strong his opponent was. If he allowed his opponent to secure the upper hand, he was going to have a hard time casting a spell that could threaten her. The fire crystal candle formed from 3 soul-grade flames had 3 different colors: brown, rose, and scarlet. It did not stand out much, yet the energy it contained could easily destroy mountains and rivers. Heidi did not care much about it. However, her expression shifted when she noticed the space around it being compressed countless times. Blink! Heidi immediately vanished into thin air, leaving a trail of crystalline blue dust behind. Heidi appeared 400 meters away the following second. Her alluring figure remained at the waterfall curtain. Mo Fan was quite surprised that the woman was able to blink so far away. However, it did not necessarily mean she was out of range. Detonate! The 3 soul-grade flames exploded above the wide river. A shocking mushroom cloud roared into the sky. The waves of flames completely devoured the area within a few hundred meters. The flames rapidly approached Heidi. Her sapphire blue eyes glowed brilliantly. Her figure was encapsulated by the same light. It was possible to do a lot of things with will. The waterfall less than 50 meters behind her behaved unusually once again. The white curtain turned into a pair of hands and wrapped around her, blocking the fierce waves of flames lunging at her. A white mist rose into the air as the flames crashed into the waterfall. The flames surged at the bridge under the waterfall. Both Cheryl and Edith gasped. They knew Mo Fan was strong since he had come in first in the World College Tournament, but they did not expect him to be able to last for so long in the battle against Heidi, the Queen of Dimensions. The students of Alps Institute had been bothered by a thought for a long time: could the students of the same grade possibly defeat Heidi, even if they teamed up? "I've really underestimated you." Heidi slowly appeared from the disarrayed water. Her skin was still as pale as snow. Mo Fan's 3 soul-grade flames did not harm her at all. Likewise. Mo Fan took a deep breath. It was surprising to find such a brilliant mage hidden deep in the mountains. For over half a year, Mo Fan had thought he would not find any advanced mage that could fight him for more than 5 minutes, other than a turtle shell mage like Zhao Manyang. "I was only minding 2 elements at once. You are still no match for me. If you drop to your knees and apologize, I will consider sparing your life," Heidi said coldly. "My mind was full of your naked body just then, so I wasn't able to pay attention either. If you willingly climb up to my bed tonight and serve me well, I will consider not destroying such a beautiful flower like you," Mo Fan replied disdainfully. "You asked for it." Heidi utterly regretted her decision to converse with a man whose mind was full of such dirty thoughts. She was thinking of giving him a chance, since she was quite impressed by his strength, yet the guy did not show any hint of remorse. "Don't just use your mouth. If you don't show me some true moves or alluring postures, I won't feel anything." Mo Fan shot back. Heidi blushed in anger. Every man she had ever met had either been very polite to her, or disregarded her aloofly. She had never seen anyone so shameless and perverted. Normally, she would destroy someone like him with a single glance. She would treat him just like a wild, barking dog, but the problem was, she was having trouble taking him out. She could only listen to the filthy words that were polluting her ears. "I'll tear your mouth apart first," Heidi hissed. Her blue eyes flickered. This time, she did not grab the things around her with her will. She was fixing her eyes on Mo Fan, attacking him directly with her will. The ability to mind 3 things meant that not only she was able to split her will into 3 to cast 3 different spells simultaneously, but it also meant her mental strength was several times stronger when she was fully focused. The will was invisible. It was a strong mental force, as quick as a glimpse and as powerful as a godly weapon. Mo Fan was a space mage, too. There was no way he would miss such a deadly force coming at him. To his surprise, not only was the woman's will slashing at him like an axe, it was binding him to the spot. His body was trembling under the enormous pressure, and he could not even budge. It was meaningless for a person to run away on foot when a huge mountain was collapsing onto them. It was the scariest thing about being bound to the ground under pressure. Mo Fan had experienced it when he was facing the dreadful Curse Cerberus and the Scorpion Lord Medusa. "So it's possible to seal off a target's movement when one's will is strong enough," Mo Fan murmured. Either way, the woman's mental strength and cultivation of dimensional magic were significantly stronger than his own. He was able to learn a few things from her mind lock and will slash attack. That being said, Mo Fan was not completely helpless against it. He had prepared something in advance and injected it into her alluring body when he realized how outstanding the woman's mental strength was. It was none other than the evil dark material. Rebelling shadow. Mo Fan didn't move, not even trying to dodge the axe of will. He would like to see if his rebelling shadow was quicker at slicing her throat than her will was in hitting him. He did not even bother to defend himself, since he did not have any defensive spells that would come in handy. The dark material silently flew out of Heidi's back. It was as faint as a mist, but as more of the seeds of darkness sprouted, the dark material grew thick enough to form a demon shadow resembling her. The black shadow attached to Heidi's back. Its slim hand curled around Heidi's long, pale neck, while it placed a dagger on her skin. Despite having Heidi's noble and elegant silhouette, the demon shadow suddenly sprouted an eerie grin. If the demon shadow successfully slit its target's throat, it would return the commander-level soul remnant to Mo Fan. Mo Fan stood there waiting, the same eerie grin on his face. Heidi never thought her own shadow would threaten her life. She shivered in fear when she felt the cold touch on her neck. That's right, the guy has double innate elements. The fire, lightning, and space elements aren't the only elements he has. If Heidi withdrew her attack right away, she could easily defend herself and get rid of the rebelling shadow with the speed and strength of her will. It was why Mo Fan was being so fearless. He firmly believed Heidi would withdraw her attack to defend herself. Let's see who's quicker, then. Heidi's eyes glittered as she uttered the words firmly. Heidi did not withdraw her will. The rebelling shadow needed some time to slit her throat open, and also needed time for her throat to bleed. Meanwhile, her will would reach Mo Fan, who was controlling the rebelling shadow, in the next second, and tear him into pieces. Heidi could take a defensive approach and let the battle continue, but she chose not to. She decided to push both Mo Fan and herself to the edge of the cliff, forcing Mo Fan to withdraw the rebelling shadow and defend himself instead. Either way, she would not forgive the jerk for staining her innocence. F***K. Are you out of your mind? Mo Fan was shocked when he noticed Heidi was not withdrawing her attack. Crazy, the woman is absolutely nuts. She was going to die if he did not withdraw his attack. The rebelling shadow would not just cause her to bleed when it slit her throat, it would also inject the dark material into the wound. If the dark material entered her body through the arteries of her neck, no healing magic could match the rate her life would drain away. Chapter 1474. I'm a well-behaved Studen. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was not even anything serious. Does she really have to go this far? Mo Fan would not slit a person's throat for no reason. Even if the woman was being unreasonable, it was unnecessary to fight her to death. However, if he withdrew the rebelling shadow, the woman's will was most likely going to leave him full of holes. He was getting a huge headache. Consider yourself lucky. Mo Fan clenched his teeth and withdrew the rebelling shadow. He knew he had to behave since he was still at a foreign school. On the other hand, Heidi smiled in victory. Her blue eyes shifted slightly, and her will swept past Mo Fan at an insane speed. Mo Fan did not defend himself. He could not do anything but watch the will daggers flying past him. Heidi was not serious about tearing him to pieces, and they only left a few cuts on him. It was nothing serious. Mo Fan felt the wounds burning. He grinned as he watched his blood pouring out from the cuts and dripping into the river. Are you pleased now? Mo Fan lifted his gaze and harumphed coldly. I'm the one that spared your life, Heidi said sternly. She was displeased by Mo Fan's tone. I wouldn't have gone easy on you if you were my enemy. Mo Fan sniffed back at her. Aren't you going to apologize at all? Heidi grunted. I'll say sorry twice, and you will let me see your body again to make it even. Mo Fan replied. You're unbelievable. Heidi was about to explode. Her will hummed in the air, as if she was going to raise the whole place to the ground. Mo Fan did not back down, either. The flames engulfing him soared into the clouds and set the sky ablaze. All right, that's enough. Stop it, will you? A middle-aged woman in a peach gold magic robe standing on the waterfall shouted out. Mo Fan looked at the waterfall and saw a gorgeous woman descending from the top of the waterfall, white wings on her back. The water splashing into the air from the fierce waterfall was kept half a meter away from her. She glided down onto the river, landing softly on a boulder sticking out from the water right between Mo Fan and Heidi. She first looked at Mo Fan with a gentle smile. Her crow's feet were quite obvious. I believe this is a misunderstanding, the woman in the peach gold robe began. You were up there for so long. I thought you were going to say something more practical, Mo Fan said in displeasure. He had sensed her presence long ago. She was obviously a mentor of the Alps Institute. Even the unreasonable Heidi brought her hands together and bowed slightly to the woman. The duels between young students are the most spectacular shows for us. Why would I interfere with it? The mentor answered him. Miss Elan, why would a person like him show up in Alps Institute? Heidi demanded to know. We invited him here. Pearl Institute demonstrated extraordinary talents during the World College Tournament. We are hoping to learn a thing or two from the ancient civilization from the East. In return, we invited their mentors and students here for an exchange. They are our guests. Heidi, let's not make things difficult for them, Selan replied. I won't trouble the others. As for him, Heidi insisted on fighting Mo Fan to the death. There's something wrong with you. The waterfall is obviously a trial that anyone can challenge. You assumed that the cave was safer than your room, so when I went into the cave, I saw you. One more word and I'll swear you're going to disappear from this world right away. Heidi snarled coldly. How could she possibly let the others know the scum had seen her naked body? She would not allow him to tell anyone about it. You've said the same thing half a dozen times, but I'm still very much alive, Mo Fan scoffed back. Miss Selan, why don't we let them have a showdown here? I bet it's going to take them some time to decide the winner. Let's head to the bridge and enjoy some tea there. Professor Lee came walking over. His shoes were touching the water, yet he was not sinking at all. I agree, Selan smiled. I've had enough, Li Shimei, hurry up and treat my injuries. Mo Fan jumped to the bridge. Edith and Cheryl felt like they had finally gotten their revenge after seeing Mo Fan's bleeding wounds. Mo Fan could not care less about what the women were thinking. He could not even tell if they had purposely set him up. He had paid such a huge price just to take a few glances at a woman's naked body. I'm not a healer, Li Shimei replied with raised eyebrows. Really? Why did we even bring you here? Mo Fan said. No one knew you were going to start a fight right away. Li Shimei protested. I'll treat your injuries. It's just a few minor wounds. My disciple didn't really mean it. Selan came up to Mo Fan. A white healing spirit appeared on her palm. The healing spirit flew toward Mo Fan and circled about him. His wound started healing rapidly. The injuries were not serious, but his clothes were ragged and covered in blood now. He felt extremely uncomfortable. If every student in your school is a gangster like her, I think it's better for me to go back to the city, Mo Fan said. It's almost dark, you will have to consume a lot of energy to reach the city in time. Come, I can tell how meddlesome you are. I believe Alps Institute is perfect for you, Selan smiled. Miss, it's very weird for you to say so. I've always been a well-behaved student. I was almost qualified for the school's scholarship. If you don't trust me, feel free to ask Professor Lee and Professor Zheng, they know about my achievements at Pearl Institute, Mo Fan said piously. Mo Fan, I'm afraid it's difficult to testify to that, Professor Lee responded. Mo Fan was well-behaved? He was the Pearl Institute's Demon King, who would beat the crap of anyone that he felt to be an eyesore. He had taught almost every student at the top of the rankings a lesson. He even challenged every new student during the opening ceremony, and challenged an entire faculty branch. Did he really have the guts to describe himself as well-behaved? The younger a person was, the more shameless he would be. Forget it, I won't be fussed about a crazy woman. Let's go inside, I'm starving, Mo Fan sighed. I've already prepared some delicacies. I believe it will change your impression of the Alps Institute, Selan said with an inviting gesture. Heidi did not dare misbehave in front of Selan. She could only glare at the back of Mo Fan's neck. Chapter 1475. The Vegetarian School. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan seriously thought he had been set up by Miss Selan. She clearly mentioned that his impression of their school was going to change after dinner. She was absolutely right, Mo Fan's impression of Alps Institute could not be any worse after dinner. These vegetables, bread, and vegetable soups, F***, give me some meat. Mo Fan was about to lose his mind. Since he was injured, he was looking forward to eating some meat to replenish his blood and aid his recovery. To his surprise, Alps Institute turned out to be a vegetarian school. Apart from the female students with their pale, tender, and juicy skin, there was no sign of meat at all. The Alps had a lot of readily available ingredients to prepare some exotic delicacies, but there was a huge sign on the canteen's door stating that every little creature on the mountain was the most adorable little elf. They would be blessed with good luck if they stumbled into the creatures, but if they brought any harm to the creatures, they would find themselves in misfortune. I'm utterly impressed by you guys. You don't eat any meat, so why are your students as tough as nails? Mo Fan said to Silan. Silan was a typical cunning old fox. She would reply gently regardless of the sarcastic comments Mo Fan was throwing at her. It felt like his words did not mean anything, like he was punching some cotton. We just put all our attention on cultivating. Seeing how hot-tempered you are, you should actually consider staying here and cultivate for a few months. I believe your demeanor would change significantly after a few months. Why do you think people always think of our students as sacred as a snow lotus herb on Chenchan Mountain? It's because of our unique management and our determination to eat vegetarian as a way to respect nature. We are friendly, but we aren't timid, Silan said seriously. The wrinkles on her face stood out when she smiled, but she did not seem to be bothered by them at all. Silan is right. Our Pearl Institute is located in a busy city. The KTVs, food stalls, and bars are within reach, and are distractions to the students. Those that do not have a firm heart are going to lose their way. We should really be learning from you guys by establishing a new school on Bayou Mountain. We'll let the new students spend some time among the verdant hills and limpid water to train their hearts before they set foot in society, Professor Jing nodded. He actually admired Alps Institute's approach. Wow, Professor Jing, do you seriously mean that? I don't think it's a bad thing for the school to be located amid feasting and pleasure-seeking places. Didn't they used to call me the little prince of nightlife, who was extravagant and dissipated? Well, I still made it to the national team after I decided to take my cultivation seriously. Meanwhile, this school's approach is forcing its students to undergo ascetic practice like a monk. It's going to cause a backlash soon, Zhao Manyang said disapprovingly. There are different ways of doing it, but being vegetarian is a little overdoing it. Professor Li loved eating meat and drinking alcohol, too. The reason why he was reluctant to come here was because he knew the school was vegetarian. It was truly a struggle. Not only are they vegetarian, they didn't even use any oil in their cooking. Silan, I've indeed learned a lot today. Can you please send 2 students that are slightly normal to escort us down the mountain tomorrow morning? Mo Fan had enough of this. Who said the place was a paradise for men? Paradise my ass. It was true that most of the students were fair-skinned and beautiful, and possessed of a sacred temperament, yet they were all proud as peacocks. They assumed all men in the world were vile and filthy. He wondered which brainless leader of the school had brainwashed them that way. What year was it? Even the monasteries had Wi-Fi nowadays, yet this place did not even have mobile signal coverage. He could not help but wonder if he had gone back to the Middle Ages. Mo Fan, stop complaining so much, we still have to stay here for the exchange program that lasts for a month. We can't just leave tomorrow, Professor Zheng sighed. A month? Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang blurted out. Didn't they say they were going to pay a quick visit as a part of the official procedures? How did it suddenly become a month now? What kind of joke was this? Not eating meat for a month was worse than being banned from having sex for a month. Mo Fan, one of the magistrates, is from Alps Institute. She was the one that planned the exchange program, so we can't leave yet. If you do well in the program, you might leave the magistrate with a good impression. It's going to help you with the trial, too. Professor Zheng encouraged him. A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shoe, Mo Fan replied. Very well, if you are leaving tomorrow, we'll be going back to our country, too. Whatever happens here is none of our concern, Professor Zheng said. Professor Zheng, I thought you were different from Professor Li, the kind that cares a lot about their face, Mo Fan said. What did you say? Professor Li immediately cried out. He pointed at Professor Zheng and said, how dare you compare him with me? Old Li, what do you mean by that? Wasn't I just following the instructions from the school? Professor Ving grunted. All right, calm down, let's not argue any further. We've already agreed that the exchange is going to last for a month, so no one is going to leave any time soon. Mo Fan, don't be so stubborn. I know about the situation between you and the Holy Judgment Court. We are willing to lend you a hand. We don't believe you would murder an innocent Golden Sun Knight, Selan said. I believe that too. There's no way he is strong enough to murder a Golden Sun Knight of the Parthenon Temple, Heidi said. She had an unusual demeanor. She did not necessarily place herself above the common populace, nor was she incompatible with the rest of the students. How did you manage to peel the potatoes until they are so smooth and tender? The chefs here must be very skilled. Mo Fan picked up a cooked, unseasoned potato slyly. Heidi did not understand what Mo Fan was alluding to at first, but she eventually remembered Mo Fan had seen her naked after a second thought. She immediately blushed in anger. The silver plates on the table started trembling and rattling. Heidi, mind your temper. The loud rumble of the waterfall couldn't disturb your mind, yet you have failed to stay calm after a few words from Mo Fan. I have now decided that you will accompany our guests at all times during the exchange, and you are not allowed to use any offensive spells without my permission, Selan said to Heidi sternly, frowning. Selan had a rule: no presence of magic was allowed when they were eating. They must be respectful to the food, it was an inviolable gift from nature. Heidi had lost her calm after being provoked by Mo Fan, making her lose control of her will for a moment. Yes, Miss Selan, Heidi immediately lowered her head, knowing that she had broken Selan's taboo. Very well, it's a kind of training for you, too. You are now strong enough, those below the super level don't stand a chance against you, but don't forget, not all enemies are going to fight you head on. Some of them might say things or use dirty tricks that are 10 times or 100 times worse than Mo Fan's words. If you can't stay calm, your dimensional magic will be broken through easily, Selan chided her. Selan was quite friendly, gentle, and controlled to others, but she was a strict mentor when it came to Heidi. I will keep it in mind, teacher, Heidi nodded. Her anger slowly dissipated. She did not say a further word. She enjoyed the vegetable soup, regaining her elegant demeanor. Mo Fan remained smiling, but Heidi insisted on not looking at his annoying face. Otherwise, she might lose her calm again. Miss Selan, you are strict on your students' deportment, too. It is true that a student's behavior could reflect the inequalities and teachings of a school. Regarding this, Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang have indeed smudged Pearl Institute's reputation. We should be ashamed, Professor Li said. Li Shimei and Mu Bai chuckled after hearing those words. Professor Zheng was pretty amusing. In my opinion, Pearl Institute emphasizes more freedom and allows the students to cultivate in a relaxing environment. That way, the students are able to display their talents as they please. It is expected to have a few students that are like untamable wild horses, but they also provide the school with a lot of energy, Selan replied courteously. Are you done fawning upon one another? Mo Fan grunted. We are actually speaking the truth, Selan replied easily. Indeed, Professor Zheng nodded. Professor Zheng, I seriously think that even though you are not frivolous when talking and joking, you are really the same kind of person as Professor Li. I now understand why you two are the most famous couple at our school. Mo Fan huffed. Mo Fan, do you really think I don't dare to beat you up? Professor Li glared at Mo Fan. Forget what I said. Here, let's enjoy some vegetables. Mo Fan shoved a small broccoli into his mouth. As he thought, the broccoli was only cooked in water. They did not even put any salt on it. The taste was so strange that it felt like he was eating grass. Mo Fan was on the verge of losing his mind, especially when he realized that he would be staying here for a month. Why did he bother to believe in Zhao Manyan's nonsense that they had come here to treat the students with love and tenderness? The female students went to bed very early at night. Even though the buildings, built in the style of structures from the Middle Ages, were brightly lit, there was no sign of any students in their sexy uniforms in the corridors, the halls, and the leaf-covered paths outside the buildings. Alps Institute did not accept only Swiss students. As a matter of fact, there were not many Swiss in the school. It recruited its students from all over the world, regardless of their nationality and race. They were a family as soon as they joined Alps Institute. The school was like their country, and the Alps was their religion. Chapter 1476. Eating Wild Game. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A long howl echoed on the snowy mountain under the starry sky. The icy blue-furred Flying Creek snow wolf sprinted along the edges of the mountain. He howled like an emperor, declaring his dominance over the night and the snow after he reached the top. Mo Fan hopped down from the Flying Creek snow wolf. He took out a small knife to clean the hare he just hunted while setting up a fire with his other hand. The snow melted quickly under the heat of the fire. However, Mo Fan could not care less about it. He took out some seasonings and quickly sprinkled them on the hare. Its flesh soon emitted a pleasant aroma. The golden yellow oil dripped into the fire from the half-cooked meat, whetting Mo Fan's appetite. "Old wolf, go catch a few more," Mo Fan told the Flying Creek snow wolf. The Flying Creek snow wolf enjoyed staying on the mountain. 3,000 meters of altitude served as a boundary line. Most areas above that height were completely covered in snow, and a huge portion of the Alps was above it. The Flying Creek snow wolf immediately turned into a joyful husky as he sprinted freely along the beautiful white valleys, snowy hills, and spectacular peaks. "Mu Bai, I have to say that I'm impressed, you actually brought your own seasonings." Zhao Manyang took out a huge bottle of Sprite that he had bought before coming to the mountain. He also took out a few cups that he swiped from the school and filled them with the soft drink. "I've spent a lot of time in the wild. I normally bring them along in my bag. I didn't think they would come in handy this time," Mu Bai explained calmly. Mu Bai had been in the wild frequently over the years. He could not afford to eat dried jerky all the time. He would occasionally hunt some wild game and put some seasonings on them to make them more edible. The Alps Institute is seriously the most King impressive school I've ever been to. No mobile coverage, no Wi-Fi, no little grocery stores, there is nothing but mountain springs and vegetable soup. I'm about to starve to death. Zhao Manyang cursed. I seriously don't know why they are so proud of themselves, like they are living in a sacred land. It's no different than staying in prison, Mo Fan grumbled in agreement. I'm seriously going to lose my mind if I stay here for a month. By the way, we must teach those two B*****Chase a lesson. They seriously think they can just bully us as they please. Zhao Manyang said. I find them to be an eyesore, too. By the way, why did you end up in a fight with Heidi after going into the cave? Mu Bai snapped the hare's leg off and munched it. She wasn't wearing any clothes. I saw it all. Speaking of which, her body is really hot. I thought she was a statue at first, Mo Fan said. Holy crap, why do you always get to enjoy the good things? If I knew there would be such an open-minded woman in there, I would have gone too. I don't think the waterfall is going to stop me, Zhao Manyang was anxious. He regretted not taking the challenge. Heidi was very attractive, she had a tall nose, sapphire blue eyes, small and fleshy lips, and with her curly ash-brown hair, it was not exaggerating to call her an angel. Zhao Manyang was already drooling when he heard Mo Fan had seen the girl naked. Let's discuss the other two first, Mu Bai said. Right, Cheryl and Edith, those cunning B****Chase. I swear I'm going to make them kneel down and sing Conquer. Did you see the food they gave us? It's no different than pig feed. Only Shi Junqing kept saying it was delicious. I don't understand, is that guy a dog? Why is he still fawning upon them after how they treated us? He would surely be a traitor if he was born in the ancient times. Zhao Manyang swore. Cheryl and Edith clearly knew Heidi always trained in the cave, yet they did not say a single word about it. Mo Fan was injured because of it, and his wounds were still hurting. Mo Fan was a vengeful person. He would not forgive them, even if they were women. Trying to set him up? HMPH, the last person that tried to do so was a red cardinal called the Cold Prince, but he was now counting down the days he could live in the VIP room of the Holy Judgment Court prepared for the criminals that were sentenced to death. How dare those two girls whose hair was not fully grown yet get them into trouble? Mo Bai, I know you've brought a lot of things, did you bring any knockout drops? Zhao Manyang asked. Mo Bai's eyes widened. He said angrily, who do you think I am? Why would I have something like that? I saw a pharmacy when I was taking a stroll back then. I don't know how to mix the drug. Do any of you know how to do that? Mo Fan asked. I know how to do it, but isn't that a little excessive? Mo Bai whispered. What excessive? They were treating us like dogs from the countryside the moment we set foot into their school. The look in their eyes and their tones, as if they're the only clean and sacred people in the world, and everyone else is nothing but trash. I will not tolerate it, even if you can, Zhao Manyang said angrily. Zhao Manyang loved women, especially the pretty ones with alluring figures, but it did not necessarily mean he liked these self-important B*******s who kept looking down at them. They were going to be here for a month. If they did not teach those two girls a lesson, the girls might bully them again. Knockout drops are crossing the line. Let's wait for another chance, we must teach them a lesson. Mo Fan shook his head. He agreed that it was a little immoral. I didn't say we were going to do anything to them. We just need to put some fake blood on their bedsheets to scare the shit out of them, Zhao Manyang said. Forget it, we shouldn't be that fussed with those two women, Mo Bai said. Zhao Manyang did not know how to mix drugs. Meanwhile, there was not even a grocery store within a few dozen kilometers, let alone a drug store. He had no choice but to give up on the thought and focus on enjoying the delicious meat of a wild hare. A long and piercing siren suddenly went off on the snowy mountain. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mo Bai were munching the delicious meat to cleanse away the disgusting food they had for dinner when they noticed a dozen pairs of milky white wings surrounding them. A bunch of mages in white uniforms landed before them. One of them with thick brows came forward and frowned when she saw the grilled wild hare. We received a report that someone is endangering little creatures on the mountain. I believe you were told not to harm any living creatures on the Alps when you set foot in here. You three will come with me, the disciplinary teachers will punish you accordingly, the Mage ordered, very displeased. Zhao Manyang exploded in rage. He pointed at the Mage and grunted, F***K me, we're just hunting some wild game for food, are you being serious now? Do you really think the whole mountain is yours? It's not like we are eating in the school. Take your hand back. Otherwise, I'm going to assume you're resisting arrest. We won't be going easy on you, the Mage said coldly. Just bring it on. If any of you can touch a single strand of my hair, I'm willing to be called your grandson. Zhao Manyang yelled. He had had enough of this. Old Zhao, let's calm down, Mo Fan quickly advised. He smiled at the Mage and said, we'll go back ourselves. There's no need to complicate things further. We won't make things difficult for you if you're willing to cooperate, the Mage said. Chapter 1477. Revenge Plan. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The disciplinary office was located in a faint blue castle-like structure at the mountain's waist. It was where the patrolling Mages had come from. They were responsible for the safety of Alps Institute, including punishing the students that broke the rules. It was already late at night. Mo Fan, Mo Bai, and Zhao Manyang stood outside the wall of the building, which was built pebbles. The Mage with thick brows had wrapped the half-eaten roasted wild hare with a piece of cloth. The culprits had been caught red-handed. They had met the teacher in charge of the disciplinary office during dinner, a gorgeous beauty whose age was around Heidi's. She was quite charming, but she had an icy and strict demeanor, like the killer nun. She was wearing a short hemp robe, her limbs covered tightly with different kinds of fabric. Her neck was covered by the collar of the hemp robe. She was wearing gloves and long boots, and her face was covered by a faint veil. Her attractive eyes projected an icy stare. It was impossible to see any of her skin, apart from her forehead. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang had already discussed this woman called Brianka. She must have been hurt deeply before to wrap her body so tightly. None of them thought they would fall into her hands so soon. They were the ones that were going to be hurt instead. We rarely have guests that don't respect our rules at all. Brianka's voice clearly displayed her grudge against the three. We were outside the school's territory, Zhao Manyang said. The rule says you are not allowed to hurt any little creatures in the Alps. Brianka said in an aggravated tone. The Alps extend throughout several countries. Don't you tell me they have to follow your rules, too. I thought you would be repenting by now. I didn't expect you to be finding an excuse for your offense instead. Brianka stepped forward, her heels tapping rhythmically on the slabs. The other patrolling mages quickly backed away. Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang were utterly speechless. Why did she condemn them like they had murdered someone, when they were just eating a roasted wild hare? Was this place really the Alps Institute, instead of a mental hospital with a bunch of mad women? Miss Brianka, I'm really sorry for troubling you again. Professor Li and Professor Xing had quickly come over. Li Shimei and Shi Junqing were with them, too. Li Shimei looked at the three being surrounded, while Shi Junqing was gloating over their situation. A while later, Heidi, Edith, and Cheryl, who had been asked to stay with Mo Fan and the others, arrived too. Mo Fan noticed Edith and Cheryl exchange glances with one another with a hint of gloating. It was very likely that they were the ones that had reported the three. Mo Fan was seriously disgusted by their behavior. They did not explain the rules clearly to Mo Fan and the others, most likely because they were looking forward to seeing them get in some sort of trouble. Mo Fan had already tried to withhold his anger toward the two women after the encounter with Heidi. To his surprise, the two were not yet done. If he did not teach them a lesson, his surname would no longer be Fan. Miss Brianka, I believe they aren't familiar with the rules yet. They thought the rules only applied to the school's territory instead of the entire Alps, so I believe we won't have to punish them this time. Silan came over and advised them. Rules are meant to be obeyed. It doesn't matter if they are students of this school or other schools, Brianka said. What would the punishment be? Mo Fan asked. Forced into confinement for half a month. Brianka replied. It doesn't matter if we are under confinement, your school is like a prison on a mountain with a graceful environment anyway. By the way, will you serve us meat during confinement? Mo Fan asked. Are you provoking me now? Brianka retorted, her gaze sharp. Mo Fan, forget it, and just apologize to them. They won't be fussy about it, Professor Xing said. Yeah, they have their rules here, we just need to obey them while we are here. The hassle continued until the latter half of the night. Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang were finally released back to their rooms, but their sleepiness was long gone. They sat in the library coffee bar. Zhao Manyang angrily paced up and down by the window and cursed, I've never felt so humiliated in my life before. They King asked me to apologize to a hare. Apologize my ass. It can't just end like this. We must teach those two Chase a lesson. Mo Fan was infuriated whenever he thought of Cheryl and Edith's cunning smirks. I told you to drug them, but you two kept saying it's inappropriate. Zhao Manyang was extremely mad. That's going too far. Besides, if they reported us to that killer nun again, they could easily find us guilty. It won't be as easy as apologizing to them if we are caught again. They are surely going to punish us severely. After all, they are a bunch of women's rights activists. Mu Bai, do you know how to make an aphrodisiac instead? Mo Fan whispered. Mu Bai was startled. He blurted out, what are you thinking? Don't get me wrong, just a minor amount will do. We'll put it into their vegetable soup at lunch. Aren't they supposed to accompany us during the afternoon? We'll let them follow us around while their bodies are heating up. Wouldn't it be a pleasant sight to see them rubbing their legs while they are walking? Mo Fan said. Ha ha ha, that's brilliant. Zhao Manyang immediately burst out laughing. Mo Fan, you're truly the shameless one. That way, they won't catch us red-handed, and they will have to bear the torture themselves. It's hard to say if they can bear it or not, Mo Fan said. Ha 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 ha. Their evil laughter echoed throughout the coffee bar. Although Mubai did not burst out laughing, he had agreed to mix the aphrodisiac. He could control the amount of the drug to prevent anything from going wrong. They were just teaching those two women a lesson, just so they would leave them alone. In the morning, they attended a lecture given by a reputable teacher in the school. The spacious hall was seated with energetic young women, and due to their good living and dietary habits, their skin was as fair as snow and lustrous as jade. As a result, almost every student at Alps Institute was a gorgeous beauty. They had to keep a strict bearing at all times. They all had an elegant and noble temperament. Apart from the unreasonable rules of the school, the place was indeed like a paradise to watch, particularly for men. The same people were there around lunchtime. Mubai started to feel a little nervous while he was in his seat. As a matter of fact, it was his first time committing such a despicable act, so he was feeling a little guilty still. As the saying went, those that laid down with dogs would rise up with fleas. If he kept hanging around with people like Mo Fan, he would eventually turn into a rascal too. "We are serving tomato soup today, enjoy." A student wearing a white apron carried a tray over and gave everyone a bowl of tomato soup in order. Alps Institute had to do everything in order, including the distribution of food. Therefore, it was very easy to put the drug into certain people's servings. Cheryl and Edith sat in the 8th and the 9th seats. It was impossible for Mo Fan to poison the food on the table, as a few super mags were seated at the table. They could easily see through his tricks, so he decided to carry out his plan before the soup was served. "Mo Fan, there's a vacant seat in the middle, you sure you got it right?" Zhao Manyang whispered. "Don't worry, I've counted it," Mo Fan said. "That's good to know." The soup was served one by one. Mubai was getting even more nervous. He felt more nervous than when he killed a commander-level creature for the first time. Meanwhile, Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang were calmly enjoying their soup. They seemed very experienced with things like this. "Miss Brianka, you're here. I thought you were busy dealing with some matters," the female kitchen helper said to Brianka with a charming smile. I was able to settle them quicker than I thought." Brianka sat down on the vacant seat. "We have your favorite tomato soup for today." The kitchen helper placed the 8th bowl of tomato soup in front of Brianka. Mo Fan, Mubai, and Zhao Manyang's eyes widened simultaneously. They all stared at the bowl of soup. My heavens, that soup was loaded with something extra. "Give me 2 portions, Brianka told the kitchen helper. "Sure, right away, we've prepared extra servings today." "Take this bowl too, I'll go get some more later." "Senior sisters, please bear with me for a second," the kitchen helper said. "It's fine, Miss Bianca stayed up late last night because of some people who aren't willing to obey the rules. She definitely needs the extra bowl of soup," Cheryl said. The 2 bowls of soup were placed in front of Brianka. She did not seem to notice anything unusual. She took off her gloves, revealing her fair, lustrous skin, and slowly enjoyed the soup. "Oh mama!" Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mubai felt like they were about to explode. They were told that Brianka was the most talented mage in Alps Institute had seen for the past 30 years. Her cultivation might even surpass some of the old professors. She was truly an expert living in seclusion in a sacred land. The only person that was comparable to her was Heidi, but Heidi was still a student, so her cultivation was clearly weaker. "Mo Fan, what is it? Why is your face so pale?" Silan asked in concern. She was seated opposite Mo Fan. "Ah, nothing, the soup tastes as bad as I thought," Mo Fan blurted out. Brianka slowly lifted her gaze and looked at Mo Fan with a frown. The soup was her favorite dish, but Mo Fan just described it as horrible. Was he intentionally stirring up trouble with her? After lunch, the first thought that crossed Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mubai's mind was to pack their stuff and run as far away as possible. Once the drug's effects were done, Brianka was surely going to skin them alive. Even Professor Li and Professor Jing would have trouble stopping her. Chapter 1478. Remains on the Icy Mountain. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Bai, will the effects double if she eats both bowls of soup? Zhao Manyang asked softly. What did you say? Mu Bai was having a headache too. The drug would go into effect in about an hour. Hopefully, Brianka was alone in her room when the time came. That way, she could just take a rest, assuming she was feeling a little sick, but if she was outside, it was difficult to imagine what was going to happen. Mu Bai, hurry up and get some antidote, we'll find a way to have Brianka drink it. The woman is clearly the unreasonable kind. She wasted half-hour night over a roasted hare. If she knew we were trying to drug her, wouldn't she skin us alive? Mo Fan said. Silan was Heidi's mentor, so obviously she was very strong. Brianka's position was on par with Silan's, indicating that she also possessed great strength. The three of them had no chance of surviving against her. Since when is there an antidote for an aphrodisiac? It's just a kind of catalytic hormone, it's not poison, Mu Bai said. We are screwed. Goodness gracious me. Zhao Manyang felt his scalp turning numb when he thought of Brianka. Pack your stuff, it's time to leave. Mo Fan said. They did not dare to stay any further. They quickly went back to their room to pack their belongings. Let's split up so we won't arouse any suspicion, Zhao Manyang suggested. It would be very obvious if they left together. If they were on their own, they could still claim they were just taking a stroll. Mo Fan went for the gate in the north. It was the same path they had taken to hunt some wild game on the mountain. Once he crossed the mountain and a huge icebound valley, he could quickly make his way back to Lake Geneva. He would apologize to Professor Li and Professor Zheng once it was over and tell them he could not stand the rules of the school and had decided to go back to the city. He believed Brianka would not bother to chase him down, since it was not something she would want to mention, either. Mo Fan was just about to step beyond the North Mountain Gate when he heard a commanding voice from behind. Hold it right there. Brianka stood on a bridge above an icy lake and stared coldly down at Mo Fan, who was trying to run away. Mo Fan almost broke out in cold sweat. He turned around and looked at the woman's veiled face. Mo Fan had finally seen her face at lunchtime. She was just as pretty as Heidi, her face as perfect as a statue, but in Mo Fan's eyes, she was currently scarier than the Scorpion Lord Medusa. Crap, he was caught in the act. No way, he would never admit it, even if he was beaten to death. It must have been some nutrients that had caused her hormones to go out of balance. They were not going to cause any harm to her. It had to be some other ingredients that had caused the reaction instead. It had nothing to do with him. Ah, Miss Brianka, what a coincidence to see you here. After hearing your words of wisdom last night, I do realize that I've overdone it. I shouldn't harm the little creatures that are the incarnations of the deities on the mountain. I'm going to the mountain to repent. Mo Fan came up with a perfect excuse. Brianka started walking toward Mo Fan. Every step she took caused Mo Fan's heart to beat even harder. His heart had never pounded so heavily, even when he was facing his beloved Mu Ningxue. I was looking for you, your bracelet told me where to find you, Brianka said. She was holding a little box. Ah, you're looking for me? Is there anything I can help you with? We've really reflected on the matter last night, and I was really thinking of repenting. Mo Fan nodded continuously. It's good to see that you're repenting. I thought you were too stubborn to admit your wrongdoing. Here are the remains of the hare last night. I've burned its remains into ashes. I was planning to bury it on the mountain to cast aside its hatred. You should come with me. Brianka was holding the wooden box carefully. Mo Fan's expression turned extremely complicated. The bracelet! Damn it, they were still wearing the bracelets. These people would know their whereabouts all the time, which meant it was impossible for them to run away. Oh, all right, Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh. It seemed like Mu Bai's unprofessional drug was not effective at all. Brianka looked perfectly fine on the surface, and a long time had passed since she drank the soup. It was a huge relief that she was fine. The drug might have failed because of Brianka's outstanding cultivation, or maybe her body composition was special. Either way, he had clearly dodged a bullet there. He just needed to put on an act and repent on the mountain to get it over with. It seemed like luck was not on his side lately. He should avoid stirring up trouble and cultivate at the waterfall diligently to improve his mental strength instead. Mo Fan followed behind Brianka as they traveled on the thick white snow. He was greatly relieved when Brianka seemed perfectly fine to him. Our Alps Institute was once an orphanage. An old forbidden mage went into seclusion here. She was hoping that the children of the orphanage could protect ourselves, so she taught the kids magic, but she passed away not long afterward. The orphans had yet to learn how to protect themselves and how to survive in society. To make things worse, a deadly snowfall happened that year. The young children were buried under the snow on the mountain, waiting to die of starvation or frost. When they fell into deep slumber under the snow, the hares, snow foxes, and many other little creatures dug into the snow. Brianka was not as haughty and unapproachable as Mo Fan first thought. She told Mo Fan the origin of Alps Institute and why they cared so much about the little creatures on the mountain. I must admit that the founders did the same cruel things as you did. They ate the little creatures and used their fur to keep them warm in order to survive. They barely made it to spring, and realized the mountain goddess of the Alps had shown them mercy. She was not willing to watch the kids die such a miserable death, so she turned into little creatures to save them. The goddess of the Alps was that kind, she rather sacrificed herself. Since then, we don't want to hurt them, and chose to eat the same diet as them, Brianka said. Mo Fan was a little touched by the story. It seemed like he had indeed broken their taboo. Alps Institute would not be around today if it weren't for these little creatures. I can promise you that I will eat vegetarian for a month, Mo Fan said. We've already asked the students to buy some meat when they go to the town to restock our supply. I'm afraid we don't know how to cook meat, so you will have to cook it yourself. It's true that it's our choice to be vegetarian, so we won't force you to eat the same diet as us. You have your own way of living too, Brianka said. You have my thanks. I apologize for being ruthless and impolite before, Mo Fan said. It seemed like Alps Institute was not as terrible as he thought. Not everyone here was unreasonable. It's fine. I do wonder if our semi-closed approach and rules that forcibly suppress a person's nature is the right. Brianka turned the corner at a wall while she was talking. She suddenly came to a stop and swallowed her words after witnessing something ahead. Mo Fan was a little confused. When he caught up to Brianka, he saw she was trembling. Mo Fan took a step forward, and was shocked to see the gentle snowy slope ahead covered in dead bodies. The snow was white, but the color of blood was garish against it. There were countless carcasses of little creatures, stacked up into an utterly shocking sight under the bright afternoon sunlight. Chapter 1479. A prank? Revenge or Hatred? Translated by Zephized, edited by Aelrianth. A dark blue wind howled across the valley, as sharp as an enormous saber between the heavens and earth, slashing at the snowy mountain. The wind slashed the top of a few peaks nearby in half. Huge chunks of ice began to collapse. The same wind left bizarre marks across the white slope. Mo Fan stood within the wind domain with wide eyes. He could feel Brianka's rage. The spacious mountain, including the highest peak, the steep icy cliffs, the gentle snowy slope, and the clear blue sky were filled with the terrifying dark blue wind. It was blowing so fiercely merely because of Brianka's huge surge of emotion. Mo Fan was terrified. The woman did not even use any magic. Her domain and aura alone had resulted in such incredible damage when she slightly lost control of her emotions. How incredible was this Brianka's cultivation? The blood hasn't permeated into the snow yet. The culprit must be nearby still, Mo Fan said to distract Brianka a little. He realized how important these little creatures on the mountain were to the Alps Institute after hearing the story. She clearly did not expect to witness such an astonishing sight when they had come to bury the ashes of the wild hare. More than 1,000 little creatures had been killed, their carcasses left on the mountain to the north of Alps Institute. It was obviously a provocation to the Alps Institute, an insane action of revenge. Brianka took a deep breath to calm herself down. She almost assumed Mo Fan and his friends had done it to get their revenge at the school when she saw the carcasses. However, she realized that they had been attending lectures at the school for the whole day. They would not have had the time to hunt so many little creatures. Who could possibly do such a thing? It was clearly a blasphemous act to the Alps Institute, a blatant provocation. The culprit has already left, Brianka said. Did you guys offend some maniac lately? Mo Fan asked. It was obviously an act of vengeance. If it was just a prank, the person would most likely only kill a few dozen of the creatures and left their carcasses outside the school's gate. The culprit must have had some strong hatred toward the Alps Institute to kill so many little creatures and stack their dead bodies in the same place. We mostly interact with other schools, we rarely communicate with other factions. Besides, our school is right below the Holy Judgment Court. Even if someone was annoyed by our proud demeanor, they wouldn't dare to do something like this. Brianka approached the slope. Mo Fan went up to the dead bodies and said, I'll cremate these bodies. It's unlikely that we'll find any clues from them. I should just burn them. Otherwise, some students might be terrified when they see it. Oh, I'll take a few photos first. All right. Mo Fan took out his phone and took a few up-close photos. He went to a higher spot and took a photo of the entire place. After he was done, he summoned the meteor Scarlet. Mo Fan's control of the fire element was quite normal before unleashing his domain. As he completed the advanced spell, a meteorite came down from the sky. As the meteor Scarlet flew across the sky under Mo Fan's control, its flames continued to grow from the friction in the air, increasing the spell's area. Mo Fan's Skyflame Funeral would only cover an area of around 200 square meters in the past. If he cast it with the meteor Scarlet, the area would expand to around 300 meters square. If there was more time available, Mo Fan could cast the Skyflame Funeral much higher in the sky. That way, the area of the flames might rise to more than 500 square meters when the meteorite landed. An enemy would have no chance of moving out of its area of effect. Mo Fan cast the Skyflame Funeral. He summoned the meteorite high up in the sky, so the flames would cover a bigger area. The meteor Scarlet landed, melting the snow across the valley immediately. The snow turned into streams flowing to a lower altitude. There was a ravine at the bottom of the slope. After Mo Fan cast the Skyflame Funeral a few times, the water from the melted snow poured into the ravine and turned into a river in the creek. It would eventually reach Lake Geneva. The sturdy layer of rocks under the snow was revealed as the flames continued to burn. Mo Fan realized how thick the snow was. The ground was around 6 meters under the snow. Did you notice something yesterday? Brianka asked. Last night, Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang were secretly hunting wild game on the mountain. The patrolling Mages had found them around midnight. It would take the culprit some time to kill so many little creatures and leave their dead bodies at the same place. It was very likely that the culprit was already doing it last night. I didn't see anyone, but I remember the hare's back leg was already injured when my Flying Creek snow wolf was chasing after it. There was an obvious frozen wound on it, Mo Fan said. There is no way the snowy mountain woolen hare would freeze its own leg. It must have escaped from the culprit, who must be an ice mage, Brianka said. I think we should let the others know, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan and Brianka went back to the school, heading to a castle on the waist of a smaller mountain. Below the mountain was Faerun River, and another 3 kilometers further was Faerun Waterfall. Faerun Castle was mainly used for administration and meeting purposes. Since the Alps were in good order most of the time, Faerun Castle was usually vacant. Headmistress Perry, who was around Ceylon's age, was seated in the sky garden in the castle. She was facing Faerun Waterfall while enjoying her tea. Why would something like this happen? Headmistress Perry flew out of her seat and stared at the photos on Mo Fan's phone. We've taken care of the dead bodies. We didn't want the students to see them, Brianka reported. That's good to know, you've made the right call, Headmaster Perry frowned. She was struggling to think of anyone who would do such a thing. Headmistress, the culprit clearly has a strong hatred toward us. I believe we should seal off the school first to guarantee the students' safety, since they are completely unaware of the danger, Brianka said seriously. Seal off the school? That won't be necessary. It might just be a prank or a natural phenomenon that we have never seen before. After all, it's unlikely that anyone would come and stir up troubles with us, Headmistress Perry said. But Headmistress Perry stopped Brianka before she could speak. The headmistress said, the young Duke of the Casas and the people of the Rhines will be here next week. If we seal the school now, we might lose our best chance to reach a deal with them. You do know that the Casas are our biggest investor in Europe. From what I know, the Casas prefer to invest in the European schools instead. We need sufficient funding to help the new students every year. We have to feed them and provide them with shelter and education. If we do not receive the Casas when they are here, or leave them with a bad impression, we'll have to postpone our plans for years. The rise of the sea level has led to a war against the sea monsters. Many of the students have lost their homes. Brianka was left speechless after hearing Headmistress Perry's order. Alps Institute had no trouble supporting itself. Every student was incredibly talented. They did not have to rely on the renowned clans and factions. However, that was not the reason why the school was established. They were hoping to contribute to society, to show the world what women could do, to distribute the message to other women that they could strive unremittingly, too. At first, Alps Institute was only an orphanage for girls. Before now, they were still helping the female orphans across the world so they could grow healthily. They would also bring the talented ones to Alps Institute and teach them knowledge and magic. However, they clearly needed huge funds for that. They had to protect the little girls who would otherwise struggle to survive in society. They would be bullied, scolded, picked on, and forced into labor without any way to make their voices heard. Headmistress Perry, I believe we should guarantee our students' safety, even if we are going to take good care of the representatives of the Casas. I have a feeling that the culprit is very powerful. The person must be hiding nearby. If the person can be so cruel to the little creatures, I doubt he or she will go easy on the students, Brianka said seriously. Which is why, I hope that you, as the person in charge of the disciplinary office, will settle the matter as soon as possible. It would be best if you can find the culprit before the Casas are here. Miss Brianka, the school's safety is in your hands. You should know that many of our teachers and students have left to visit other schools. The only people I can rely on are you, Celan, Mia, and the others. I hope you will deal with the culprit as soon as possible, Headmistress Perry said. Brianka wanted to say something, but Headmistress Perry stopped her once again. Brianka knew Headmistress Perry was determined not to seal off the school. She was the one that came up with the suggestion to request funding from the Casas, so how could she possibly give up now? If she successfully reached a deal with the Casas, her status in Alps Institute was going to rise significantly. Mo Fan, Miss Brianka, please keep it a secret. I will allocate more patrols. I hope you will keep the poor kids that need our help in mind, Perry reminded them. Brianka nodded stiffly. Chapter 1480. Searching for the Culpri. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan and Brianka left Faerun Castle. He could see Brianka was not in a great mood, but unfortunately, she was not the headmistress. She did not have the power to seal off the school. I have seen a lot of bad people. I can barely consider myself a criminal profiler. It's obviously not just a prank. No one would go so far and kill so many little creatures so brutally just for a prank. The wounds on the creatures and the way the culprit placed their bodies clearly showed the strong hatred the person has. We shouldn't rule out the possibility that the person will target the students, Mo Fan said seriously. Do you really think that? Brianka looked Mo Fan in the eyes. A person with such a strong murderous intent is not the same as us, who were hunting a wild hare to feed ourselves. The person's goal is very obvious. They are basically saying that he or she is willing to go as far as killing the little creatures that your school worships. The culprit is declaring war against your school in a confident and ruthless manner, since the person isn't afraid that you will find out what he or she is up to, Mo Fan replied. Mo Fan could guess what the bad people were thinking after spending so much time around them. Revenge! Mo Fan could smell the rotten scent of the mad culprit. The person was clearly not going to be satisfied with just killing the little creatures. The female students of the Alps Institute would be in danger if they stumbled into that person. Mo Fan believed sealing the school was the right approach. The Alps Institute was incredibly huge. Even flying from the north gate to the south gate would take a long time. On top of that, the school was split into 4 main areas. Faerun School was located in the middle, where the terrain was level. Lanchue School was located in the west, separated by a huge mountain. Wei Etienne School was in the east, where the terrain was the highest, consisting of a few mountains joined by bridges. Holy Judgment School was in the north. They were the closest to Faerun School, but also the closest to the scene where the little creatures were massacred. The culprit possessed remarkably high cultivation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill so many little creatures and gather them in the area before the blood even permeated the snow. Brianka tried using her wind domain to scan the mountain, but she found no trace of the culprit. It was clear that the culprit was no ordinary mage. Sealing off the school was the best approach. They also had to gather all the students in the same school. They could not afford to let them split up, nor could they let them train alone and be on their own. You seem to be quite experienced in dealing with these kind of people, Brianka asked when she realized how plausible Mo Fan's analysis was. More or less. The scum that I've sent to hell could form 2 soccer teams by now, Mo Fan said with a smile. I'm only a teacher that punishes students that break the rules. We do have some bad behaving students, but they are innocent and kind compared to this kind of maniac that slaughtered so many creatures just to provoke us. I'm afraid I will have trouble finding the culprit within a short period of time on my own. Can you lend me a hand? Brianka asked. I can see that you aren't really familiar with the outside world. As an apology for killing the hare, I'll help you find the culprit, Mo Fan said. Brianka's face had been extremely pale when she first beheld the gory sight. She had been holding back the urge to throw up. It was obvious that she had never seen such a brutal sight. She was the kind of mage that cleansed her heart and limited her desires to pursue higher cultivation. She might be in danger if she had to deal with the cunning and cruel culprit herself. Having a high cultivation was not necessarily enough at times. If the culprit kept killing the little creatures or targeted the more vulnerable students, even a forbidden mage could not do anything to stop them if they could not find who the culprit was. It grew dark soon. The day was slightly shorter in the Alps. Mo Fan and Brianka made their way to the dining hall. Brianka did not even have the appetite to eat. She was clearly lost in thought. She could not understand why anyone would kill the little creatures they worshipped in such a brutal manner. On the other hand, Mo Fan was starving. He had been through a lot of situations where brains, blood, and organs were scattered across the place. The recent discovery was nowhere enough to affect his appetite. Miss Brianka, are you feeling not well? Mo Fan pretended to sound indifferent as he asked the question. He still remembered the 2 bowls of soup that were mixed with the aphrodisiac. He was scared that the effects had arrived late. I'm fine, I'm just struggling to believe it, Brianka said. She noticed the strange look in Mo Fan's eyes. She touched her face and said, Do I look like I'm sick to you? Oh, nothing, it's nothing. You should go take a rest. I don't think the person is going to do anything soon, Mo Fan replied. All right, thanks for your help. My pleasure. Mo Fan went back to his room and immediately went to look for Mu Bai. Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang were caught while they were trying to run away, too. They were also wearing the magic bracelet, so Silan knew exactly where they were. They were not dumb enough to say they were trying to run away. They told Silan they were planning to go to the city to enjoy a nice meal, since they could not stand the meals that were served in the school. Is Brianka fine? Mu Bai asked Mo Fan curiously. She wasn't behaving strangely, Mo Fan nodded. Wow, Mo Fan, how shameless are you? You knew she was going to be aroused by the aphrodisiac. Did you follow her to wait for the chance to, tsk, that Bianca is indeed a beauty if she isn't such an unreasonable person? Most importantly, her cultivation is so insane at such a young age. Mo Fan, you won't have to worry about your future anymore if you can settle her. Zhao Manyang leered. I was just worried that she might learn what we had done, so I tried my best to leave a good impression in front of her. Otherwise, she would suspect us right away if she was feeling unwell. We are wearing the magic bracelets, there's no way we can run away. Mo Fan snarled. I see, you're trying to earn her trust. How did it go? Zhao Manyang asked. Something happened in the school. Mo Fan told them about their discovery in the afternoon. Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang were dumbfounded. Mu Bai finally spoke after a while. That's impossible, we were there last night. We didn't see anything at all. How is it possible that the place was full of dead animals the next day? Someone must have done it during the latter half of the night, after we were caught. Everyone was at school in the morning, no one saw it since no one was patrolling, Mo Fan answered. The culprit's cultivation must be very high. It took us great effort just to catch the hare, and the little creatures are sparsely spread across the mountain. The culprit most likely traveled a few dozen, or even up to 100 kilometers, just to kill 1,000 little creatures, Zhao Manyang said. I believe the person is going to target the students, Mo Fan said. It was possible to predict a person's behavior from what they had done before. The culprit completely disregarded the value of the little creatures' lives, meaning that the person would not hesitate to murder humans, either. Chapter 1481. The First Victim. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Even though Mo Fan did not have a good first impression of the Alps Institute, the school was full of girls. He could not just sit and watch after learning that they might end up like the little creatures. Mo Fan, do you still remember the Mother Scale Skin Phantom in the Pearl Institute Stadium? Since then, we've sworn to protect every girl in the world. Isn't this the perfect time for us to step forward, knowing that the students of the Alps Institute are in trouble? Count me in. Zhao Manyang proclaimed, patted himself on the chest. I thought you recently said that you were never going to come back to this school for the rest of your life. Mu Bai promptly teased him. Why are you treating that so seriously? Zhao Manyang answered dismissively. We'll search the vicinity of the school at night. Li Shimei, Shi Junxing, Professor Li, Professor Jing, and the others will worry about the exchange program, Mo Fan said. All right. Mo Fan, are you sure that Miss Brianka is fine? Mu Bai asked. Maybe you got the ingredients wrong, or maybe the herbs here aren't the same. She looks perfectly fine to me, Mo Fan said. That's good to know. The evening lasted for quite a long time. Dark clouds soon shrouded the sky. Some were thin enough for moonlight to pass through, while the others were pitch black. Sister Heidi, are you going training again? A young girl with a basket of flowers in one hand saw the ash-brown-haired Heidi heading toward Faerun Waterfall. Yeah, Amelia, is that snow lavender you're planting? I kept noticing them around the school, Heidi surprisingly smiled back. Her smile was extremely warm. Yeah, it took me quite a long time to plant them. Only a few more spots left until I'm done. Sister Heidi, you must come and check it out when I'm done, Amelia said. Sure. Heidi went to the waterfall. The huge waterfall looked like dragons rising from the lake and soaring into the sky. Its majestic appearance would make anyone fear falling into a bottomless chasm. Heidi stood at the top of the waterfall. The edge of the waterfall's fierce current was less than a meter away from her. She hovered in the air and was able to see the entire irregular crescent shape of the Faerun waterfall. She breathed at a steady pace. She could not afford to let anything disrupt her breathing, especially when she was in dangerous situations. It would cause her will to shatter and dissipate. Heidi hovered close to the edge of the waterfall like a statue for an hour. Her eyes suddenly widened as she focused on the space ahead. A sapphire blue light slowly surrounded her, like the glow of a bright moon. Her gaze sharpened. The waterfall underwent shocking changes. The water was initially pouring down fiercely, but started to flow in the air under her control. The edge of the waterfall was a huge cliff, over which the water would pour into a deep lake. However, it felt as if the river had extended indefinitely out into the air. The water just kept flowing ahead, The water crossed the deep chasm and formed a white bridge in the air. It was now parallel to the river at the bottom of the waterfall, a spectacular and breathtaking sight. The river kept extending, reaching a distance of over 500 meters. The water finally fell from the sky and struck the river under it with a loud splash. Heidi smiled, very satisfied with the outcome of her training. Normally, she would struggle to focus enough to extend the river by 500 meters. It was a sign that her mental strength had improved again. She was aiming to reach the advanced stage of mental strength. With her innate talent to mind 3 things at once, her will would be incredibly powerful once she reached the advanced stage. The Faerun waterfall gradually recovered its usual appearance. Heidi lowered her gaze and noticed the water was a little turbid. The water of Faerun waterfall had always been clean. The source of the waters were a few icy mountains. The ice of the mountains gradually melted, forming the huge river and waterfall. It was unlikely for the water to be polluted. The Alps barely had any presence of mud, either. She looked down and fixed her eyes on the water that was flowing past under her feet. Suddenly, a face whose eyes were almost poked out from their sockets showed up. The face was extremely pale, with 2 obvious wounds on both sides from which fresh blood was pouring out. Most shockingly, the eyes were staring right at Heidi. The face quickly vanished from Heidi's vision in the rapid current of the river. Heidi immediately saw the person's body that was covered in wounds, her clothes that were soaked in the water, and her small, pale feet. Heidi was completely stunned. Her eyes were filled with terror. The sight only lasted briefly. The body went past Heidi's feet and plunged into the chasm under the waterfall before Heidi could react. The water was not turbid. It was mixed with the blood of a corpse that was washing to the bottom of Faerun waterfall by the river. Everything happened so quickly and was so surprising that Heidi completely forgot to use her will to stop the body from plunging into the bottom of the lake. Arth! Heidi's scream immediately tore the quiet night apart. The first person that showed up was Brianka. She summoned a few patrolling mages to retrieve the corpse. Heidi sat on a stone bench in the garden beside the waterfall. She looked battered out of her senses. Her cultivation might be impressive, but she was inexperienced with the real world. It was actually her first time being so close to a dead body, especially when she recalled how it went right under her feet while its eyes were staring right at her, giving her a great fright. She was still trembling in fear even now. When Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai arrived, they heard the patrolling mages yelling. It sounded like they had found the girl whose body had been washed to the bottom of the lake. I actually talked to her not long ago. She happily told me that she was almost done with her work, Heidi said in low spirits. After Heidi calmed herself down, she realized the girl was none other than Amelia, who greeted her right before she went to the waterfall. Amelia was the Alps Institute stylist. The flowers, wall paintings, decorations on the lamps, and flower rings on each door were all her artworks. She was a plant mage. Her cultivation was not that impressive, but she was extremely passionate about art. Every student in the school knew her, they all called her the Faerun's little fairy. She was an orphan. Something terrible had happened to her in the past, but she was full of hope when she came to the school. She was doing something she was interested in and good at, giving Faerun School the best scenery. Everyone in the school liked her. She had a long life ahead of her, and she was kind and diligent. She was going to receive a lot of compliments for her work and find her other half. She would then occasionally visit the Alps Institute together with her kids, who would love flowers just like she did. But her life had come to an end. Heidi and Brianka did not dare to look at the corpse. The girl's body was twisted beyond recognition when it fell to the bottom of the chasm. The patrolling mages shared the same reaction. They too were terrified by the incident. Normally, they would alert the Holy Judgment Court if something like this happened, so they could send someone over to deal with the incident. However, for some reason, the headmistress did not notify the Holy Judgment Court. She even told everyone at the scene not to tell anyone about the incident. "I'll go take a look." Mo Fan looked at the girls and let out a helpless sigh. These girls might have impressive cultivation, but they lacked practical experience, as they rarely visited the outside world. Mo Fan had just lifted the white blanket covering the dead body when Cheryl went up to him and grunted angrily, "What do you think you're doing? How dare you disrespect her when she's already dead?" "Piss off." Mo Fan impatiently rose to his feet and unleashed his aura. Cheryl struggled to breathe properly under the pressure. "Cheryl, back off," Brianka said. "Miss, but he's a shameless." "Silence. Where are your manners? Can't you see he's inspecting the corpse to search for clues? Do you think it's unimportant to find out who the culprit is? Do you think you're being respectful to the dead girl by stirring up a scene here?" Brianka scolded her. Cheryl was stunned. She did not think her teacher would scold her like that. Tears almost poured out of her eyes. Brianka was Cheryl's mentor. She had always been pampered by Brianka, which was why she was so proud and arrogant. Mo Fan gloated in his heart when he saw Brianka scolding Cheryl. He was glad that he had volunteered to lend Brianka a hand in finding the culprit. "We've been patrolling in the area, but unfortunately, the school is too big and there are too many people to look after," Mo Fan sighed. Mo Fan was enraged after inspecting the corpse. There were cuts almost everywhere on the girl's body, her face, back, legs, stomach, shoulders. She was most likely tied up or impaired with magic to prevent her from struggling. She was bleeding slowly and was tossed into the waterfall when she was at the brink of death. She was most likely still alive when she was thrown into the waterfall. She had only died after floating in it for a few minutes. Miss Brianka, can you please check something for me?" "It's not appropriate for me to do it," Mo Fan said. "All right." Brianka went up to the body. She obviously recognized Amelia, and was trying her best not to look at the corpse. Mo Fan went closer to Brianka and whispered into her ear. Brianka was a little surprised, but she remained still as Mo Fan moved close to her. She was feeling uneasy when Mo Fan's hot breath touched her ear. "I hope you won't mind, I just want to confirm something," Mo Fan said. "I understand," Brianka nodded. She crouched slowly and proceeded to check the final thing that Mo Fan had requested. Chapter 1482. Unspeakable Secrets. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Brianka was done fairly quickly. The others had no idea what she was doing. She shook her head at Mo Fan and said she was not raped. The others immediately realized why Mo Fan was asking for Brianka's help. To their disbelief, Brianka actually followed his instructions. How unbelievable! She was tied up for a long time. In cases like these, it is unlikely for a girl not to be assaulted, especially after seeing how strong the culprit's hatred was. Assuming the culprit is a man, I find it hard to believe that a guy who is clearly trying to get his revenge wouldn't take away the second most precious thing from a girl. Oh, some of you might think of it as the most precious thing. Anyway, since he didn't do it, I have a strong feeling that the culprit is a woman, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was from the Clear Sky Hunter Agency and had spent too much time around Lingling. He was actually able to deduce simple clues now. "What are you talking about? How could a girl possibly do something so cruel?" Cheryl said angrily. "Are you retarded or something? I've seen more cruel women than the total number of students in this school." Mo Fan said disdainfully. "Mo Fan, even though I agree with your view, I still think it's possible that the culprit is only trying to get his revenge, without planning to assault the girls sexually." Mu Bai said. "Miss Brianka and I went to the mountain at the north gate. We discovered a huge number of dead little creatures. Their blood had yet to permeate the snow, so Miss Brianka immediately used her wind domain to scan the area, yet she failed to detect any presence of the culprit. Initially, I assumed the culprit to have an insane cultivation, so he was able to leave the scene quickly. However, now that I think about it, it's very likely that the culprit went back to the school straight away. There are only a few men in the Alps Institute, and we are all wearing the magic bracelet. There's no chance we could do something like that without being noticed. If the culprit was a man, he would surely draw someone's attention when he returned to the school. However, if the culprit was a woman, no one would pay any attention to her, Mo Fan said. Brianka recalled the situation at the mountain after hearing Mo Fan's explanation. It was true that the little creatures had died only moments before they arrived. It was unlikely that her wind domain could not detect any trace of the culprit. She even wondered if the culprit was half a forbidden mage. Now that she thought about it, the culprit must have gone back to the school straight away. Mo Fan and Brianka might even have seen the culprit along the way, but since there were quite a lot of students at the north gate, no one had caught their attention. Mo Fan, you're saying that the culprit stayed behind like the brainless bad guys in movies, waiting to be caught by some famous detectives? Zhao Manyang said. You're the one that's brainless. The crazy things that the culprit did clearly indicate that she has a strong hatred of the school. She must be hiding in the school still, and this girl clearly isn't the last victim. Mo Fan said. That's impossible, we've verified the identity of every student in the school. Every outsider that enters the school must wear the magic bracelet, too. The culprit must be an outsider, the patrolling mage with thick eyebrows said. So sealing off the school wouldn't make any difference? Brianka asked. It's unlikely that the culprit is an outsider. To be honest, not many people can avoid being detected by your wind domain too. Besides, judging from the time of the murder, the culprit must have killed the victim in the school too. Mo Fan said. Every super mage was a reputable person. Most of them would hold important positions, like being a councilman, a general, a leader of a renowned clan, or a famous teacher in a school. Even in the Black Vatican, the status of a super mage was almost on par with a red cardinal. Miss Brianka, tell the students not to go anywhere alone, Mo Fan reminded her. Brianka was extremely worried too. Her outstanding cultivation was completely useless in a situation like this. I think we should keep a close eye on you guys instead. These incidents only happened since you came to our school. Edith spoke up. Idiot! Mo Fan cursed. Edith stomped the ground angrily. Cheryl also glared at Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang suspiciously. Meanwhile, the patrolling mage with thick brows spoke up, I believe that's possible, too. I saw two of them trying to leave the school not long ago. Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang's eyes widened. How was that even related to this incident? Stop accusing them without any proof. We should be apologizing to them instead. They have traveled so far to our school, but not only did we fail to live up to our reputation, we still troubled them with such a sorrowful incident, Silan refuted them sincerely. It was already late at night. When Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai went back to their rooms, Professor Li, Professor Jing, Li Shimei, and Shi Junqing ran up to them. Shi Junqing said angrily before the two professors could ask about the situation, can you guys stop meddling in other people's business? They are going to treat us like suspects at this rate. I heard that the Alps Institute has never been merciful with their punishments. They even have the right to sentence someone to death right on the spot. Meddling with other people's business? Do you seriously think your own reputation is more important than finding the culprit who has just killed a student and is going to kill more people soon? Mo Fan hissed. His impression of Shi Junqing was completely ruined. He actually found the man slightly annoying. Mo Fan, I believe you're a full-start hunter master, right? We aren't good with things like this, so can you please lend the Alps Institute a hand on our behalf? Professor Zheng interjected. I'm very disappointed by the school. Shouldn't they report the incident immediately to the Holy Judgment Court, so they can send an expert over to deal with it? Why do I feel like Headmistress Perry is desperately trying to keep the incident a secret? She even told the students and the other schools that the girl accidentally drowned during the trial of Faerun Waterfall, Mu Bai said. She did appoint Brianka to find the culprit within a week, but Brianka is obviously inexperienced in things like this. If the culprit is still in the school, they have no chance of finding her if she's a little cunning, Mo Fan said. Why didn't they tell the Holy Judgment Court? A student has died. Li Shimei said angrily. Professor Zheng sighed. Every school has its unspeakable secrets. As a matter of fact, our school also tries to hide the truth at times. It's necessary to protect the school's reputation, and let the student study with peace of mind. Even though it might sound like we aren't treating the student's safety seriously, we still have to think of the big picture at times. We also try our best to resolve the problems and avoid similar things from happening again. The biggest renowned clan in Europe is going to visit this school in a week. It's obviously very important to the school, even if it's the Alps Institute. Mo Fan, just do your best to help them find the culprit. I believe it's a chance for you to earn the Alps Institute support. It's going to be helpful when you are at the Holy Judgment Court later, Professor Zheng told him. Don't worry, I won't just sit and wait for things like this, Mo Fan agreed. How unforgivable is the culprit daring to treat a young woman so brutally? I, Zhao Manyang, swear to hunt her down, even if it means I won't be eating meat for the rest of my life. Zhao Manyang promised. Chapter 1483. Meeting Li Yu, Coincidentally. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was getting a headache. The Alps Institute was split into 4 schools, each with quite a large number of students. Even the teachers would not recognize every student in the school, so it was easy for an outsider to blend into the students. If only we knew what the person is after, it's unlikely that anyone would do such a cruel thing for no reason, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had the dark material. If he could discover the culprit's aims and whereabouts, it would be extremely easy to deal with the situation once he tagged the person with the dark material. The problem was, Silan, Headmistress Perry, and Brianka did not have the slightest clue who the culprit was. They must be hiding something, Mo Fan muttered to himself. Mo Fan was walking around Faerun School. He did not keep an extra eye on the surroundings before, but he now noticed the school grounds were planted with a lot of snow lavender. These flowers were everywhere, like the sacred snow, something that the girl had been working on diligently for a long time. She was such a lovely girl. What kind of grudge could the culprit be holding against the school to murder an innocent girl in such a brutal way? You shouldn't be walking around on your own. I heard from the patrolling mages that we have to stay in pairs to avoid any trouble during this important time, a girl's voice came down from the stairs of a nearby building. It's fine, she always told me that she had to finish it so that the others could see it. Since she can't complete it anymore, I must lend her a hand. There's not much work left, another girl among the bushes of flowers raised her face and replied. Mo Fan walked closer and soon saw the girl was half kneeling on the ground, busy clearing some weeds. Her milk-white outfit did not have any embroidery, and was fully stretched by her round bottom, leaving not a single wrinkle on it, while her slim waist swayed slightly. Mo Fan was lost in thought upon witnessing the sight. It was common to see such a beautiful sight at the Alps Institute. That being said, why did the girl look so familiar to him? The girl suddenly turned around, as if she noticed that someone was watching her. Her hair was blocking her face and eyes. She naturally moved her hair away, revealing a not overly dazzling, but clean and good-looking face. The girl was stunned when she saw the watcher was a man. After all, it was extremely rare to see a man at the Alps Institute. However, her eyes flickered with surprise when she took a closer look at Mo Fan's face. "Why are you here?" Mo Fan pointed at the girl and blurted out in disbelief before the girl could speak. "I was going to ask the same thing." The girl rose to her feet and smiled. It was the same friendly and gentle smile that she always wore. "Are you studying at the Alps Institute? You never mentioned it to me before." Mo Fan was extremely surprised. "Not long after I met you, I used my savings to travel to different places. I was thinking of visiting the Alps Institute as a tourist when I came to Switzerland, but I didn't know the place was off-limits to outsiders. I wouldn't have been allowed to enter if I hadn't stumbled into a friendly student. When I came, they happened to be looking for a gardener. I decided to stay, since I had pretty much spent all my savings," the girl explained with a smile. "You make it sound so simple, but I know everyone that joins the Alps Institute isn't an ordinary person. You are an open-minded girl, no wonder you can make up your mind that easily. So, are you planning to go back to New York?" "I do like it here. It feels more like home than a noisy bustling city," Li Yui said. "Have you awakened?" Mo Fan inquired. The psychic element, but it feels like I'm not really that talented, Li Yui replied. That's already quite impressive, Mo Fan encouraged her. The world was wonderful indeed. Mo Fan did not think he would meet the girl caught in the incident on a street in New York here at the Alps Institute. He was able to arrest the ice element executioner named Philip with her help. Even though it was a coincidence he met her in the first place, he still had a strong impression of her. The girl might look ordinary, yet she had a special demeanor, like a flower slowly emitting its faint fragrance in a secluded place. The way she could treat everything calmly was something that Mo Fan found quite impressive. Why are you walking around on your own? Don't you feel like an alien here? Li Yui asked. Something bad happened, so I would like to settle it as quickly as possible. I can only roam around aimlessly, since I don't really have any clues at the moment, Mo Fan said. But why do I think your eyes aren't focused on searching for clues? Li Yui said ambiguously, looking at Mo Fan. Mo Fan immediately realized he was caught red-handed checking out on her physique. He chuckled and said, the two don't contradict one another. Is it about Amelia? Li Yui asked. You know about it. Mo Fan was impressed. Headmistress Perry had already sealed off the news. The other students were told that someone had drowned in an accident, but Li Yui sounded like she knew about the reason behind it. She was afraid of water, she never went close to the waterfall. She was even cautious when using a watering can to water the flowers, Li Yui said. I see, Mo Fan was briefly lost for words. He believed it was unwise to tell Li Yui the truth. Someone is trying to get their revenge, right? Li Yui asked. Mo Fan was utterly shocked. He looked at Li Yui, wondering how she knew about it. Your expression told me that. Besides, didn't you say you were looking for clues? Li Yui went on. It's really a struggle to have a conversation with psychic mags like you sometimes, Mo Fan murmured. I wasn't using any magic. It's just a feeling I had, all things considered, Li Yui answered. It was impolite for a psychic mage to read someone's mind without consent. Forget it. By the way, how did you know about the Alps Institute? This school is like an old temple hidden on a mountain. Many mags don't even know it exists. Mo Fan asked. The guy that tried to kill you in New York told me about it, Li Yui answered. The executioner, Philip. Mo Fan blurted out in surprise. He was quite talkative. He liked to share his pain with others. I kept talking to him before you showed up so he wouldn't lose control of his emotions. He told me how he betrayed the Sacred Hall of Liberty and how much he missed his brilliant daughter. His daughter used to study at the Alps Institute, but she later thought the Parthenon Temple was more suitable for her, Li Yui explained. No wonder. You're quite impressive to be able to converse with such a wicked man. That's great, it means you are so kind that you aren't even willing to hurt a wicked person, Mo Fan exclaimed. Mo Fan did not know Li Yui was trying to keep Executioner Philip busy while she was being used as a bait to lure Mo Fan to him. She was indeed an extraordinary girl. No wonder she was allowed to stay at the Alps Institute. I didn't know that guy had a daughter, and she was from the Alps Institute, Mo Fan mumbled to himself. She's already dead. Philip watched her die right in front of him, Li Yui said. You've been here for some time, do you know if anyone has a strong grudge against the school? Mo Fan asked. Li Yui shook her head. What a headache, Mo Fan sighed helplessly. You aren't familiar with things around here yet, right? I'll come with you. Amelia has been planting the snow lavenders for a long time. There are only a few spots left. The culprit must have attacked her at one of the spots. I can guide you to those places, and you might find something useful, Li Yui said. Was she your friend? Mo Fan asked. She was like a little teacher to me. She taught me how to plant flowers while I shared things about the outside world with her. She was quite a fan of my stories, Li Yui answered. Oh, I see, Mo Fan noticed the hint of sorrow in Li Yui's smile. Perhaps she had gotten used to facing everything calmly, so Mo Fan did notice her grief in the first place. Li Yue led Mo Fan to the mountains to the west. However, they did not go far when the patrolling Mage with thick brows showed up with a bunch of other Mages. Mo Fan only learned that the woman with thick brows was the captain of the patrolling squad. Her name was Jessie. Her facial features were a little rough, and she did not have a great temper, either. "What are you trying to do, bringing so many people here? Do you really think I'm responsible for it?" Mo Fan asked with a confused look when he saw the patrol surrounding him. "It's none of your business." Jessie went up to Mo Fan and suddenly reached out her hand to grab Li Yue firmly. Jessie was engulfed by a dark aura. When her hand touched Li Yue, dark chains immediately wrapped around her, leaving her unable to move. Mo Fan was startled. He looked at Li Yue, who looked all confused. She clearly had no idea what was going on. Hold it, why are you doing this to her?" Mo Fan demanded. "We found traces of Amelia's blood on her. Headmistress Perry has ordered us to take her away for interrogation." "As I said, it's none of your business," Jessie said arrogantly. "Are you kidding me? How is she even related to the incident?" Mo Fan said. "We'll decide once we interrogate her. Take her." Jessie ordered the patrolling Mages. "You are not taking her away until you give me a clear explanation. Why are you treating her like she is the culprit?" Mo Fan stood in front of Li Yue, stopping the patrolling Mages in their path. Chapter 1484. The Unreasonable Headmistress. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Come with me we'll talk after meeting with Headmistress Perry," Jessie said. "Free her, she's not going to run away," Mo Fan said. "No way," Jessie insisted. "Mo Fan, forget it. I believe they must have a valid reason to confine me." Li Yue shook her head, signaling Mo Fan not to have a conflict with the patrolling Mages. Mo Fan was infuriated seeing Li Yue being taken away like a criminal. Were most women at this Alps Institute nothing but idiots? Li Yue was just a psychic mage. She might not even be stronger than the girl called Amelia. How could she possibly murder her? Not to mention the impossible task of killing more than 1,000 little creatures on the mountain. Mo Fan had to go with them. The girl had suffered serious injuries in New York. She endured so much pain, and was almost murdered by Philip because of him. He had always been guilty about it, so there was no way he could just sit back and watch now that she was being wrongly accused. When they reached Faerun Castle, Mo Fan noticed that Celan and Brianka were not around. Headmistress Perry was sitting on a square rattan chair, staring at Li Yue, who was being escorted like a prisoner to her. Li Yue stood there quietly. Her temperament did not shift even when she was being treated like a suspect. Envy is truly a terrifying thing. It can rot a person's heart and control their mind and soul, Headmistress Perry said to Li Yue. Li Yue looked at her without refuting it. "Headmistress Perry, can you please tell me why you suspect her of being the culprit?" Mo Fan seriously had no idea what was going on. "It's none of your business. As a student that has come to our school on exchange, your job is to focus on your studies. The Alps Institute will worry about how to deal with the culprit," Headmistress Perry said imperiously. "She's my friend. How is it none of my business?" Mo Fan was enraged. Was this Headmistress Perry brainless, too? She had accused Li Yue without any evidence. Was she thinking of making an innocent person the scapegoat to settle the incident? "You may leave now," Headmistress Perry said coldly. "No way." Mo Fan did not leave. He stood in front of Li Yue. "You might have dominated the World College tournament, but don't you forget that you're nothing to me." Headmistress Perry suddenly rose to her feet. Her aura rose tremendously. Mo Fan felt like Headmistress Perry's figure had suddenly enlarged significantly, crashing onto him like an enormous mountain. He could feel himself trembling. He was struggling to stand straight under the great pressure. Mo Fan did not think Headmistress Perry would pressure him with her aura. The pressure was even more terrifying than the force of Faerun Waterfall. His legs were shaking so much that he was about to drop to his knees on the ground. Mo Fan clenched his teeth, forcing him to remain standing. He glared at the unreasonable Headmistress Perry. Mo Fan had already felt like this Headmistress Perry was far from a good person when he and Brianka told her about the dead bodies on the mountain. The woman was a typical authoritarian without a conscience. She did not really care about the people under her. Her mind was fully occupied with the Casas. Mo Fan, just go, the Alps Institute is known for being just. They won't hurt me, Li Yui blurted out. She panicked a little when he saw Mo Fan struggling to breathe properly under the great pressure. She only joined the school a year ago. We don't know her background and what she's after. Besides, we also found traces of Amelia's blood on her. That alone is enough evidence to prove she's guilty. You are just a student, don't you dare think you can challenge my authority as the headmistress of the Alps Institute, nor can you question my judgment. If you continue to ignore the rules of the Alps Institute and disrespect us, I shall teach you some manners on behalf of the elders of the Pearl Institute. Headmistress Perry grunted. Her voice was like a strong hammer blow in Mo Fan's mind, making him feel dizzy. Headmistress Perry, he's just asking for an explanation. There's no need to go this far, a teacher spoke up. Mo Fan kept holding his ground. He did not back off despite the pressure that Headmistress Perry was applying to him. However, he was already struggling to speak properly. The evidence is definite, and the motive is clear. I have always been fair and just, I have never falsely accused anyone. Li Yui, your sleeve is stained with Amelia's blood. She must have been begging you to spare her life prior to her death, but you didn't. You brushed her hand away and killed her in such a brutal way, but the blood that was left on your sleeves has allowed us to see who you truly are. Headmistress Perry said angrily. Li Yui slowly raised her hand. She stared at a dark blood mark on her sleeve. She had no idea when her sleeve was stained with the blood. You thought your plan was perfect, but you didn't expect our school has a blood-tracking magic artifact. It can track anything that was stained with fresh blood, even if you've already washed it off. No one can get away after committing such an unforgivable crime at the Alps Institute. You will be punished accordingly. Headmistress Perry declared, pointing at Li Yui. Li Yui looked back at Headmistress Perry, not avoiding the woman's gaze. She did not explain herself, not even a single word. She knew from Headmistress Perry's attitude that no matter what she said, the woman would still heap the accusations on her. The cunning woman might even use whatever she said against her. It was meaningless to explain herself when the interrogation was already biased. So this is the Alps Institute? Acting unreasonably, forcing an innocent person to be the scapegoat to settle an incident, while the headmistress abuses her power to force an exchange student to submit to her will. Mo Fan's eyes flickered with anger. He was struggling to breathe and speak from the pressure, yet it did not necessarily mean he was going to give up. Silence. Headmistress Perry was enraged. She did not think the kid would still be able to speak and stand still after she fully unleashed her aura. You are the one that should shut your mouth up, you old hag whose mouth is full of shit. Mo Fan cursed at her. Mo Fan, Li Yui saw blue veins surfacing on Mo Fan's body from the pressure he was under. She could also hear his bones cracking. I wasn't able to protect you in New York, and you were seriously injured because of it. This time, I won't let them harm you. You have my word. Mo Fan promised Li Yui firmly. Li Yui looked at him, a little dazed. She had been alone for so many years. It was her first time being protected by someone with no ulterior motives. Her heart was filled with a warm feeling. Chapter 1485. Indoctrinating Mo Fan. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. How bold of you to utter such disrespectful words as a student. It seems like the Pearl Institute only taught you how to use magic, but they didn't teach you how to respect the elderly. Headmistress Perry took a step forward. As she landed her foot, Mo Fan immediately heard the loud chime of a bell in his mind. He was in such pain that he felt like his head was about to explode. His thoughts were in such a mess that it was extremely difficult to even think. He barely remembered why he was standing here enduring the great torture in the first place. Headmistress Perry's gaze sharpened. She took another step forward. Mo Fan felt like the images around him had shattered into pieces. He was falling endlessly into a bottomless abyss. The sense of falling inflicted enormous fear on him. Headmistress Perry's cultivation was devastating. Her 2 mere steps had shattered Mo Fan's will, forcing him to submit to her. He was on the verge of losing consciousness. If he kept enduring the pressure forcibly, he was going to suffer a mental breakdown. There are always people like you, who are so full of themselves just because of some mere achievements. I believe Dean Xiao of the Pearl Institute will be very grateful to me. He will thank me for teaching you how to lower your head in humility no matter how strong you are. I have taught you the true way of survival, to assess your capabilities and act accordingly instead of acting recklessly. Headmistress Perry halted her steps and rebuked coldly. Stop uttering nonsense. Keep going, I'm going to spit on you when you stand in front of me. That's the only kind of respect you are worthy of. Mo Fan lifted his gaze. He still had no intention of backing off. Having extra elements had granted him a stronger and firmer will. As long as he did not give up, his body and mind would have no problem enduring the pressure. The pressure from Headmistress Perry was significantly greater than the pressure he had felt from Faerun Waterfall, but it did not necessarily mean he would compromise. The greater the pressure from a stubborn tyrant was, the more tenacious Mo Fan's relentless will of the demon element was. Headmistress Perry was enraged and humiliated. Normally, whenever she was rebuking a student, no one ever dared to talk back to her, let alone scold her. She could not care less anymore. She kept walking toward Mo Fan. The pressure from her continuous steps was overwhelming. Mo Fan immediately felt like the sky was collapsing and the ground was cracking. He felt like he had turned into a dust particle floating endlessly in the universe. He could no longer feel his body or consciousness. He was as insignificant as a mayfly. He felt like he had lost the meaning of life. The mind could bear terrifying power. When Mo Fan was caught by Scorpion Lord Medusa's stare, he had experienced immense torture and pain inflicted on his mind. These attacks not only originated from the pain inflicted on a person's soul, but the ability to manipulate a person's sense of time too. There were different levels of pain. Even the slightest pain would be unbearable if it lasted for a few months, a year, 10 years, or 100 years. The pressure Mo Fan felt from Headmistress Perry was twisting his sense of time, putting him into an endless loop. It was a never-ending torture where he could not see the sunlight again, the highest level of mental attack. He had experienced it facing the Scorpion Lord Medusa and after jumping into the dark abyss. If it were Mo Fan's first time wandering in the dark, cold universe like a mayfly, he would soon lose his mind and faint, losing his determination and unyielding spirit. He would completely forget his guilt and promise to Li Yui. All he would think of was freeing himself from the torture. However, after experiencing the stare of Scorpion Lord Medusa, Mo Fan's will was a lot stronger than before. Otherwise, he would not have had any chance of crossing Faerun Waterfall so easily. Headmistress Perry's mental attack was weaker than the Scorpion Lord Medusa's stare. The stare was so strong that it could make a person deny their own existence and seek their own destruction. Meanwhile, Headmistress Perry's mental attack could only make her target suffer endlessly. It was nowhere near enough to overwhelm Mo Fan's will. Mo Fan's eyes sprang open, lightning bursting out of them. He was using his gaze to tell Headmistress Perry that her self-assumption of her superiority was a meaningless fantasy, too. It was nowhere enough to force him to compromise and submit to her. Headmistress Perry, a teacher, blurted out. She could not afford to watch any longer. Headmistress Perry had unleashed all her aura. It was so strong that some of the patrolling mages had almost suffocated. One of them with slightly weaker cultivation had even fainted and fallen to the ground. Such a weakling, and you call yourself a student of the Alps Institute? Headmistress Perry yelled furiously when she saw her student falling to the ground first. She was targeting the outsider that dared to challenge her authority with the mental attack. She was focusing the attack on him, yet someone other than him had fainted instead. Did she even train hard enough? She did not stop. If she stopped now, it would mean she had failed to punish the misbehaving student. How could she possibly fail to administer a proper lesson? She could turn the worst students into courteous, well-mannered students. Headmistress Perry's eyes were as sharp as the scorching sun. She had started using a psychic attack. Mo Fan was no longer floating in the void. The psychic attack and the enormous pressure had shoved him into an illusionary world that Headmistress Perry had established. In the illusion, Mo Fan's thoughts were as naive as a kid. Whenever he uttered something inappropriate, a huge ruler would fall from the sky and smack him. "Stop it!" A familiar voice appeared as Mo Fan was going to lose himself in the illusion. Mo Fan woke up from the illusion. He looked at Headmistress Perry in disbelief. His face was soon filled with contempt and disdain. "You even used your psychic magic and placed me in an endless loop. Headmistress Perry, I now realize how you have forced every student to be so well behaved." Mo Fan grinned, staring at Headmistress Perry. "Mo Fan, are you all right?" Professor Lee and Professor Zheng quickly went up to Mo Fan. Headmistress Perry did not withdraw her aura right away. Professor Lee and Professor Zheng had to unleash the aura of their domains to counteract it. "Let's calm down. I always believe it's important for a student to have the right attitude instead of outstanding performance. Your student here might be very impressive in terms of cultivation, but his attitude desperately needs a reform. He will easily go astray if you don't discipline him strictly. It's not that much of a problem for an ordinary person to go astray, but he's a very talented mage. He will bring nothing but disaster to the world. Consider this a lesson for you. You won't be leaving my Alps Institute empty-handed." Headmistress Perry's tone shifted to placid calm. Mo Fan was confused about how she was able to change so quickly, as if she was a completely different person. She was acting like she had done it merely for educational purposes. "Headmistress Perry, I can understand if you try to apply some pressure on my student with your aura, but how could you use the psychic element? Did you really just use the psychic element on a student? Don't you know the damage it can cause to a student's mind?" Professor Lee was infuriated. Even if Mo Fan was being disrespectful, he would at most utter some unpleasant words, yet this Headmistress Perry had to go as far as using magic on him? A super mage like her, using the psychic element on a student who was only an advanced mage? "I was just teaching him a lesson. I know what I'm doing. It's what I normally do to students who are too stubborn to admit their wrongs," Headmistress Perry said. "Headmistress Perry, your Alps Institute has seriously broadened our eyes. We will never use magic to discipline our students, especially the psychic element." Professor Zheng was angry too. Her way of teaching is forcing others to submit to her will and ideas. She is basically crushing a person's innate character, turning the students into puppets and machinery. No wonder all of you did not have any common sense at all. No wonder you insist on forcing an innocent new student to be the scapegoat. Impressive, you are so impressive. You describe yourself to be as sacred as the snowy mountain, but you are worse than the latrine pits and broken wells in the city in my eyes. At least they can still water the vegetables, but the vegetables are going to rot if we watered them with your blood." Mo Fan grunted. Headmistress Perry's nose shuddered after hearing the words. Unforgivable, unforgivable. This guy had just compared them to the water in latrine pits. They lived on the sacred Alps and were accompanied by the purest snow all the time. They were well respected by the world, and many people were honored to even visit the Alps Institute, yet the guy described them as the water in latrine pits. Most infuriatingly, the guy had undergone such a strong mental attack, so how was his tongue even more vicious after suffering the attack? "Mo Fan, forget it, we are leaving. We will tell the dean everything that happened here." Professor Zheng lost his temper, but he knew they were in someone else's territory. It was meaningless to stir any trouble here. Using the psychic element on students to indoctrinate them? Only your own students can tolerate such nonsense. I would like to ask the World College Institute if it is violating human rights. Professor Lee condemned. Do whatever you want, it's none of our business. Goodbye, Headmistress Perry said. Professor Lee and Professor Zhang gave Mo Fan a hand when they saw he was unable to walk properly. He was already in such a state when his mental strength and flesh were stronger than normal people. If it was anyone else, it would most likely turn them into a human vegetable. It was impossible to heal the damage inflicted on a person's mind. They could only bring Mo Fan out of there and tell the dean and the school what happened. Headmistress Perry was too strong and powerful. They would not be able to do anything here. We can't leave yet, Mo Fan stated. Chapter 1486. Busybody. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What's the point of staying here? Don't even bother meeting Force with Force, this is her territory, she can say whatever she wants. Don't worry, we will make her pay for what she did to you, Professor Lee said. I can't leave her here after seeing what kind of a person the woman is. Mo Fan looked at Li Yue. For some reason, news about Amelia's death had spread widely throughout the school. The students would eventually learn the truth. Headmistress Perry could not afford to let the school fall into a panic before the Casas arrived. She had to settle the matter immediately. She used the blood-tracking magic artifact and discovered traces of Amelia's blood on Li Yue. With the evidence and her first impression of assuming envy was the motive of the murder, she strongly believed Li Yue was the murderer. Once she settled the matter and used the remaining few days to suppress the news from spreading any further, she could easily get the situation under control before the Casas arrived. Headmistress Perry insisted on doing it her way. Li Yue was unable to explain where the traces of blood were from. Even if she did not punish Li Yue, if the culprit did not show up again, Li Yue's reputation was going to be ruined forever. Even though Mo Fan was confident that the culprit was going to strike again, he would not allow Li Yue to suffer for no reason. Headmistress Perry, it's possible that Li Yue's shirt is stained with Amelia's blood when she was taking care of the snow lavenders. Li Yue often helps Amelia with the snow lavenders. She might be the suspect, but we can't just judge her guilty so easily, Brianka spoke up. She and Heidi had both arrived. Headmistress Perry glared at Brianka anxiously. It was so quick that no one noticed it. More people had arrived. Apart from Professor Lee, Professor Zhang, Brianka, and Silan, a few other teachers with high positions in the school were here, too. The students had gathered in a few circles. Headmistress Perry could not afford to act ruthlessly in front of them. I never said she was the culprit. I was just going to interrogate her intensely. If she's the murderer, she might panic and admit what she did, but someone kept interfering with it instead. Headmistress Perry said. Did Li Yue say anything, then? Brianka asked. She hasn't said anything yet, the leader of the patrolling squad, Jessie said. Mo Fan looked at Li Yue. He was relieved that Li Yue had not said a word. They might twist her words and use them against her, especially after seeing how Headmistress Perry desperately wanted to get it over with in order to receive the representatives of the Casas. Mo Fan was only trying to protect his friend. Why did you attack him? Brianka asked. Attack him? Miss Brianka, I'm afraid that's a little exaggerating. Feel free to check if he's injured. If there's even a little scratch on him, I will apologize to him right away, Headmistress Perry sniffed. I always thought I was considered shameless in this world, but compared to Headmistress Perry, I'm as innocent as a newborn, Mo Fan mocked her promptly. Headmistress Perry was like a vicious old hag when there were not many people around. However, her tone and demeanor changed completely when the crowd showed up, as if she was being just and fair. Brianka had been at the school for many years. How could she not know how Headmistress Perry treated the students that did not obey her? Even though she was not here, she knew Headmistress Perry had used her mental attack on Mo Fan. Judging from Professor Lee and Professor Zhang's attitude, she might have cast an illusion on him, too. The illusions of the psychic element were absolutely terrifying. It was not appropriate to use them on a person with a weak mind. The Magic Association had clearly forbidden psychic mags from using it, but not only did Headmistress Perry do so, she was using them on a student. If we aren't sure she's the murderer, let's release her first. We'll ask someone to keep an eye on her if you think she might try and do something. Heidi, Cheryl, you two will be staying with Li Yue for the next few days, Celan said. She did not want the situation to worsen any further. It's better to lock her up, Headmistress Perry insisted. That is a little too inhumane. If that's not enough, we'll ask her to put on a magic bracelet. We will know where she is at all times, or I can personally keep an eye on her. What does Headmistress Perry think? Brianka replied evenly. Headmistress Perry felt like she was about to explode. She had purposely asked the patrolling squad to detain the girl without notifying any teacher so she could get it over with and stop the news from spreading through the school. To her surprise, Mo Fan was able to drag it out until everyone was here. Since 2 of our teachers have insisted, I won't be unreasonable with it, but I must clarify, if anything happens again, you 2 will have to bear the responsibility, Headmistress Perry said. If it's really Li Yue, it goes without saying that we will bear the responsibility, but even if she's not the culprit, as the teachers of the school, we will try our best to find the culprit to guarantee the safety of the students. We have neglected our job by putting the students in danger, Brianka said. Headmistress Perry stormed off in a huff. The patrolling squad was dismissed too, but many students were still talking about Li Yue. Li Yue was a new student with an unknown background. They did not know why she had come to the school, not to mention her sensitive relationship with Amelia. After all, the teacher in charge did mention that they only needed 1 gardener, which meant only 1 between Amelia and Li Yue was going to stay. Many students assumed Li Yue had plotted to take Amelia out. She had purposely killed the little creatures so they might think that someone was getting their revenge at the Alps Institute to make her less suspicious. It was plausible. If Mo Fan did not know Li Yue beforehand, he might even have believed it. Thank you, Li Yue went up to Mo Fan. Her eyes were rippling, not as calm as before. Any man wouldn't back off in that situation, Mo Fan smiled, although it looked terrible. How sweet, Li Yue whispered. What did you say? Mo Fan did not hear it clearly. The girl that you like must be very happy if you can already go so far for someone you've met by coincidence. I can imagine the things you would do if a person you loved was in the slightest trouble, Li Yue said. Mo Fan was startled. Xinxia's face suddenly crossed his mind, and the teary eyes that represented the mixed feelings she had when she was looking at him. You are adding some picturesque charm to it, when all I did was being a busybody. You're indeed a great person to talk to, Mo Fan replied. Li Yue giggled. Her eyes were clear and pretty, her smile pure and natural. Chapter 1487. Unfair Treatmen. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan, are you seriously going to let it go like that? Zhao Manyang said angrily. Of course not, she was humiliating me just then. Why don't you help me and beat that old woman up? Don't overdo it, loosening her remaining teeth will do, Mo Fan replied. Well, I think we should just forget about it, she's at the peak of the super level. Zhao Manyang was much too frightened to try anything so rash. Then what the hell were you complaining for? Mo Fan had enough of Zhao Manyang's perfect hindsight. Why don't we ask Mu Bai to mix some drugs and put it in her meal? Zhao Manyang asked softly. Mo Fan looked at Zhao Manyang blankly and said, Zhao Manyang, you're a F*** king genius. He, I just can't stand what she did, Zhao Manyang said. Then can you please go harm the pure innocent girls of this school? Mo Fan said in a displeased tone. Not a problem, I might not be able to help with other things, but that is my area of expertise. Zhao Manyang combed the fringe in front of his forehead coquettishly. Mo Fan was not in a good mood. Even though the mental pressure from Headmistress Perry had allowed his mental strength to improve significantly once again and he was very close to achieving the 6th stage, he was annoyed and infuriated by what she had done. There was no way he would let it go so easily. While the two were talking, Mu Bai came into the room. His windbreaker was covered in quite some snow. He spoke without dusting the snow off, I knew it. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang looked at him. They were slightly confused, but had some anticipation at the same time. Bai was gone for some time. They thought some gorgeous young woman in the Alps Institute had hooked him away, but he was actually busy investigating. Seeing him covered in snow with a stern and helpless expression like he had learned the truth, and the way he blurted out the words as soon as he came in, felt like he was here to save the world. "You knew who did it?" Mo Fan asked. "I know why my drug didn't work," Bai said seriously. "Go F***K yourself." It was going to take the Casas another 5 days to arrive, but to Headmistress Perry's surprise, they had shifted the trip to an earlier date. Headmistress Perry tried to find an excuse to postpone the visit, but she was told they were already at the bottom of the mountain. Mo Fan and the others went along to receive the Alps Institute's new guests. To their discontent, the representatives of the Casas did not have to wear the magic bracelets. Such obvious discrimination. Mo Fan only found out that Headmistress Perry had not wanted the Pearl Institute to visit them at this time, since they had more important guests to attend to. It really feels terrible. Aren't they only from the biggest renowned clan in Europe? They aren't necessarily richer than I am. Zhao Manyang exclaimed, quite displeased. The Zhao clan was known at the international level. Every major city had auctions and marketplaces under their name. The Zhao clan was in charge of many magic resources, but Zhao Manyang had been living like a feudai for a long time. Authorities across the world only knew who Zhao Yuqian was, they might not even know who Zhao Manyang really was. Unfortunately, Zhao Manyang was reluctant to mention Zhao Yuqian's name, especially after what he had done. He would rather be a mere student and live a free life. Yo! Isn't that Mo Fan? I didn't think I would be meeting the luckiest person in the world today. This is going to make the visit a lot more interesting, a tall man with brown golden hair and an eye-catching hairstyle said to Mo Fan in a strange voice. Mo Fan looked at the guy with a special hairstyle. He was slightly amused, apart from feeling a little surprised and disgusted. "Isn't this Prince Benny? How unlucky am I to be meeting you here?" Mo Fan replied. Prince Benny's lips twisted. He was clearly not on the same level as Mo Fan when it came to arguing verbally. Mo Fan did not have to protect his image and pretend to be well-educated. He could say anything he wanted, but Prince Benny, as a public figure, would have to mind his words and behavior. Prince Benny did not say anything in return. He walked away in an aloof manner, but suddenly halted in his tracks when he caught a glimpse of Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyang was staring at Prince Benny, too. The two froze on the spot, a strange atmosphere between them. A few seconds later, they both had utterly disgusted faces. The others tried their best not to laugh watching them. Perhaps because they had both read the same fashion magazine, they somehow ended up with the same hairstyle. The highlight of the hairstyle was clearly the coquettish fringe in front of their foreheads. It was meant to make them look charming, but it felt so awkward seeing both of them with the same hairstyle that the snow nearby almost melted. "Who's the guy?" a man with an elegant voice asked from the middle of the group. He was wearing a luxurious white coat with golden blue embroidery and a gentry hat with a decoration that resembled a peacock's tails fanned in front of his forehead. The man had a handsome face, with distinct facial features. Mo Fan, the guy that luckily came in first during the World College Tournament, after beating the petty Egyptians, Prince Benny answered. "Oh, that's interesting," Herr Casas said. "Young Duke, if I'm not mistaken, you were the strongest participant during the previous tournament," Headmistress Perry smiled gently. "That little achievement isn't worth mentioning, but I do feel like the participants this year weren't that impressive. I only glimpsed a few matches, but I was quite amused by how the Egyptians were able to dominate the tournament," Herr Casas said. "Indeed, allow me to introduce the most brilliant student of our school, Heidi." Headmistress Perry pointed at Heidi and said, "Heidi, you won't have to follow the exchange students from now on. Bring the young Duke around the school if you have the time." Heidi opened her mouth. She was obviously going to say something, but Headmistress Perry immediately gave her a menacing look. She had no choice but to nod. "I've been looking forward to meeting you." Herr Casas reached out his hand and looked at Heidi with a smile. He seemed to be more interested in the girl. Heidi politely responded to the gesture without saying a word. Silan was currently in a very awkward position. Heidi was her student. She initially planned to have Heidi accompany Professor Lee and the others. After all, the Pearl Institute had sent Mo Fan, their most talented student, here. It was more appropriate to have Heidi accompany them instead. To her surprise, Headmistress Perry had allocated Heidi to the Casas instead. There's no need to introduce the others. I'm not interested at all. I'm feeling a little tired, Herr Casas said. Oh, all right. Miss Mallon, can you bring the young Duke and his people to Snow Moon Castle so they can take a rest? I heard the young Duke likes smoked venison. We've specifically prepared some, Headmistress Perry said. Chapter 1488. The two of you can fight me at once. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Manyang was so mad that he was about to explode when the guests were brought to Snow Moon Castle. The Alps Institute was treating the Pearl Institute like they were a bunch of relatives in need. Not only did the people of the Alps Institute dislike them, they had to obey some unreasonable rules, too. Meanwhile, the Alps Institute was treating the Casas like their ancestors. They did not think too much about how the Alps Institute had treated them, but they were very displeased after seeing the different level of treatment. The guy is the successor of the most powerful renowned clan in Europe. He's even accompanied by Prince Benny. Why can't you recognize the difference between you and him? Why would you even think you are being mistreated? Shujunxing said. Man, you must be a slave in your previous life. Our Pearl Institute is the second most reputable school in China, and we even came in first in the World College Tournament. There's no way our status is lower than a renowned clan. Aren't you ashamed to speak for the others after what Headmistress Perry did to us? Don't even say you are from the Pearl Institute, you're nothing but a disgrace to us. Zhao Manyang grunted in reply. Did I say anything wrong? Stop bringing up how you came in first in the World College Tournament. You might think of it as a glory, but it's nothing worth mentioning in the eyes of the others. The Casas own the richest ore veins in Europe. They are in control of the magic resources for the entire continent. They are also one of the richest renowned clans. They have money, power, and influence. They can bring the Alps Institute huge funding with just a few words. What do you two have? You keep mentioning how you have come first in the World College Tournament, but what will they get in return from serving you nicely? Shujunxing retorted. Shujunxing, I don't agree with you. It's fine if they want to build a relationship with the Casas by fawning upon them, but we are representing the Pearl Institute. They shouldn't treat us like we are inferior to the others on formal occasions and in public. The magic bracelets, the meat, the arrangement of seats, and allocating Silan and Heidi, who are supposed to stay with us for the exchange, to the Casas without even notifying us, Li Shimei could not stand it any further. Shimei is right, we might not be able to bring them any benefits, but since we are from a magic school in China, they have no reason to treat us like we are inferior to a renowned clan. Professor Zheng said. Is it because Mo Fan offended their headmistress? Shujunxing wondered aloud. Professor Li, will beating up a person from the same school receive heavy punishment? Mo Fan asked thinly. Of course, but only if someone sees it, Professor Li said. Shujunxing's expression shifted. He was well aware of Mo Fan's reputation in the school. He did not think twice of scolding a councilman, beating the crap out of a government official, or students. He even dared to provoke the teachers. Professor Li clearly indicated that he was going to turn a blind eye to this. Shujunxing no longer dared to sneer at them. That Herr Casa is pretty arrogant. What did he mean by there's no need to introduce the others? It's not like I'm interested in him either. Mu Bai was quite proud. He could not stand the cynical remark. Herr Casa is the youngest super mage in Europe. You guys are young and restless. It's fine to trouble Prince Benny, but I advise you to stay away from Herr Casa. Even the three of you together won't be able to take him on, Professor Zheng said seriously. Super level. Zhao Manyang gasped. He doesn't look that much older than us. How is he a super mage already? Mo Bai was stunned too. That's unbelievable. Wasn't every super mage in the world at least 40 years old? Mo Fan, what are you thinking? Why didn't you say anything? It's rare to see you so quiet, knowing your temper. Don't tell me you're scared of that Headmistress Perry, Zhao Manyang asked. Scared my ass, I have seen lots of things that are scarier than her. I was wondering who the culprit was. Why hasn't she made a move in the past few days? Mo Fan replied. Mo Fan was not hoping to see someone fall victim to the culprit. However, the first act she made clearly indicated that she was not the kind that would vanish immediately once her plan worked out. If he did not find the culprit, Li Yui would remain the suspect. She was quite fond of the place and was thinking of staying here for good. Mo Fan did not want the other students to keep pointing their fingers at her, nor did he want her to be isolated. Since his thoughts were preoccupied with that matter, he was not that concerned with Herr Casa and Prince Benny. The next day after breakfast, Prince Benny and Herr Casa suggested visiting the dueling ground. The others followed. Headmistress Perry, why don't we set up a bet? You do know I have some resources in my hands. I believe it's better to allocate it to the school that impresses me the most. I have brought 2 henchmen with me. If any of your students can defeat them, I will have more confidence in the Alps Institute's strength, Herr Casa said. I don't really agree with the method, since it's meant to be a charitable act. If you are willing to help us, I will gladly accept it on behalf of the students. If you aren't willing to help, it only means the kids aren't blessed enough, but since the young Duke is eager to see the Alps Institute's strength, I have no reason to turn it down. Headmistress Perry replied. Herr Casa grinned. She had agreed to it in the end. Why did she even bother to talk so much in the first place? The 2 henchmen of the Casas stepped forward. They were both quite young, most likely the elites in the clan. They would be considered great talents in most schools, but in the Casas, in front of the young Duke Herr Casa, they were just some henchmen. Don't let me down, and don't let Headmistress Perry down, either, Herr Casa said. The 2 henchmen nodded. They stood still in silence, waiting for the Alps Institute to decide on their candidate. Isn't the Pearl Institute here too? Since it's a friendly duel, how could we leave the Pearl Institute out? Why don't we have the Pearl Institute join in the bet, too? Prince Benny said. We won't be embarrassing ourselves, Professor Jung said modestly. Indeed, you guys were lucky to win the title. You are only going to come to grief against the powerful Alps Institute and the Casas, Prince Benny added. Mo Fan turned and looked at Prince Benny. Are you trying to make the headlines again? Prince Benny was quite afraid of Mo Fan. The young man was nothing but a lunatic, there was nothing he did not dare to do. Humph, it's meaningless to pick on someone who's not a mage. Why don't you join the duel if you think you're so good? If you win, we shall offer some resources for the new students of your Pearl Institute, Prince Benny said. Professor Lee came up to Mo Fan while he was hesitating. He said softly, Mo Fan, just play along and ask their Royal Spanish Naval Academy to organize an exchange with our school. Our Pearl Institute isn't as impressive as the Royal Spanish Naval Academy when it comes to naval battles. Now that the shoreline is being invaded by the sea monsters, we really need their advanced tactics and their information about the sea monsters. For the sake of our country. Mo Fan said. Yes, beat the crap out of them for the sake of our country. Professor Lee agreed. Mo Fan was also displeased by Casa's attitudes. As a member of the Pearl Institute, he could bully the students of his school recklessly and provoke his teachers, but he would not allow an outsider to do the same thing. Besides, he was still holding a strong grudge against Headmistress Perry from the unfair treatment. He could settle both debts at the same time. Since both of you are having a bet, allow me to contribute to the pool, too. Since the Pearl Institute is currently ranked first in the world, I wouldn't want to bully you guys. Both the Alps Institute and the Casas can send a strong representative. If the 2 of you can last for 10 minutes by teaming up, consider it a win, and I'll give you the champion badge of the World College Tournament, Mo Fan said. Everyone immediately put their attention on Mo Fan upon hearing his words. Professor Lee was given quite a fright too. His forehead broke out in a sweat. He blurted out softly, "I told you to earn some respect for us, not to stir up trouble." Clap! 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 Herr Casa applauded as if he was impressed by Mo Fan's speech. He finally faced Mo Fan directly and said, "Now that's how the winner of the World College Tournament should be. Since the resources are assigned for charitable acts every year as a way for our family to contribute to society, if you win the duel, I shall donate double the resources to your school." It was important for a renowned clan to maintain its public image, so the amount of resources they usually allocated for charity was fairly huge. It greatly exceeded the amount of resources that the renowned clans in China donated to the schools. How brilliant was it to get a foreigner to donate to their schools for the sake of his juniors, not to mention the donation would be done under his name. "If you win, I shall double my donations too. I'm afraid that someone isn't willing to give up their champion badge so easily, and the world is going to blame us for taking someone else's beloved possession," Prince Benny chimed in. "You won't have to double the donations. It's fine if the Royal Spanish Naval Academy is willing to organize an exchange with our school," Mo Fan said. "That's unfair. You are going to take benefits from both sides with just a single badge." "I have one with me, too," Zhao Manyang promptly spoke up. "Very well, the 2 badges are enough to be the stake." "What about the Alps?" Mo Fan asked. "We aren't a fan of this." "You can add the stakes as you wish," Headmistress Perry said. "It's fine if you don't like betting, but if you lose, may I ask you to act more humbly when the students of the Pearl Institute are here for an exchange? You will not force them to wear the magic bracelets, and will prepare meat for them. Don't lose the duel and still think highly of yourself," Mo Fan said to Headmistress Perry. Headmistress Perry hated Mo Fan's guts. How could she not be enraged by his words? "Humph, taking on 2 opponents at once, you've seriously overestimated your own capabilities." "I wouldn't dare to utter such nonsense if I were you," Headmistress Perry said. "Headmistress Perry, don't worry about it. Isn't it amusing to watch a clown putting up a show for us?" Prince Benny said. Herr Casa smiled too, amused at how naive and idiotic Mo Fan was. He would be impressed if Mo Fan could last for 10 rounds against his henchmen, let alone having to defeat both his opponents in less than 10 minutes. However, since the guy was so eager to earn some attention, he was more than willing to trample the guy fiercely. 1489 Fiery Tyrant. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Do you seriously think you can take on us 2 at the same time? You might not even stand a chance against me alone. Heidi walked past Mo Fan and looked at him in the eyes. Mo Fan looked at Heidi and said with a smile, "I'm the kind of person that likes some attention. But don't you worry, I never bother doing something that I can't do." "Are you kidding me? Why would I be worried about you?" Heidi shot back coldly and headed to the other side of the dueling ground. Mo Fan stood in the center. In front of him was the Queen of Dimensions, Heidi. Her dimensional magic could clearly pose a great threat to him. Heidi did not understand where Mo Fan had gotten the confidence to fight them both at the same time from. The Casas henchman was not just a mere decoration. Heidi could tell that the man's strength was more or less on par with hers. Perhaps some people were truly reckless enough to dare offend anyone and say any words as they pleased. Heidi strongly believed Mo Fan was going to get himself killed. "Make sure you record it, it's a battle for the dignity of our Pearl Institute," Professor Zheng said to Shijunxing. Shijunxing smacked his lips and murmured, "More like the battle of making a fool of himself. We already saw the fight between him and Heidi the other day, and now he has to worry about an expert from the Casas, too. Just do as I say, what's with all the nonsense?" Professor Zhang harumphed coldly with a displeased look. Shijunxing quickly forced a smile. He glanced at Mo Fan and muttered something under his breath as he began to record. Heidi was standing around 150 meters in front of Mo Fan, while the Casas henchman was around 150 meters behind him. Headmistress Perry was reluctant to waste any more time on the farce. She declared the start of the battle without giving them any time for preparations. "I shall secure the advantage by striking preemptively. Heidi did not want to fight the unfair battle, she just wanted to get it done as soon as possible. Her sound element broke the silence of the place and targeted Mo Fan's mind directly. She did not want to give the man any chance to use his magic. Sound disturbance. Even though it was only the basic spell of the sound element, it was extremely useful regardless of the target's cultivation level. It disrupted the opponent's tempo when channeling magic, securing a huge advantage for the caster. Heidi was the first to strike, using her sound magic to disturb Mo Fan, making it difficult for him to use his magic. Mo Fan stood still while the sound disturbance was making noise in his mind. He slowly closed his eyes, as if he was enjoying some music. The sound disturbance was noisy, like the shrieks of demons or loud clanks and crashes. The target might even hear strange bewitching words, making it difficult to focus. It would severely slow down the target's channeling speed and raise the difficulty of joining the stars. It was different from the psychic element's psychic impact, which aimed to break the connections between the stars right away. Mo Fan had to admit that Faerun Waterfall was indeed a very useful trial. It had improved Mo Fan's resistance toward the sound element significantly, and together with the mental attack from Headmistress Perry, Mo Fan's mental resistance had improved by a huge margin. Sound disturbance of this level is no longer effective against me. Mo Fan suddenly opened his eyes. They were oddly black, they even reflected a dark glow into Heidi's eyes. Heidi saw the calm look in Mo Fan's eyes. She was quite surprised at how Mo Fan's mental strength had improved by so much in just a few days. Giant Stomp! Heidi made her move again. This time, she decisively used the space magic instead. The Giant Stomp was a modification of the space element's intermediate spell. An outline resembling the huge foot of a giant appeared above Mo Fan. Snow floating in the air outlined the force there. The force suddenly descended heavily, like an invisible giant stomping his foot. The thin layer of snow covering the dueling ground collapsed and scattered instantly. Mo Fan seemed to remain at the same spot as the ground collapsed. Some of the people thought he had disappeared with the collapsed ground. Heidi could not find Mo Fan, yet she heard something vibrating vigorously close to her while the temperature rose rapidly. You were controlling water during the last fight at the waterfall, so I wasn't able to use my fire magic. This time, I shall let you witness the true strength of my fire element. Mo Fan showed up 20 meters behind Heidi out of nowhere. Heidi quickly turned around, her eyes emitting strong rays that stabbed at Mo Fan like thousands of swords. It was a will attack. Mo Fan's will was not strong enough to achieve such a feat. It was deadlier than many advanced spells. Mo Fan seemed fearless. He roared loudly, "Break!" 3 different soul-grade flames appeared simultaneously around Mo Fan while the faint silhouette of Flame Bell Empress extended from his back, cloaking Mo Fan in a burning outfit, like an armored mantle. The fire magic in the area surged toward Mo Fan. The thin layer of snow within a kilometer instantly vaporized. 3 soul-grade flames meant 3 different domains. When a domain was strong enough, it could greatly suppress the opponent's mind. A single domain might not be strong enough to affect Heidi's will, but when 3 Imperious fire domains were stacked on top of one another, it was strong enough to shatter even her will. Heidi immediately felt like she had fallen into a furnace as his burning roar struck. Her skin started to blister from the heat, while her blood dried up immediately. Heidi was a little intimidated, and her will weakened greatly. The swords that she had summoned with her will dissipated greatly. The remaining will did land on Mo Fan, but it was nowhere enough to break through Mo Fan's fierce flames. I can definitely use some practice. Mo Fan shouted wildly. The meteor Scarlet had already taken form, meaning that Mo Fan was finally able to utilize the true strength of the 3 soul-grade flames. Mo Fan was not afraid of facing Mushumian, who was a super mage, back in the little town. Why would he be afraid of 2 peak advanced Maugs? Even if they could pose a threat to a super mage by joining hands, Mo Fan would have no problem taking them on at once. Control. Mo Fan clenched his fists. The brown calamity fire rose like a tiny but fierce volcano. Its flames spread across half the dueling ground. The Calamity Fire gave Mo Fan an insane amount of control over the fire magic. The Calamity Fire's strength was 5 times that of normal fire. It might not be as violent as the Lightning Tyrant that was able to amplify the lightning element 6-fold, or any other soul-grade flame with the same level of amplification as the Lightning Tyrant, but the Calamity Fire's true strength was in its extraordinary control over fire magic. The magic particles were extremely obedient to its orders, making him able to cast fire spells in all forms. Mo Fan's control over the fire element and his ability to transform fire spells was comparable to a super mage when under the effects of the Calamity Fire while he was possessed by Flame Bell Empress. The fire magic would turn into soldiers fighting for their emperor, allowing Mo Fan to utilize the fire magic freely during a battle. It was the greatest strength of the Calamity Fire. Feral Ardent. The Ardent Sunset was 4.5 times stronger than normal fire. Its damage amplification was normal among the soul-grade fire seeds, but Mo Fan never thought the Ardent Sunset was weak, as its true strength was its ability to burn vigorously. It was the bane of insect-type creatures. Not only would its flames set the shells and skins of an insect on fire immediately, the flames would continue to grow stronger as they burned. When the coverage of the flames was twice its initial area, its damage would double, too. Therefore, both the sandstorm demon locusts and the blue moths were fuel to the Ardent Sunset when they clumped together. Their numbers only allowed the flames to spread further and quicker. When the Ardent Sunset was burning 10 times, 11 times, 12 times, or stronger than normal fire, how could those disastrous insects that were so deadly in numbers possibly live for more than a second before it? It was the nature of the Ardent Sunset, the ability to spread from a small portion of the sky toward the horizon. Mo Fan had yet to discover the limit of the Ardent Sunset's strength. Meteor Spread. The last domain was the Meteor Scarlet. The Meteor Scarlet's damage was 5.5 times that of ordinary fire. Its temperature was extremely high, and its damage was very close to Mo Fan's Lightning Tyrant. Since Mo Fan had claimed it when it was still a primitive soul-grade flame, the domain it refined and the effects of its flames were perfectly compatible with the Calamity Fire and the Ardent Sunset. The longer its flames traveled, the greater their spread was. Both the Skyflame Funeral and Fiery Fist were projectiles, so their area would significantly increase during their flight, making it impossible to dodge them. Obviously, if the 3 soul-grade flames were given to 3 different people, they were only slightly above average. They were not really that remarkable. However, when the 3 soul-grade flames were gathered on the same person, it was terrifying for even Mo Fan to estimate the damage of his spell when the effects of the soul-grade flames were combined. Imagine the Skyflame Funeral falling from high up in the sky. As the flames burned through the air, the spell's initial coverage of 200 meters square would eventually increase to 400 meters square. The bigger the coverage, the greater the damage of the spell under the effects of the 3 soul-grade flames, especially the Feral Ardent effect from the Ardent Sunset. A single casting of Skyflame Funeral could easily end up as a spectacular burning swamp once it landed on the ground. Mo Fan had been spending a lot of time experimenting on how the 3 soul-grade flames could work together effectively. He had finally achieved some satisfying results lately. Why wouldn't he let these people have a taste of the Fiery Tyrant? Chapter 1489. Fiery Tyrant. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Do you seriously think you can take on us 2 at the same time? You might not even stand a chance against me alone. Heidi walked past Mo Fan and looked at him in the eyes. Mo Fan looked at Heidi and said with a smile, "I'm the kind of person that likes some attention. But don't you worry, I never bother doing something that I can't do." Are you kidding me? Why would I be worried about you? Heidi shot back coldly and headed to the other side of the dueling ground. Mo Fan stood in the center. In front of him was the Queen of Dimensions, Heidi. Her dimensional magic could clearly pose a great threat to him. Heidi did not understand where Mo Fan had gotten the confidence to fight them both at the same time from. The Casas henchman was not just a mere decoration. Heidi could tell that the man's strength was more or less on par with hers. Perhaps some people were truly reckless enough to dare offend anyone and say any words as they pleased. Heidi strongly believed Mo Fan was going to get himself killed. Make sure you record it, it's a battle for the dignity of our Pearl Institute, Professor Zheng said to Shujunxing. Shujunxing smacked his lips and murmured, more like the battle of making a fool of himself. We already saw the fight between him and Heidi the other day, and now he has to worry about an expert from the Casas, too. Just do as I say, what's with all the nonsense? Professor Zhang harumphed coldly with a displeased look. Shujunxing quickly forced a smile. He glanced at Mo Fan and muttered something under his breath as he began to record. Heidi was standing around 150 meters in front of Mo Fan, while the Casas henchman was around 150 meters behind him. Headmistress Perry was reluctant to waste any more time on the farce. She declared the start of the battle without giving them any time for preparations. I shall secure the advantage by striking preemptively. Heidi did not want to fight the unfair battle, she just wanted to get it done as soon as possible. Her sound element broke the silence of the place and targeted Mo Fan's mind directly. She did not want to give the man any chance to use his magic. Sound disturbance. Even though it was only the basic spell of the sound element, it was extremely useful regardless of the target's cultivation level. It disrupted the opponent's tempo when channeling magic, securing a huge advantage for the caster. Heidi was the first to strike, using her sound magic to disturb Mo Fan, making it difficult for him to use his magic. Mo Fan stood still while the sound disturbance was making noise in his mind. He slowly closed his eyes, as if he was enjoying some music. The sound disturbance was noisy, like the shrieks of demons or loud clanks and crashes. The target might even hear strange bewitching words, making it difficult to focus. It would severely slow down the target's channeling speed and raise the difficulty of joining the stars. It was different from the psychic element's psychic impact, which aimed to break the connections between the stars right away. Mo Fan had to admit that Faerun Waterfall was indeed a very useful trial. It had improved Mo Fan's resistance toward the sound element significantly, and together with the mental attack from Headmistress Perry, Mo Fan's mental resistance had improved by a huge margin. Sound disturbance of this level is no longer effective against me. Mo Fan suddenly opened his eyes. They were oddly black, they even reflected a dark glow into Heidi's eyes. Heidi saw the calm look in Mo Fan's eyes. She was quite surprised at how Mo Fan's mental strength had improved by so much in just a few days. Giant Stomp! Heidi made her move again. This time, she decisively used the space magic instead. The Giant Stomp was a modification of the space element's intermediate spell. An outline resembling the huge foot of a giant appeared above Mo Fan. Snow floating in the air outlined the force there. The force suddenly descended heavily, like an invisible giant stomping his foot. The thin layer of snow covering the dueling ground collapsed and scattered instantly. Mo Fan seemed to remain at the same spot as the ground collapsed. Some of the people thought he had disappeared with the collapsed ground. Heidi could not find Mo Fan, yet she heard something vibrating vigorously close to her while the temperature rose rapidly. You were controlling water during the last fight at the waterfall, so I wasn't able to use my fire magic. This time, I shall let you witness the true strength of my fire element. Mo Fan showed up 20 meters behind Heidi out of nowhere. Heidi quickly turned around, her eyes emitting strong rays that stabbed at Mo Fan like thousands of swords. It was a will attack. Mo Fan's will was not strong enough to achieve such a feat. It was deadlier than many advanced spells. Mo Fan seemed fearless. He roared loudly, "Break!" 3 different soul-grade flames appeared simultaneously around Mo Fan while the faint silhouette of Flame Bell Empress extended from his back, cloaking Mo Fan in a burning outfit, like an armored mantle. The fire magic in the area surged toward Mo Fan. The thin layer of snow within a kilometer instantly vaporized. 3 soul-grade flames meant 3 different domains. When a domain was strong enough, it could greatly suppress the opponent's mind. A single domain might not be strong enough to affect Heidi's will, but when 3 imperious fire domains were stacked on top of one another, it was strong enough to shatter even her will. Heidi immediately felt like she had fallen into a furnace as his burning roar struck. Her skin started to blister from the heat, while her blood dried up immediately. Heidi was a little intimidated, and her will weakened greatly. The swords that she had summoned with her will dissipated greatly. The remaining will did land on Mo Fan, but it was nowhere enough to break through Mo Fan's fierce flames. I can definitely use some practice. Mo Fan shouted wildly. The meteor Scarlet had already taken form, meaning that Mo Fan was finally able to utilize the true strength of the 3 soul-grade flames. Mo Fan was not afraid of facing Mushumian, who was a super mage, back in the little town. Why would he be afraid of 2 peak advanced Maugs? Even if they could pose a threat to a super mage by joining hands, Mo Fan would have no problem taking them on at once. Control. Mo Fan clenched his fists. The brown calamity fire rose like a tiny but fierce volcano. Its flames spread across half the dueling ground. The calamity fire gave Mo Fan an insane amount of control over the fire magic. The calamity fire's strength was 5 times that of normal fire. It might not be as violent as the lightning tyrant that was able to amplify the lightning element 6-fold, or any other soul-grade flame with the same level of amplification as the lightning tyrant, but the calamity fire's true strength was in its extraordinary control over fire magic. The magic particles were extremely obedient to its orders, making him able to cast fire spells in all forms. Mo Fan's control over the fire element and his ability to transform fire spells was comparable to a super mage when under the effects of the calamity fire while he was possessed by Flame Bell Empress. The fire magic would turn into soldiers fighting for their emperor, allowing Mo Fan to utilize the fire magic freely during a battle. It was the greatest strength of the calamity fire. Feral Ardent. The Ardent Sunset was 4.5 times stronger than normal fire. Its damage amplification was normal among the soul-grade fire seeds, but Mo Fan never thought the Ardent Sunset was weak, as its true strength was its ability to burn vigorously. It was the bane of insect-type creatures. Not only would its flames set the shells and skins of an insect on fire immediately, the flames would continue to grow stronger as they burned. When the coverage of the flames was twice its initial area, its damage would double, too. Therefore, both the sandstorm demon locusts and the blue moths were fuel to the ardent sunset when they clumped together. Their numbers only allowed the flames to spread further and quicker. When the ardent sunset was burning 10 times, 11 times, 12 times, or stronger than normal fire, how could those disastrous insects that were so deadly in numbers possibly live for more than a second before it? It was the nature of the ardent sunset, the ability to spread from a small portion of the sky toward the horizon. Mo Fan had yet to discover the limit of the ardent sunset's strength. Meteor spread. The last domain was the meteor Scarlet. The meteor Scarlet's damage was 5.5 times that of ordinary fire. Its temperature was extremely high, and its damage was very close to Mo Fan's lightning tyrant. Since Mo Fan had claimed it when it was still a primitive soul-grade flame, the domain it refined and the effects of its flames were perfectly compatible with the calamity fire and the ardent sunset. The longer its flames traveled, the greater their spread was. Both the Skyflame Funeral and Fiery Fist were projectiles, so their area would significantly increase during their flight, making it impossible to dodge them. Obviously, if the 3 soul-grade flames were given to 3 different people, they were only slightly above average. They were not really that remarkable. However, when the 3 soul-grade flames were gathered on the same person, it was terrifying for even Mo Fan to estimate the damage of his spell when the effects of the soul-grade flames were combined. Imagine the Skyflame Funeral falling from high up in the sky. As the flames burned through the air, the spell's initial coverage of 200 meters square would eventually increase to 400 meters square. The bigger the coverage, the greater the damage of the spell under the effects of the 3 soul-grade flames, especially the feral ardent effect from the ardent sunset. A single casting of Skyflame Funeral could easily end up as a spectacular burning swamp once it landed on the ground. Mo Fan had been spending a lot of time experimenting on how the 3 soul-grade flames could work together effectively. He had finally achieved some satisfying results lately. Why wouldn't he let these people have a taste of the fiery tyrant? Chapter 1490. Fiery Dragon Strike. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I did say 10 minutes, but I will be impressed if you can endure this punch of mine. Mo Fan proclaimed imperiously. Heidi did not dare get too close to Mo Fan under the pressure of the three domains. She quickly blinked to the other side of the dueling ground, around 200 meters away from Mo Fan. The pressure from the flames was significantly less there. I realize you don't really have anything impressive, apart from your way of underestimating others. Casas was able to hear Mo Fan's arrogant words clearly since he was seated among the spectators. On the other hand, the henchman of the Casas was not as disdainful as Casas. It was difficult to imagine anyone with 3 soul-grade flames and 3 domains, all perfectly compatible with one another. Normally, an ordinary mage could only hold a single soul-grade elemental seed, if that. The powerful aura of the flames was as intimidating as a roaring furnace. The henchman from the Casas had a grim face. He did not dare underestimate his opponent. Fiery swamp. Mo Fan's fist was engulfed by terrifying flames. He suddenly fell to one knee and slammed his fist on the ground. Flames burst into the air and surrounded Mo Fan like a dazzling red burning swamp. Tongues of fire no longer sprouted randomly, as all the fire magic had gathered at the swamp. The fiery swamp was burning heartily, turning Mo Fan into a king of flames. Even his eyes were emitting a blazing light. "Oh, Mo Fan is getting serious," Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Zhao Manyang had seen this before. It was the move that Mo Fan had used to knock the ruler-level creature flying. Does this mean he wasn't using his full strength against Heidi? Li Shimei's eyes glittered. Not really, but back then, he was worn out mentally from passing through Faerun Waterfall, while Heidi was meditating in the cave. Mo Fan was clearly at a disadvantage when the battle broke out between them. Besides, Heidi was controlling the waterfall, meaning that Mo Fan's fire element was a lot weaker, Zhao Manyang replied. Headmistress Perry turned up her nose when she heard the words. What Mo Fan did was only good for appearances. Who was going to give him so much time to ready a spell in a true battle of life and death? Heidi and the henchmen of the Casas were holding their positions only because they were eager to see how powerful the arrogant man's spell was going to be. You two are being too full of yourselves to not interrupt my spell. Mo Fan grinned. Even his disdainful grin was spreading raging flames. Rise! He waved the fist that was not touching the ground to the sky. The fiery swamp began to tremble, and scorching lava scattered in the air as a spectacular fiery dragon rose from the middle of it. The dragon soared into the sky, gathering an enormous layer of blazing red fire in the clear sky. The henchman from the Casas was stunned upon seeing this. The wild fiery dragon could easily break through his defense. Why didn't the guy aim the spell at them instead? The fiery dragon soared into the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked at its spectacular body, at which point, the fiery dragon suddenly shattered and poured down like a meteor shower. It's growing bigger. Heidi stared up in astonishment. She realized the whole dueling ground was within the area of the meteorites. The flames burned through the air, spreading further out while growing even hotter. Crap, the henchman of the Casas blurted out. The same thought crossed Heidi's mind. The blazing flames pouring down from the sky were utterly terrifying. This was already comparable to a super spell. She did not expect a mere advanced mage to possess such an extraordinary control over the fire element. They had set up their defense with everything they had. The Casas henchmen and Heidi had no choice but to resist the flames together. The fiery dragon slammed into the ground. Flames exploded across the dueling ground, devouring everything within 500 meters of the impact point. The onlookers could still see the enormous body of the fiery dragon rolling amid the flames. The light the flames produced lit up the whole area like day. The whole Alps Institute was dyed red, adding enough heat to the icy air to melt the snow. The flames lasted for quite some time. Headmistress Perry rose to her feet and stared at the sea of flames. Her mouth was gaping open. Casas was taken by surprise by the scene before him, too. It took him quite some time to recover from his astonishment. The flames were still burning. Mo Fan, still engulfed in 3 different soul-grade flames, walked out from the sea of flames and headed to the other side. The enormous flames split into half and opened up a path for him. The dazzling flames slowly dissipated under his control. They had wrought utter destruction upon the place. The dueling ground built with the stone of the icy mountains had been burned to ashes. I believe we are done here. Mo Fan looked into the flames and stared at the figure that was on the verge of collapsing. The henchman from the Casas had already fainted, and was lying on the ground. His defense had been destroyed by the flames. He was severely dehydrated at this point. Heidi was in better condition. She had yet to fall unconscious, but her eyes no longer had the sharp sapphire blue glow. She was looking at Mo Fan in confusion and disbelief. So this is your true strength? Heidi watched Mo Fan as he slowly approached her through the flames. More or less, but it's extremely difficult to execute the move. I already said that the stupidest thing you two did was giving me the chance to cast as I pleased. The flames covering Mo Fan like a mantle slowly dissipated, revealing his initial appearance. The sole shadow of Flame Bell Empress had vanished too. She had reclaimed her youthful appearance, and was lying on Mo Fan's head, as if she was enjoying this. Heidi glanced at little Flame Bell with a wry smile. Heidi had actually been quite intrigued after meeting Mo Fan at the Waterfall, where she learned there was someone who was evenly matched with her. If the guy had not seen something he was not supposed to, she would have been very excited. It had been a long time since she had fought a serious duel. To her surprise, this guy had not used his full strength during their first fight. When he thoroughly unleashed his flames, it was like a dragon rising into the sky from a deep abyss, revealing an intimidating, enormous power that contained a formidable strength. Chapter 1491. A Capable Poser. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It's over. Li Shimei was so shocked that her mouth was hanging open. Professor Li and Professor Sheng finally collected their thoughts. In addition to the joy of witnessing Mo Fan winning the duel, they were also greatly astounded by Mo Fan's strength. Those flames were clearly on par with the level of a super spell. Even they had to admit that the Pearl Institute was fortunate enough to have the monstrous Mo Fan as their student. You're a madman. Zhao Manyang immediately raised his thumb after Mo Fan returned. He subconsciously glanced at the old hag, Headmistress Perry. A moment ago, Headmistress Perry was busy proclaiming how brilliant the students of her school were, but in the end, her brightest student was taught a great lesson by Mo Fan's fiery dragon. She might still be standing, but she was no longer fit for battle. She was going to lose quickly if Mo Fan kept attacking. There was no point in continuing the duel. Oh Mo Fan, didn't I tell you to preserve your strength? You were up against the Alps Institute and the Casas, you should really have given them some face. Our country has always been respectful. Next time, you should really be mindful of our foreign friends' dignity, do you understand? Professor Li said with a big wide smile. They were finally able to get their revenge. Professor Li was utterly pleased. He had the urge to ask his granddaughter to hook up with Mo Fan, even if she ended up being his concubine. He had never seen any young man so pleasing to him, he was such a capable poser. Professor Zheng was not as blatant. He said calmly, on behalf of the Pearl Institute, I thank you for the generous gifts. It's only some resources. Us Casas have always been generous with our donations, Herr Casa responded flatly, his face expressionless. Even though the amount of resources was nothing for the Casas, he was still giving money away to the Pearl Institute for nothing in return. Any person was going to feel it was a pity. He also had to come up with an excuse to explain this to the elders of the clan. He could not possibly tell them he had given the resources to the Pearl Institute because he lost a bet, right? Well, regarding what we agreed on, I'll have to discuss it with the elders first. Prince Benny was left in an awkward situation, again. Prince Benny was different from Herr Casa. Even though he was a prince and Herr Casa was only a duke, their status still greatly differed. Prince Benny was only a public figure representing the royal family of Spain. He did not actually have any real authority, nor did he have any power. He was just acting high and mighty to remind the public that the royal family still existed. Prince Benny did not really have any real power. How could he possibly convince the Royal Naval Academy to agree to the Pearl Institute's request? The young Duke, Herr Casa, was different. his talents meant he would be an important pillar of the clan in the future. He did indeed have great authority, in addition to the outstanding status of the Casas in Europe. In fact, the renowned clan's reputation clearly exceeded that of Spain's royal family. As a result, Prince Benny was more like Herr Casas' subordinate. "Little Benny, you shouldn't boast so much if you can't fulfill your own promise. You should learn from me. I'm a man of my word, and I usually go above and beyond," Mo Fan said with a smile. Prince Benny hated Mo Fan's guts. He was on the verge of losing his temper when he heard Mo Fan's words. Unfortunately, he could not change the fact that he had lost the bet miserably. He looked at Headmistress Perry and grunted in displeasure. "Headmistress Perry, you should have sent your best student instead." Miss Ilan was treating Heidi's injuries at the side. Heidi's eyes flickered angrily when she heard his words. Heidi also had a formidable background. If she was not currently a student of the Alps Institute, she would not have to go easy on Prince Benny or Herr Casa. "Heidi, mind yourself," Miss Ilan glanced at Heidi. "Yes, teacher." Heidi immediately withdrew her will. "Losing isn't necessarily a bad thing, especially for you," Ilan said seriously. Ilan was not surprised by the outcome at all. She already knew Mo Fan had not used his full strength during the fight at the Waterfall. She was looking forward to seeing the duel between the two young talents, but she did not expect it would end so quickly. "Teacher, I can beat him," Heidi declared. "Yes, you can beat him, but that's not really you. A dimensional mage who can't even control her heart is no different than a demon creature killing recklessly," Ilan replied. Heidi fell silent. "You have incredible talents and great potential that easily outmatch anyone, including me. I didn't ask you to train at the Alps Institute because I wanted you to prove that you are better than anyone. You must first learn to defeat yourself first. Dimensional magic has no limit to its power, but without a firm heart, you will stay a weakling," Ilan stated. "Miss Ilan, when will I be able to face everything calmly like you?" Heidi asked ruefully. Ilan was always a strict but patient teacher. Heidi had learned a lot from her. Ilan was a little lost in her thoughts after hearing the question, as if reminded of something sad. She answered with a wry smile, "I was actually more ruthless than you in the past." "Teacher, what happened to the student that secretly asked you for advice?" Heidi asked. She knew her teacher had recalled something after seeing her reaction. Ilan shook her head. She did not want to share what was on her mind. She instead told Heidi, "I think it's time for you to train yourself in the outside world." The Casas who were planning to show off their strength through the duel felt uneasy the whole day. Herr Casa briefly went on a tour around the Alps Institute before leaving with his men to take a rest. Headmistress Perry was extremely displeased by events. How could she possibly discuss important business with Herr Casa if he was in such a bad mood? Headmistress Perry had the urge to drive Mo Fan out of the school. Never had any student given her such a huge headache. She wondered what the dean was thinking, inviting the Pearl Institute over at this time. The dean had done nothing but bring her trouble. Chapter 1492. The Tricky Poison and Curse. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What is Herr Casa even thinking? Why is he still hesitating to cooperate with us? Isn't he aware of the current situation? Headmistress Perry said. Edith stood to the side after brewing a cup of tea for Headmistress Perry. She did not dare to make a sound. Headmistress Perry walked back and forth irritably. Some time later, a student came and told Edith that dinner was ready. Edith nodded and washed the cup of tea. She was about to talk to Headmistress Perry when another person showed up in a hurry. It was Cheryl, who had been appointed to accompany the Casas. Heidi was Ilan's student, while Edith was Headmistress Perry's protégé. Cheryl was Brianka's student. They were the top 3 students of the school, and they all played an important role there. When the Pearl Institute came to visit the school as the winner of the World College Tournament, the 3 were in charge of receiving and accompanying their guests. What is it now? Edith asked. The young Duke has fallen sick, Cheryl said in a panicked tone. Sick? He grew up close to the Alps, it's unlikely that he's unaccustomed to the weather. Why would he fall sick all of a sudden? Headmistress Perry began to panic. Trouble just kept coming. They had yet to reach a deal regarding their cooperation, and now Herr Casa had fallen ill. Headmistress Perry, Edith, Celan, Heidi, and the others immediately headed to Herr Casa's room. When they arrived, the 4 henchmen of the Casas were guarding the entrance with hostile faces. They did not allow anyone to go inside, including Headmistress Perry. I'm a healer, there's no reason to stop me from taking a look at him, right? Celan asked. Come with me, a henchman in a red outfit allowed. He was likely the strongest of the 4, probably as strong as some of the reputable teachers at the Alps Institute. The man had been standing with the other servants all along, so Headmistress Perry assumed he was just a normal henchman. She finally realized how strong the man was when he started to display some hostility toward them. Celan went into Herr Casa's room. The place was in a great mess. The expensive antiques were smashed on the floor. Even the bed that Herr Casa was lying on was messy. A woman in her 30s was slowly cleaning up the mess, not daring to make a sound. Celan glanced at the unconscious Herr Casa. She was left speechless when she noticed the obvious black veins along Herr Casa's neck. I've already notified the clan, our elder will be here soon. If the young duke is fine, the Casas will no longer have anything to do with the Alps Institute, but if anything happens to the young duke, the whole Alps Institute will be going down with him, the henchman said angrily. Who did he come into contact with? Celan asked sternly, totally ignoring the henchman's threatening words. No one else, apart from your people, the henchman said. How did you not notice anything if you are with him at all times? Celan asked. What did you mean by that? Do you think we would hurt our young master? The henchman grunted. It's not something we would do, either. Besides, we need the young duke's support. There's no reason for us to set him up. It's a very complicated combination of poison and curse magic. If you keep being suspicious of us and don't tell us everything, it will be very difficult for me to save his life. Celan stated. Humph, the old henchman harumphed coldly, but his rationality told him that he still needed the healer's help to ease Herr Casa's pain. Celan came out of the room with a grim face. Headmistress Perry immediately asked about it, but Celan told her they should discuss it somewhere else. The group moved over to the meeting room. What exactly is going on? Headmistress Perry asked. Someone has poisoned Herr Casa and placed him under a curse. Celan stated flatly. How is that possible? Headmistress Perry shrieked in dismay. It's serious, it might endanger his life, Celan went on. Miss Celan, you can't deal with the poison and the curse. Heidi asked in disbelief. Celan was a brilliant healer, and very good at dealing with poisons and curses, too. She should not have any problem treating Herr Casa. It wouldn't be a trouble if the poison and the curse were separate. The poison isn't rare, I have a way to cure it, but the problem is, the poison and the curse are chained, the curse magic controls the poison, while the poison keeps applying the curse. Celan explained. What does that mean? Headmistress Perry asked, confused. She was totally clueless about such things. It means I have to make a choice, whether I should get rid of the curse or cure him of the poison first. Celan said. Does it make a difference? If the order is right, the young duke will be fine. If the order is wrong, it will multiply the effects of the latter 100 times. Celan replied. 100 times? Wouldn't that kill him straight away? Celan nodded. The group was astounded. Who could put Herr Casa under such a terrifying curse? The group was surprised by some rapid footsteps. They realized someone was knocking on the door after a moment. Their hearts were racing after hearing about the curse and the poison. Their nerves were taut. Miss Brianka, you're finally here, why are you here too? Leave, we are discussing something important. Cheryl saw Brianka at first, but her face darkened when she saw Mo Fan behind Brianka. Li Yue was with them, too, but it felt like she did not exist when she was not speaking. The others would just ignore her existence. What happened? What's with the look on everyone's face? Mo Fan asked indifferently after seeing their reaction. It's none of your business, Cheryl said angrily. Let him stay. I believe this has something to do with the strange incident that happened the other day. Silan went to the entrance and slowly closed the door, signaling Mo Fan and Li Yui to take a seat. Headmistress Perry was annoyed just looking at Mo Fan, not to mention she was deeply troubled by the disastrous thing that had just happened. She looked completely like a hateful old witch at this point. Silan explained what had happened to Herr Casa to Brianka. Both Brianka and Mo Fan were astounded. How dumb is that Herr Casa? Isn't he a super mage? Did he seriously let someone poison him and place him under a curse? Mo Fan swore. The others could not help but agree with Mo Fan. A person with a higher cultivation would be much more sensitive toward potential dangers. How was it possible for someone to poison him and place him under such a deadly curse so easily? The curse and the poison are extremely tricky. We have to find the person that did it. Otherwise, we won't know the proper sequence. I'm pretty sure it's related to the incident that happened before, Silan said. Why is that? I can't see how the two are related. Edith asked. They share the same goal. The culprit wants the Alps Institute to be destroyed. If Herr Casa dies here, the Casas will raise this place to the ground. Even though the school won't necessarily be any weaker, it's still going to end up as an epic battle. Mo Fan stated. Why do you sound like you are gloating over it? Cheryl said angrily. Why would I be gloating over it? I have no grudge against the Alps Institute except for you, and you. I will never hate an entire group of people because of a few shitheads among them. Besides, what would I even get if your school goes down? Miss Brianka and I have been searching for clues to find the culprit, but not only aren't you grateful, you still treat me with such an attitude. If Li Yui wasn't my friend, if it isn't for Miss Brianka's beauty and sincerity, why would I bother with your shitty business? Mo Fan shot right back. Headmistress Perry was enraged. She was about to lose her temper when Silan stopped her. Silan signaled Headmistress Perry with her eyes that it was more important to resolve the problem than throw a tantrum. I already said that the culprit has a strong hatred toward the school. You should have dealt with the matter right away, instead of concealing the truth, but none of you listened. You now find yourself at the edge of the cliff after all the trouble. Forget it, now is not the time to put the blame on anyone. Let's discuss the matter first, Mo Fan went on. You sounded as if you can settle it, humph. Headmistress Perry said coldly. I've made some progress, but I need to confirm something first. Mo Fan looked at Silan. Silan was confused. What did Mo Fan want to confirm, and why was he directing it at her? Miss Silan, did you have another disciple before you recruited Heidi? Did she want to become the best healer, and successfully earn the attention of the Parthenon Temple, who tried to recruit her to join the Hall of the Goddess? Mo Fan asked in a serious voice. Silan was stunned for a moment. She seemed to be acting a little unnatural. Headmistress Perry frowned, too. Edith was infuriated by the question, too. She pointed at Mo Fan and snarled, why would you bring the matter up now? Where did you hear about it? If I knew you had some ulterior motives for coming here, there's no way Cheryl and I would have let you enter the school. Silan took a deep breath and said, Edith, let him finish. It's quite a coincidence, too. The student's father used to be a mage from the Sacred Hall of Liberty. After the student died, her father betrayed the Sacred Hall of Liberty and joined the Black Vatican. He tried to kill me when I was in New York. I heard about what happened to his daughter. Her father's name was Philip, right? Mo Fan asked. Chapter 1493. Waiting for the Blossoming. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. As soon as Mo Fan mentioned the name, it clearly showed that he knew about the incident. The Alps Institute had also heard about how Philip had betrayed the Sacred Hall of Liberty and was caught in New York. If you still doubt me, you can ask the people of the Sacred Hall of Liberty, Mo Fan went on. Mo Fan did not tell them he had learned about Philip's daughter from Li Yui. These people were already biased toward her. If she was involved again, he had no idea how Headmistress Perry, Cheryl, Edith, and the others would treat her in the future. We weren't doubting you, it's just that, Silan let out a sigh. Humph, her father was a traitor, and so was her daughter, they were truly father and daughter, indeed. Headmistress Perry harumphed coldly. She clearly hated their guts. What did she do? Mo Fan inquired. I'll say it, Brianka spoke up when she saw Silan and Perry were not willing to say anything about the incident. Remember I told you when we were at the mountain that the Alps Institute was founded by a forbidden mage? Yeah, Mo Fan nodded. The forbidden mage was from the Parthenon Temple, an elder who was persecuted by the Parthenon Temple. We can't tell you her name, but you only need to know that since the Alps Institute was founded, the Parthenon Temple has been our enemy. The Parthenon Temple has picked on us countless times ever since the school was established. Therefore, the Alps Institute has an unshakable rule: no student of the Alps Institute shall have any contact with the people of the Parthenon Temple, let alone joining them. Brianka said. Mo Fan gaped. He did not know what to say. It suddenly became clear to him what the incident was about. Yuria was from the same batch as I was. Her cultivation was slightly weaker than mine, but her primary element was the psychic element, while her secondary element was the healing element. She was Headmistress Perry's student at first, until she became Miss Silan's student. When she was away from the school for training, she met a muse from the Parthenon Temple. She learned a lot from the muse, and the muse was interested in making her a disciple of the Parthenon Temple. Yuria was extremely passionate when it came to magic. She didn't really care about the opposition, she just wanted to learn more and explore more magic. Regarding that, the Parthenon Temple's expertise in the healing element and the psychic element is obviously unmatched, thus the Parthenon Temple became the most ideal place for Yuria. So you sentenced her to death? Mo Fan asked coolly, looking at the others. No way, we aren't lunatics from a primitive society. Headmistress Perry yelled at him. We didn't do anything like that. We liked her very much. Her passion for magic impressed us so much that we could not help but think that if every student in the Alps Institute was like her, we would overtake the Parthenon Temple in no time, Silan said. How did she die? Mo Fan asked. She killed herself, Edith said. Oh? A person that is so passionate about magic is the last person that would end their own life. Did you force her to do it? Mo Fan directly asked Headmistress Perry. Headmistress Perry was enraged. She pointed at Mo Fan and said, why would I do something like that? I strongly believe it's possible based on what you did to me, Mo Fan shot back. Mo Fan, Headmistress Perry isn't as bad as you think. She has been stricter to students since what happened to Yuria, to prevent the students from doing anything extreme, Silan spoke up. Mo Fan looked at Silan, then at Perry. The girl Yuria was their beloved disciple. He could easily guess how great of a talent she was from their reaction. We didn't force her to do anything. It's just that after she came back from training, I was told that she had the intention to join the Parthenon Temple, so I scolded her and asked her to reflect on it in the cave of Faerun Waterfall, Headmistress Perry said. I don't think that would provoke anyone to kill themselves. Mo Fan said. Humph, she completely changed after she came back from training. She stopped listening to me and even left the school without permission to meet with the muse. She even signed a soul contract with the Parthenon Temple to swear loyalty to them without our permission. That traitor, she betrayed us all. Headmistress Perry almost jumped into the air as she blurted that out. She had borne the grudge for a long time, and it was still bothering her today. Actually, I spoke with Headmistress Perry back then. If the Parthenon Temple could provide her with a better environment, we would consider letting her go and secretly erase her records at our school so she could join the Parthenon Temple with another identity, at least not as a student of the Alps Institute. However, she escaped from Faerun Waterfall and went to the Parthenon Temple while she still had the seal of the Alps Institute on her. She wantonly declared her intention to join the Parthenon Temple to embarrass us. Even the dean, who rarely interferes with secular matters, was infuriated because of it, Silan said. It's true that what she did wasn't right, Mo Fan agreed. She was truly evil, the disgrace of my life. Headmistress Perry shouted. We didn't understand what she was thinking. She would never do anything like that. Even though she was passionate about magic, she was friendly and respectful to everyone. Studen looked at Brianka. Brianka nodded. For a long period of time, Brianka had admired Uria's ability to keep up with her cultivation while maintaining a close relationship with the others. She was obviously led astray by those wicked women of the Parthenon Temple. What other reason could it be? Headmistress Perry said. Wouldn't she have a bright future, then? Why did she commit suicide in the end? Mo Fan asked. She came back eventually. I bet the muse tricked her, or used her to make the Alps Institute a laughingstock to the world. After everything she did, she still lied to us that she never joined the Parthenon Temple. She only escaped to tell the muse that she had decided not to take her offer. She had planned to stay at the Alps Institute. Such nonsense. Headmistress Perry said. Headmistress Perry was reluctant to say anything at first, but whenever she spoke, she would spill everything. It had obviously bothered her for a long time. Studen noticed that Headmistress Perry was being a little emotional with her explanation. She said, Uria told us that she never joined the Parthenon Temple. In order to prove that she never did anything to humiliate the Alps Institute, she slit her wrist so her blood would permeate the soil in Royal Garden. What's Royal Garden? Mo Fan asked. Royal Garden was where the forbidden mage cast a psychic spell. If someone swears an oath with their soul and drips their blood into the soil, the royal flowers in the garden will blossom if the person is telling the truth, and the seal of her soul belongs to the Alps, Studen explained. Studen paused for a long time. Mo Fan was thinking, and did not interrupt. Studen was calmly explaining the incident at first, but as she proceeded to explain the next part, her eyes were brimming with tears, and her friendly face twisted in pain. She could not find any words after a long time. Uria was like a daughter to Headmistress Perry and Studen. No matter how angry they were at her betrayal, no matter how the others despised her, they were still struggling to let it go. Even as she recalled the incident, she was overwhelmed by grief and pain instead of anger, and the same went with Headmistress Perry. When her blood fell on the soil, the royal flowers did not react. Brianka knew the two women were struggling to continue speaking. She said to Mo Fan, she was lying. Everyone was watching her, and we all believed she lied. She seemed to be in disbelief, too. Her blood continued to flow in the garden, but the royal flowers did not blossom. She just stood there. Mo Fan could feel his heart racing when Brianka finished. He could imagine the girl called Uria standing on the soil that was the only way to prove her innocence, and the determined look on her face gradually turning paler as she lost her blood. The flowers did not blossom in the end. Mo Fan asked. It hasn't, even now. Is there a chance that the royal flowers stopped working as intended? Mo Fan asked. No, it's a forbidden spell, nothing could ever go wrong, besides, she is dead. It no longer matters what the answer was, Brianka said. That's true, Mo Fan nodded. The room fell silent for some time. Even Mo Fan felt his nose tingling after listening to the story, let alone the people that witnessed it in person. Headmistress Perry and Studen were extremely bothered by her death. It did not matter if their student betrayed the school or not, the remorse on their faces clearly indicated if they could go back in time to the day, they would have stopped the girl from waiting for the flowers to bloom, instead of watching her life slowly drain away. The person that would have a strong hatred for the school was none other than Uria, but the girl was already dead. Even if she turned into a vengeful spirit, she could not possibly be responsible for the things that had happened, including poisoning Herr Casas and placing him under a curse. So what does it have to do with Herr Casas' situation? Edith and Cheryl eventually asked. Isn't anyone confused by Amelia's death? It really feels like Herr Casas' life is a lot more precious than Amelia's life in your eyes, Mo Fan wondered aloud. Amelia's death? Brianka asked, looking confused. The others were startled. As they recalled that, they immediately felt a great chill running down their spine, giving them goosebumps. Chapter 1494. The Ruthless Casas. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Let's hope Amelia's murderer and the person that poisoned Herr Casa are the same people. That way, we might still have a chance to fix this, Mo Fan said. What do you mean by that? Are you telling me that you still don't know who the culprit is? Cheryl said angrily. If Herr Casa was poisoned in the school, the culprit must be from the school instead of an outsider. Therefore, she's most likely the same culprit that is still hiding in the school. I'll need to borrow something from you. I should be able to find out the reason behind Amelia's death with it, Mo Fan said. Before Mo Fan could finish, a huge blast suddenly took place outside, like a huge building had collapsed all of a sudden. The rows of bookshelves in the meeting room fell to the ground, books scattering all over the place. The glass in the room shattered into pieces. They looked outside the window and saw a clock tower close to the edge of the school grounds collapsing. Its debris was blown into the air before crashing onto the delicate statues, bushes, and little bridges in the school. This is absurd. Headmistress Perry was enraged. She was the first to run out of the room. The other teachers followed. Mo Fan went after them to see what was going on. The clock tower of Faerun School had been destroyed. The structure had been around for a long time, not to mention it was extremely close to Herr Casa's room. Headmistress Perry initially thought the culprit had struck again. She was planning to catch the culprit red-handed, but to her surprise, the person responsible did not bother leaving. He stood opposite the structure that collapsed and looked down at the students who were fleeing for their lives in panic. The man's black and white suit drifted in the wind. He was glaring at Headmistress Perry. "It's you." Headmistress Perry recognized the man right away. Her face was filled with shock. "It is me. Headmistress Perry, I'm getting more disappointed in you. I don't believe you would dare to harm the successor of our clan, but how could you allow such a vicious person to sneak into your Alps Institute without you knowing? Consider the fate of this building a warning from the Casas. You better hope the young Duke is going to be fine in the end. Otherwise, I won't just destroy the building, I won't let a single person leave the building alive," the elder from the Casas threatened them imperiously. The elder from the Casas was remarkably strong, obviously an authority figure in the Casas. He even considered himself a senior to Headmistress Perry, and completely ignored her anger. "We sure will explain ourselves to you, but Elderling, aren't you being a little too ruthless? This is a sacred school, not a place to repay kindness with evil." Headmistress Perry protested. "So what? It's your responsibility to take care of the young Duke. I'm already being merciful by not starting a bloodbath," Elder Ling reported. "We are already trying our best to get rid of the curse that the young Duke is placed under. May I ask you not to pressure us any further?" Headmistress Perry exclaimed. "If I don't, how would I know that you're indeed doing your very best to save the young Duke's life? I will give you a day's time. If you don't hand over the person responsible, I shall find the culprit in my own way. I'm giving you a chance before it's too late," Elder Ling declared coldly. Elder Ling turned and flew away after finishing his words. He was gone in the blink of an eye. Silan and the others hurried over to the young Duke's room, but discovered that the Casas had already taken him with them. They had no idea where they had gone. "He's still in a serious condition, if they take him," Silan said worriedly. "They are heading for the Holy Judgment Court," Brianka spoke. "Perhaps they have a way to crack the poison and the curse, but—" The teachers felt helpless. The Casas had been the strongest clan in Europe for a long time, and were extremely proud and arrogant. If they did not hand over the culprit in a day's time, a lot of the students were going to be in danger. The Casas would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let a culprit go. The students were going to suffer for sure. What do we do now? I heard that a renowned clan once accidentally killed a disciple from the Casas. In the end, the Casas took away half the people from the clan. They did find the person responsible for their disciple's death in the end, but none of the ones taken survived. Cheryl blurted out in fear. Mo Fan stared after Elder Ling. He was utterly shocked, too. How reckless were the Casas? They dared to treat a world-reputable school like this, and Herr Casa's life was not really in danger. They had shown no respect to the Alps Institute. Considering the Alps Institute had more influence than the Pearl Institute, if this happened in the Pearl Institute, wouldn't they have razed the whole school to the ground right away? They took Herr Casa. We were thinking of searching him for clues, but it's going to be a lot harder now, Silan observed. A day? We only have a day, this is insane. Brianka protested. Headmistress Perry looked at Mo Fan. After a moment of hesitation, she said with a sincere voice, Mo Fan, I first apologize to you for my wrongdoings. We have zero clue what is going on in the school, so please help us now that the lives of our innocent students are at stake. Mo Fan was surprised that the old hag would beg him for help. She really cared about her students. She did not want the students to fall into the hands of the Casas after seeing their violent approach. I will try my best. Are the Casas really that powerful? Can they just break the rules of the magic associations and the international laws? Mo Fan asked confusedly. They can indeed ignore the rules and laws if they have a valid reason. After all, they have a forbidden mage, Headmistress Perry sighed heavily. Having a forbidden mage surpassed everything. It was the main reason why the Casas were able to maintain their status. As long as the forbidden mage was still around, no one in the world could possibly pose a threat to them. I see, Mo Fan murmured. Chapter 1495. The Seventh Dusk. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What is the thing that you said you wanted to borrow? Brianka asked, looking confused. They needed to find the culprit as soon as possible under the current circumstances. Since Herr Casa was taken away, they were unable to find out which people he had come into contact with at the school. Not only did they have no clue about the culprit's identity, they only had a day to find them. Just as Mo Fan mentioned, they could only hope that the culprits of the two incidents were the same person. Mo Fan did not answer the question, being all mysterious. Li Yue, I'll need your help regarding this, he told Li Yue. Li Yue nodded. She said softly, I've been doing this for the past few days. I was hoping that Amelia could see her work finished from heaven. Dusk eventually came. A strong uneasiness lingered in the Alps Institute. Many students had gathered together under the tremendous pressure, as if they were determined to fight the Casas to the very end. They would teach the Casas that the people of the Alps Institute were not helpless targets they could slaughter as they pleased. Dusk lasted for a long time. While the people were feeling anxious toward the next sunrise, a unique fragrance lingered in the air. It was an elegant and unforgettable scent, one that the people of the Alps Institute were extremely familiar with. Isn't that the fragrance of the snow lavenders? Someone asked. Yes, that's right, it's the seventh dusk of spring, the first time the snow lavender will bloom. Look, the gardens, around the pool, and the waterfall, there are so many of them. It's so beautiful. I didn't even notice so many snow lavenders were planted around the school. It looks like the whole place is covered in snow. Come up here, quick! Is it prettier up there? Girls were often sentimental, and were distracted by the blossoming of the snow lavender. The topic spread rapidly among the students. Most importantly, the snow lavender were as beautiful as a painting at dusk. Some of the insignificant corners of the Alps Institute, paths that were no longer used, and its ancient structures resembled a magical kingdom after they were surrounded by the pure snow lavender flowers. As the angle of the sunlight shifted due to the setting sun, the flowers reflected different sacred lights, turning the Alps Institute into a world inside a kaleidoscope. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief, replacing the uneasiness and fear they had previously. Dusk came to an end. Faerun School's appearance shifted magically throughout it. The miraculous sight left the students utterly astonished. Headmistress Perry, Brianka, Silan, Jessie, Heidi, Cheryl, Edith, Professor Jing, Professor Lee, Mo Fan, Li Yue, and the others were standing high on a tower. Their hearts were beating rapidly. They were extremely touched when they noticed the snow lavender actually formed a huge emblem on the school grounds when they were observing them from a certain height. It was the Alps Institute school emblem. the school emblem covered an area 10 kilometers square, including the lengthy paths, insignificant gardens, backyards of some buildings, the church, training grounds, and prayer altars. They walked past these places almost every day, and even though they noticed the vines of the snow lavender, no one expected them to combine into such a spectacular sight. They were overwhelmed by the peace and beauty of the Alps Institute, even as the school was facing its greatest danger. Amelia, are you planting snow lavenders? I keep seeing them everywhere. Yeah, I've spent a long time on this. I only have a few places left to work on. Sister Heidi, do come and check it out when it's done. Heidi suddenly recalled the last conversation she had with Amelia. She remembered Amelia's excited smile, one of great anticipation. Heidi finally realized the meaning behind her smile. The girl had had a great conspiracy in mind all along. She wanted the whole school to witness her spectacular work over the years on a certain day, the dusk that would bring them such miraculous sight. Instead, the girl was murdered. Heidi was the one who had found her body. She initially thought the girl had a hollow look in her eyes from fear, but she finally realized the girl was afraid that the others would never be able to see her work completed. Having the thought while enjoying the stunning view of the school, Heidi uncontrollably burst into tears. She happened to cross paths with Amelia right before her death. Why didn't she stay behind to talk with her? Perhaps it might have prevented her from being murdered. She was such an innocent but impressive girl. This is unbelievable. A few teachers were experiencing a similar surge of emotions. Such an insignificant girl in the Alps Institute had brought them such an unforgettable sight. She had such a strong love for the Alps Institute, but now she was gone forever. Headmistress, didn't you notice anything strange? Mo Fan asked. Not at all, it's very beautiful. I am utterly grateful to Amelia. I think I know how I should handle the Casas now. Headmistress Perry's heart had finally calmed down. No, take a closer look, Mo Fan said. The observant Ceylon seemed to have noticed something. She pointed down at the mountain and said, "It feels like something is missing there." You're right, it feels like there's a part missing there. It's a very important part of our school emblem. Did Amelia carelessly forget about it, or was she unable to complete it in time? Cheryl wondered. Headmistress Perry looked toward the spot. Her expression shifted slightly. I believe you all know where that place is, right? Mo Fan said. Royal Garden, Headmistress Perry slowly uttered. The place is off limits. Amelia wasn't able to go inside, so she wasn't able to complete the emblem, Edith said. Mo Fan shook his head. He looked at Li Yue, since he had gotten the information from her. She knew Amelia better than anyone. If she had not insisted on helping Amelia complete her work, they would never have been able to find out who the culprit was. Mo Fan, what are you trying to say? Stop being so mysterious, Zhao Manyang blurted out impatiently. Call me Detective Mo, Mo Fan blurted out. He added when no one reacted to his lame joke, Amelia is a stubborn girl. She actually went inside Royal Garden, even though the area is off limits, as she knew she couldn't afford to not fill in the most important part of the emblem, but it's also the reason why she was murdered. Chapter 1496. True Nature. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan did not finish his explanation. He asked everyone to follow him to the Royal Garden. The group moved to the secluded garden. The place remained sealed off. A few parts of the tall fence were dilapidated, but no one had bothered to fix them. There was a small herb patch beside the Royal Garden, but it was covered in weeds, abandoned after the misfortune. Let's head inside, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan, just tell us the answer here. It's unnecessary to go inside, Brianka spoke up, after taking Ceylon and Headmistress Perry's feelings into consideration. Fine, that will do. Mo Fan went to the fence around Royal Garden and pointed at the soil. Do you know the reason why the Royal flowers didn't blossom when Uria's blood permeated the soil? She was lying. She was a traitor. It was that simple, Edith said. Mo Fan smiled. He glanced at Mu Bai. Mubai stared at Mo Fan blankly. He did not expect Mo Fan to be acting like a detective. The guy had seriously watched too much TV. It was quite a coincidence. Zhao Manyan's stomach was acting weird the first few days, so Mubai, who knows a little about herbs, tried mixing medicine for him. However, the medicine didn't work, even though it was very basic, Mo Fan said. Zhao Manyang was utterly confused. Since when was his stomach acting weird? He was about to explain himself when Mo Fan glared at him and said with a soft voice that only the two of them could hear, "Do you seriously want them to know that we were trying to drug Brianka with an aphrodisiac?" "Oh, I remember now." Zhao Manyang quickly agreed with Mo Fan. "Mubai, can you explain why the medicine didn't work?" Mo Fan said. Mubai finally realized what Mo Fan was up to. He pointed at the abandoned herb patch beside Roya Garden and said, "I came here to pluck a stalk of Eupatorium. I didn't understand why the medicine failed in the first place, so I came back here and plucked some other herbs to experiment on them. I discovered that the herbs here either have extremely low or zero efficacy. Why does it matter? The place is abandoned in the first place. It's normal if the herbs aren't working as intended." "Perhaps it's because of the weeds," Edith said impatiently. "If you still don't understand what I'm trying to say, you either have no brain, or you're trying to hide something," Mo Fan harumphed coldly while staring at Edith. Edith was startled. She immediately looked confused. The others remained silent with stern faces, especially Headmistresses Perry and Seelan. What Mo Fan was trying to say was very obvious to them. The herb patch is the closest place to the Roya Garden, thus they both shared the same soil. It's true that a forbidden magic will never go wrong, but someone who's familiar with plants had secretly altered the composition of the soil. Therefore, when the blood of the girl who wasn't lying permeated the soil, it didn't really connect with the Roya flowers, Mo Fan said. "Aren't we supposed to be discussing Amelia? Why would you bring what happened in the past up again?" Cheryl said angrily. "Are you a pig?" Mo Fan grunted. Cheryl was enraged. She almost started a fight with Mo Fan, but Brianka rebuked Cheryl right away. "Things are actually a lot simpler once you link them up. Amelia always wanted to complete her work perfectly. Even though the Roya Garden is off limits, she would still sneak in here at night. However, she soon figured out that something was wrong with the soil here. How could the person that set Yuria up allow Amelia to tell the others the truth? As a result, Amelia suffered the same fate as Yuria." Mo Fan went on. At first, Mo Fan assumed the person that had killed the little creatures on the mountain had a strong hatred of the Alps Institute, but when Li Yui became a suspect, someone mentioned that she had purposely killed the little creatures to inflict fear on the others, so she could get rid of her competitor Amelia without attracting too much attention. The saying was only half correct. The act of killing the little creatures to blaspheme the spirits of the Alps was indeed a cover-up. When Amelia died, no one would suspect it had anything to do with the Roya Garden. Mo Fan knew he was an unreliable hunter. His thought processes were not as thorough as Lingling's, and he was almost led astray by the cunning culprit. However, when Li Yui described Amelia's brilliant work to him, when Mubai found out why the aphrodisiac did not work, and when the culprit poisoned Herr Casa and placed him under a curse, Mo Fan finally had an idea what was going on. When Seelan and Headmistress Perry explained the incident that Yuria was involved in, everything became obvious. "Is that really the case, Miss Brianka?" Headmistress Perry turned around and looked at Brianka. Brianka had stayed with Mo Fan all along. She had to be aware of Mo Fan's findings too. Brianka nodded and said, "We'll have to wait for Headmistress Perry to retrieve some samples of the soil and ask the teachers with the plant element to analyze them in detail to find the answer." "Headmistress Perry, Miss Elan. Yuria didn't lie, nor did she betray us. It was a setup." The others could hear Headmistress Perry and Seelan breathing heavily. They looked at the Roya Garden, through the dilapidated fence, and could somehow see the blurred outline of a girl standing on the soil with a determined yet pale face. Headmistress Perry and Seelan looked like they had lost their souls after learning the truth. They had always thought Yuria was the most brilliant student they had ever taught. Her passion for magic, her serious attitude when arguing about the flaws in their teachings, they could remember it like it was yesterday. So, who did it? Headmistress Perry asked in a dispirited tone, after a prolonged silence. Mo Fan pointed at someone among them. The group was astounded. They shifted their attention to Cheryl. Cheryl was utterly shocked. She blurted out angrily, "Enough with your wild accusations, I never did anything to hurt Uriah or Amelia." "Did I say it was you?" "Idiot, move aside, I was pointing at the person behind you," Mo Fan said. Cheryl was angry and shocked, turning around automatically. Her face was immediately filled with disbelief when she saw the person standing behind her. "Edith?" Headmistress Perry was even more shocked than Cheryl. She shook her head, not able to believe Edith was the culprit. Edith remained expressionless, standing there like a lifeless ice statue. "I remember how you reported us for eating the roasted hare on the mountain," Mo Fan told Edith. "Humph," Edith snorted. "We were confused, too. The three of us sneakily left the school and went to the mountain at night. There was no one around, yet how did you and Cheryl know we were hunting wild game? I only figured out the truth a few days ago. You were there on the mountain, preparing your brilliant work. You were brutally snaring the little creatures before killing them at the right time. You reported us to the patrols to drive us away, since you didn't want us to ruin your plan," Mo Fan said. Edith remained silent. The look in her eyes shifted. "Oh, that's why. No wonder the hare's leg was frozen, allowing us to catch it so easily. Someone was using magic on them," Zhao Manyang spoke up in support. "Cheryl has been picking on us all along. I assumed the two of you were stirring up trouble on purpose by reporting us the other day, Miss Brianka, and I went to the mountain and discovered your work, while you avoided us and went back to the school, to trick us into thinking that a powerful mage had come for revenge," Mo Fan said. "Whatever you say," Edith muttered in reply. "Cheryl, you're the person that reported us, right? But it was Edith that told you what we were doing on the mountain, isn't that the case?" Mo Fan asked her. Cheryl was stunned. She nodded after some time. She said to Edith, "Edith, were you really on the mountain? Edith, why did you do it? What did Uriah and Amelia do to you that you have to do such horrible things to them?" Headmistress Perry looked at Edith. Her whole body was trembling. Edith was her student. Headmistress Perry could not believe her own student was the culprit. "Teacher, do you really believe what he said? He doesn't even have any proof," Edith exclaimed. "Proof?" Mo Fan smiled, but his smile did not have any warmth to it. He pointed at the Royal Garden and said, "Do you dare to step inside there and swear on the soil that was covered in Uriah and Amelia's blood that you have nothing to do with their deaths?" "Why not?" Edith said. "Edith, that's enough." Mo Fan borrowed the blood-tracking magic artifact from Headmistress Perry. "You took the risk of moving the soil away to prevent others from noticing that something was wrong about it. You moved the soil to your own backyard instead. Do you know that your garden and your plants that were stained with Uriah's blood were as red as the setting sun when the light of the artifact shone on them? Don't you feel even the tiniest hint of remorse and fear when sleeping in your room?" Brianka exclaimed. The words echoed around the abandoned herb patch, and in Edith's mind too. "She is in your minds constantly, even now. What kind of sorcery did she cast on you? Why did everyone have to treat her so nicely? I followed your rules and instructions, I never dared to oppose you, but you never set your eyes on me. How were you able to forgive her when she kept challenging you, and even threatened to ruin the Alps Institute's dignity?" Edith lifted her gaze and stared at Headmistress Perry. She was a betrayer ever since she thought of joining the Parthenon Temple. "I can't imagine how you would give her a new identity, just so she could join the Parthenon Temple without any trouble. You might be able to forgive her, but I can't. She dishonored the Alps, so she did not have the right to live in this world, nor was she worthy of being pampered by you." Chapter 1497. The Real Alps Institute. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A hint of remorse? I would rather step over her dead body and her soul every day. I would rather spit on the plants that were nurtured by her blood. A person like her should be spurned forever by the Alps, Edith declared in a disgusted voice. She looked completely different from her usual appearance. Her iciness and cruelty made her look like she had been possessed by a demon. She looked scary and unfamiliar, yet it was in fact the true nature of the girl that had grown up in the Alps and received the best education. Headmistress Perry had personally taught her magic. The sacred Alps could raise someone like Amelia, who was like a snow lavender, full of love for the world, just as it could also raise a murderer like Edith, who was unrepentant even when she was covered in fresh blood. Even when they found out who the culprit was, no one was relieved to learn the truth. Their breaths felt sour from heaviness and sorrow. Then why did you place Herr Casas under a curse? He had nothing to do with you. Mubai spoke up in confusion. He deserved it. He told everyone he was feeling unwell, yet he asked me to go to his room to accompany him. Edith spat coldly. We'll hand her to the Casas. I believe they won't have any excuse to trouble us again. Jessie was standing behind Edith, prepared to take her down. Edith did not resist. She knew it was meaningless to put up a fight. Brianka, Perry, and Celan's cultivation levels were something she would never reach in this life. Headmistress Perry was speechless. She headed to Faerun Castle alone, her hands behind her. She did not want any help from the students. Her stoop back gradually faded into the distance. Jessie took Edith away and allocated several Mage to keep an eye on her, preventing her from running away. Mo Fan, why do you look so down, even though you've already found the culprit? Lishime came over. Her beautiful eyes flickered in admiration. Lishime did not think Mo Fan was very observant or smart, after putting aside his extraordinary strength. She was utterly clueless about the whole incident, yet Mo Fan was able to figure out the truth from such tiny details. I already checked. Edith poisoned the venison that the kitchen had prepared for Herr Casas, Mo Fan said. So does that mean Herr Casas was poisoned first? Brianka said. Not necessarily, we only knew where the poison came from. Who knew if Herr Casas was cursed when he was trying to do something to Edith? I wonder where Edith learned these things. They are clearly not her elements, Mo Fan replied. Indeed, that's the confusing part, but I guess if a person is harboring malicious thoughts, they will find a way to do evil, Brianka said. There are a few things that I still don't understand, Mo Fan said. She already admitted it, what else don't you understand? Do you really want to see the people of the Alps Institute being tortured by the Casas? Either way, after what she did, it's reasonable for her to pay for her crime, even if she didn't poison Herr Casas, Zhao Manyang sighed. She did poison Herr Casas, Mo Fan sighed. Forget it, I feel like my brain is about to explode after the past few days. Mo Fan shook his head and glanced at the stars in the sky. Mo Fan, you really impressed us. As expected of someone from the Clear Sky Hunter Agency, we admire you from the bottom of our hearts. Professor Lee smiled. You have done the Alps Institute a great favor. I believe the Dean will give you her full support during the trial. The Alps Institute will forever be in your debt, too. The entrance will always remain open for you. Professor Veng declared. I almost forgot that I'm going to be put on trial in a few days. If you hadn't reminded me, Mo Fan smiled wryly. The next morning, a huge blast woke Mo Fan from a deep sleep. The vase in his room fell to the floor and broke into pieces from the shockwave. Mo Fan rose to his feet, sulking over the noise that had woken him up. Shouldn't everything have come to an end now? It was meant to be a quiet, peaceful morning, with the pleasant chirping of birds. Where did the noise even come from? Mo Fan quickly changed and followed the noise. He saw two powerful auras clashing with one another. The loud blasts were produced when the force of their auras collided with the nearby buildings. Headmistress Perry, are you sure about this? Elderling asked Headmistress Perry, his face angry. Headmistress Perry stood there in plain clothes. She seemed more haggard than yesterday, but she had a vivid light in her eyes as she faced off against Elderling from the Casas. Their formidable auras prevented anyone from coming within a few hundred meters of them. I've made up my mind. If Elder Ling really wants to cause a scene in the Alps Institute or hurt any of my innocent students, I will not let you leave in one piece, even if it means sacrificing my life. Elder Ling, Edith is my student. Even though she has committed such an unforgivable crime, she is still a student of the Alps Institute. She will be punished by the magic courts accordingly, but I will not hand her to the Casas so you can torture her soul forever. Headmistress Perry declared firmly. Headmistress Perry did not compromise in the slightest. She went from being utterly respectful to the Casas to resisting them completely. It felt like the woman had changed into a different person. It gave Mo Fan a new impression of the old hag. Edith was watching, too. Her face was cold, yet her eye shuddered with a slight hint of emotion after hearing Headmistress Perry's words. Headmistress Perry, we aren't afraid of the Casas. If they truly want to take us on, so be it. We must teach them that the Alps Institute is not afraid of anyone. Headmistress, it's time to teach this arrogant clan what we are capable of. The voices supporting Headmistress Perry grew louder. Headmistress Perry could have easily handed Edith over to the Casas. She might still have had a chance to redeem the relationship between the Alps Institute and the Casas, but she had decided otherwise. The Alps Institute had its own dignity. Even if a student had committed a serious crime, she would receive the fairest judgment as long as she still had the seal of their school. The school would not hand her over to the Casas under pressure. It was the Real Alps Institute, smooth and fair, with flesh of ice and bones of jade, firm as a mounting glacier. Perhaps this is the power that Amelia's gift has given them. Mo Fan exclaimed when he saw this side of the Alps Institute. Chapter 1498. So that's the truth. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Elder Ling finally left. There was no way he could take on the entire Alps Institute on his own. Headmistress Perry was willing to give her best to protect the Alps Institute's dignity, and was already a tough opponent for him. There were a few others with outstanding strength in the Alps Institute. If he really infuriated them, he might actually struggle to return to his clan in one piece. The clash between the Alps Institute and the Casas from now on was no longer Mo Fan's concern. They believed it was the right decision. For the next few days, Mo Fan was well received by the ladies in the Alps Institute. He felt like he was surrounded by girls all the time, and could not have asked for a better experience. He even had the urge to find himself a vacant spot and build a house so he could live here forever. He would hear the alluring yet reserved giggles of the women every day after he woke up, and he could see beautiful women who were serious about their cultivation in every corner of the school. At night, some of the sentimental ladies might occasionally visit him to have a pillow talk. However, it was a pity that he still had to leave. Otherwise, the Holy Judgment Court might send some people over to escort him there in person. Sorry for the trouble, Seelan said, her face much gentler now. It's nothing worth mentioning. Besides, we have been disturbing your school for so many days. We should really do something in return, Professor Lee replied with a smile. Don't worry, we'll bring her to the Holy Judgment Court safely, Professor Zheng said. The Casas knew who had poisoned Herr Casa. They would try everything to intercept Edith to get their revenge. Seelan knew Mo Fan and the others were heading to the Holy Judgment Court next, thus she was hoping they could escort Edith to the Holy Judgment Court. Professor Lee gladly accepted the request. Edith was disguised as a student of the Pearl Institute. The Casas would not expect it. As they furiously stirred up trouble at the Alps Institute, Edith would already have arrived at the Holy Judgment Court. The Holy Judgment Court would not allow the Casas to throw a tantrum there. Wait until the snow is a little thinner before you leave, Seelan said. Where's Mo Fan? Why isn't he here? I don't know, maybe he's still bidding farewell to the girls, Zhao Manyang said jealously. Zhao Manyang had always succeeded in his attempts to pick up chicks, but he had failed to win a single girl's affection at the Alps Institute, even though every student there was a woman. The students were too cautious around him. Instead, Mo Fan had suddenly become their one and only idol. A while later, Mo Fan, Brianka, and Heidi came in. Brianka and Heidi had changed their clothes, and were now wearing the Pearl Institute's uniform. There weren't many people in the group from the Pearl Institute, but the Casas could not have cared less about the Pearl Institute in the first place. They had no idea how many people the Pearl Institute had brought here. "The two of you are coming with us too." Zhao Manyang looked at Heidi and Brianka in surprise. Brianka and Heidi dazzled everyone. They were both gorgeous women with alluring and elegant demeanors. Their skin was fair, their heights were similar, they looked like a pair of angelic twin sisters when they were standing together. If they did not cover their faces, they would surely cause a series of crashes if they went walking down a busy road in the city. "What do you think?" "I chose the clothes." Mo Fan was extremely satisfied with his brilliant work. "It suits my tastes," Zhao Manyang proclaimed happily. Heidi and Brianka had been wearing the uniform of the Alps Institute for a long time. They felt slightly uncomfortable when they put on normal clothing, yet they had to bear with it under the current circumstances. Heidi was not having too much trouble. She had not spent all her time living and cultivating in the Alps, and would visit the city occasionally, but Brianka rarely visited anywhere. When the skinny jeans tightly stuck to her rear, she felt like her but was as exposed as if she was not wearing anything. The jeans clung like elastic, she was having a hard time getting used to them. "Time to hit the road. Let's go." Professor Zheng was a summon, and the journey to the Holy Judgment Court was a rather long distance. It would be extremely tiring to travel there on foot, so he summoned his Mangshan mountain beast. The group sat on the back of the summoned beast and enjoyed the spectacular scenery along the way, while the snow fell on their shoulders. They even had the chance to chat with some gorgeous beauties. How could they not enjoy themselves? The mountain paths were bumpy, but Professor Zheng's Mangshan mountain beast was surprisingly stable. It was likely that Professor Zheng had been using it as his personal SUV. A few little creatures were spotted along the way, but a single breath from the summoned beast was enough to scare them away. After traveling for half a day, they finally saw the mountain gate of the Holy Judgment Court. It was difficult to tell exactly where they were in the Alps, but the altitude was higher since the place was covered in thick snow. The white snow split the mountain ridges into different layers. They could barely distinguish the different mountains. "Follow the stairs up, and you'll arrive at the Holy Judgment Court," Brianka pointed ahead of them. Let's keep going." When the group climbed the long stairs and reached the top, they discovered a basin formed by several aligned mountains. It was like an enormous bowl being held up high by the mountains, capturing the essence of the sun and moon, while breathing out the mystical energy of the Alps. The snow started to fall rapidly. They could see the blurred outline of some structures in the Middle Ages style, all lit up with sacred candles. The group followed a path that had been recently built into the basin. Not long afterwards, a few Holy Court mags in uniform showed up. They floated in the air, having no intention of landing on the ground to talk to Mo Fan and the others. They remained flying after learning the identity of the group, guiding Mo Fan and the others into the Holy Judgment Court. When they arrived at the Hall of Deities in the Holy Judgment Court, a few maids came over to receive them. They brought the members of the group to different wooden huts so they could change into suitable clothes that would prevent them from getting frostbite. The snow and cold of the Alps was not to be underestimated. Brianka and Heidi handed Edith to one of the Holy Court mags, and personally escorted Edith to the prison of the Holy Judgment Court, too. When they passed by the Hall of Deities, they saw a woman sitting in the empty hall. She had a cup of tea with hot steam rising into the air beside her, and a knight standing like a statue behind her. The woman's face was covered by a veil. She casually glanced at Heidi and Brianka without initiating a conversation. Brianka and Heidi were not the talkative kind, either. They proceeded to their own rooms under the guidance of the maids. For some reason, the woman gave them a strange feeling. They could not help but have an urge to take a few more glances at her, but every time they stared at her, they somehow felt like it was an offending act, and were a little intimidated. A while after Brianka and Heidi left, Mo Fan put on some fresh clothes and was thinking of looking for them to learn how the handover went. As soon as he entered the Hall of Deities, a set of eyes immediately locked on him. Mo Fan was startled. He looked at the veiled woman curiously. The woman of white impermanence. Mo Fan blurted out when he saw her. How unfortunate, the woman replied. She did not seem to be surprised to see Mo Fan here. Mo Fan had no intention of interacting with the disgusting woman. He was about to turn around and leave when she giggled, "Are you afraid of me?" "Why would I be afraid of a living corpse?" Mo Fan was displeased by the comment. He promptly sat down opposite her. "My life is pure as snow. Feel free to come closer and have a sniff, to see if I have the rotting smell of the living dead," the woman said. "Your body might not have a foul stench, but your soul definitely does." "It's difficult to smell it with my nose, but I have a pair of discerning eyes that can identify any kind of monster," Mo Fan replied. While they were speaking, a few elders came into the Hall of Deities from the other entrance. One of them was the Casa henchman in the red outfit, the one in charge of Herr Casa's safety. He was following an old man like a subordinate. The old man quickly went over to the woman. He bowed slightly and said, "Thanks to the Hall of the Goddess for lending us a hand. Otherwise, my nephew's life might still be in danger. It's nothing worth mentioning, but do remind the young Duke to be more cautious with his private affairs. It's unwise to let a little B***ch with ulterior motives get close to him so easily," Izisha answered. "Of course. I was told that the Hall of the Goddess is here to seek justice on behalf of a Golden Sun Knight from the Rhines. I hate to see people that behave ruthlessly and have no respect for the laws too, so if you need any help, the Casas are more than willing to share the burden with you," the old man said respectfully. The old man left the Hall of Deities with his people, leaving only Mo Fan, Izisha, and her silent bodyguard in the hall. Mo Fan fell into deep thought while watching the elder of the Casas taking his leave. After some time, he fixed his eyes on Izisha. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Izisha smiled, with just a hint of cunning. "Edith takes orders from you," Mo Fan blurted out. Izisha did not say a word, but the cunning look in her eyes told Mo Fan her answer. "So you didn't come here to take me to court, you just needed a valid excuse to be here so you could save Herr Casa's life?" Mo Fan asked. "I truly hope that you will be punished according to your sins." Izisha had the same smile. The smile gave Mo Fan all the answer he needed. So that was the truth. Most terrifyingly, no one other than him knew about it. The Alps Institute, the Casas, even he himself, were nothing but pawns in Izisha's hands. Chapter 1499. Late Effects. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Izisha left the Hall of Deities. Her indifferent smile remained in Mo Fan's mind, further convincing him that leaving Xinsha at the Parthenon Temple was a mistake. How could Xinsha possibly outsmart a woman like her? When people were worshipping her for the power to resurrect the dead and heal the wounded, when they knelt on the stairs before her icy palace, they never thought this monstrous woman was actually devouring them without leaving even their bones behind. Even those that had turned into spirits of the dead were unaware that she was responsible for their deaths. The Alps Institute and the Parthenon Temple had been archenemies for a long time. Izisha must have felt the same way. She had used Uria, who was extremely passionate about magic, then manipulated Edith's strong jealousy to deliver a huge blow to the Alps Institute. She had even established a friendly relationship with the strongest clan in Europe through it, securing great support from a powerful faction. He kept hearing about how Izisha was a merciless ruler in the past, but now it was his turn to be played like a pawn by her. The thought of it sent chills down his spine, and grew scarier the more he thought about it. Mo Fan followed a maid to Brianka's room. He was still wondering if he should tell her the truth. Mo Fan did not have any proof. As a matter of fact, when the incident involving Uria took place, Izisha was still lying in her crystal coffin. However, Mo Fan was absolutely sure that she was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes after seeing her here. It was obvious that Izisha knew who Edith was, judging from the reaction when he mentioned her name. Edith was most likely a pawn that Izisha's old associates had planted in the Alps Institute. Someone must have spread the news about Uria's decision to join the Parthenon Temple on purpose to ruin the school's reputation. The only way to prove his speculation was to ask Edith. Izisha would never spill the beans. "This is Miss Brianka's hut." Please shake this bell if you want to return to the Hall of Deities. We'll send a sleigh to pick you up, the maid said politely. All right, Mo Fan nodded. Mo Fan knocked on the door. Brianka gave Mo Fan permission to come inside after asking who it was. It was extremely cold outside the hut. The howling wind was blowing fiercely, carrying a heavy snow, but it was extremely warm indoors. The fire was burning vigorously in the furnace. The clean and comfortable room was well lit, even when the lights were off. What is it? Aren't you going to take a rest? Brianka closed the door firmly so it would not squeak in the wind. I was thinking of visiting Edith, Mo Fan told her. His deductions were mainly speculation. He did not know if it was appropriate to tell anyone about them now. It might only heap more anger and worry upon the shoulders of the women of the Alps Institute. The Alps Institute had already fallen out with the Casas. If they took on the Parthenon Temple too, it was likely that the Alps Institute would be forced to keep a low profile across Europe for a decade. It was one of the consequences for opposing formidable factions. She is being held in custody. You will have to go through a lot of procedures to get permission to see her in person. After all, only the people of the Holy Judgment Court are allowed to interrogate the prisoners. Brianka said quickly. Mo Fan noticed she was behaving a little strangely. Is something wrong? Brianka asked him. Nothing, I just don't understand why she had to place Herr Casa under a curse. If she really is an extremist who was concerned about the Alps Institute, she should have known the consequences of doing anything to Herr Casa, Mo Fan tried to hint to Brianka. Oh, you must be tired after everything that happened. You don't have to think about it anymore. It must be very cold outside. I've brewed some tea, have some to warm yourself. You should be more worried about yourself. The Rhines won't forgive you easily. Brianka went closer to the furnace. Mo Fan casually looked at the wall. The light of the furnace happened to be reflecting Brianka's physique. Her slim legs and perfect curves were alluring when the flames swayed constantly. It was very warm in the room. Brianka had changed into linen pants, perhaps not used to the tightness of jeans yet. The linen pants were clearly her sleepwear when she was outside the school. However, she did not expect anyone to be visiting her at a time like this. She thought Mo Fan had something important to discuss with her, so she forgot to change. Mo Fan first admired Brianka's shadow. He then shifted his attention to Brianka's legs and slowly looked up. After taking his time admiring the woman's body, Mo Fan shifted his focus to Brianka's face. Apart from examining her beauty, he was deeply moved by an old saying from his country, there was always someone better than you out there. Mo Fan initially thought his cultivation was impressive enough. He had believed not many people could match him, excluding the aged mags, but if he faced Brianka, he would be wrecked so hard. Brianka was a super mage, and it was likely that all four of her elements were at the super level. Her status in the Alps Institute was just below Celan, indicating that she was an expert even among the super mags. Heidi was already a strong opponent for Mo Fan. If he had not had 3 soul-grade flames and the chance to accumulate his energy, he would have struggled to beat her in the duel. Brianka was even crazier. Mo Fan did not even know if he could achieve the super level at her age, yet all 4 of her elements were already at the super level. When speaking of monsters, Brianka was the real monster among them. Mo Fan was confused why someone so strong would stand so aloof from worldly success. I'm sorry, I think I was a little busy with things at school, so I wasn't able to get a good rest, or maybe the weather was too cold here. I feel a little sick, Brianka explained when she thought Mo Fan had noticed something, since he kept staring at her. Mo Fan quickly collected himself. He blurted out in surprise, "You're sick." Just a little fever. I drank some eupatorium tea after dinner. I'll be fine after some rest. Brianka came over with a cup of tea. She leaned forward and placed it on the table beside Mo Fan. Mo Fan was immediately greeted by a strong fragrance. He could even see the blush on her face at such a close distance. "Oh, I guess I won't disturb you any further then, so you can rest earlier." Mo Fan was quite surprised that such a strong woman would fall sick. It showed how weak human mags were. It's fine, I didn't have the chance to express my gratitude to you. You should drink some tea to warm yourself, Brianka said at a quicker pace. Her voice sounded a little strange. Mo Fan looked at the woman and noticed how flushed her face was. Her eyes were like the silver moon, but seemed a little lost. They were not clear like a lake as they normally were. On top of that, she was standing very close to him, and was not breathing steadily. Wait, what did you say you drank? Mo Fan asked, recalling something. Eupatorium tea, the same tea I just brewed. Brianka took a few sips from her cup. Brianka felt her body getting hotter after taking a few sips of the tea. The hot tea went down her throat and turned into gusts of hot air surging inside her. Not only did she feel lightheaded, her heart was pounding heavily whenever she looked at the man in front of her. Mo Fan was experienced enough to distinguish between a sick woman and a woman under the effects of an aphrodisiac. Brianka did not show any reaction when she first drank the low-quality aphrodisiac at the school. However, the effects of the main ingredients of the drug were still around. Once the eupatorium herb that lacked efficacy was replenished, it would work as an aphrodisiac, as intended. Weren't these effects a little too delayed? I actually wanted to talk to you about Edith. Mo Fan quickly changed the topic. Let's not talk about her, things have already happened. Brianka waved the subject away. I'll go back first if you aren't feeling well. Mo Fan had the urge to run away. The effects had only just started. Brianka might not know what was going on, but she was clearly not stupid. She was going to realize what was going on eventually. She might end up killing him for taking advantage of her, so it was better to run now. It's fine, really, I wanted to talk to you more, too. Brianka did not let him leave. She clearly was hinting at him to stay. Mo Fan truly believed he had screwed up this time. Even though he was looking forward to the drug working originally, he knew how serious the consequences could be. He could not afford to go with the flow, his life was at stake. We'll talk tomorrow, when you feel better, Mo Fan blurted out. Do you hate me? Brianka's eyes flickered with resentment when she saw Mo Fan was in a hurry to leave. There was no way Brianka would do anything like that normally. He had overdone it. He was done for. No, that's not it, I just think it's time for you to get some rest since it's getting late, so it's inappropriate for me to disturb you, Mo Fan said awkwardly. Brianka was standing right in front of him. He could not just knock her aside and leave. He kept saying he had to leave, yet his body was being extremely honest. It was hard to move his feet. The bodies of men were seriously annoying. Starting at puberty, they were brainwashed with an instinct coming from God to take every woman down on the ground. As such, it was extremely difficult for men to resist seduction. It was similar to resisting the urge to drink water. The will needed to resist was beyond anyone's imagination. Even waking up early in the morning was a great struggle for many people. Humans had to learn how to control themselves. Otherwise, how different were they from animals? However, it was not just controlling themselves and exerting their will, but rebelling against God, too. Mo Fan felt like he was about to explode. He would rather kill a few more red cardinals than be tortured like this. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell too? Brianka asked naively when she saw Mo Fan's reaction. Mo Fan felt like his body was crawling with ants. He could easily relieve himself by taking a step forward, yet he had sworn to be a saint. How could he easily submit to his desires? He remembered the door was locked from the inside. Brianka must have shut the door tight to stop the wind from entering the room. Ooh? Why would I remember such a tiny detail like that? Chapter 1500. You came to the wrong room. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The snow drifted down in the sky like soft down. The fire crackled in the furnace, burning with passion. They could hear one another's heavy breathing. No man in the world would need to rely on an aphrodisiac. When a woman was breathing heavily while standing in front of them and staring at them with tender feelings, as if she had been drugged with a ton of sex medicine, the only way to save her was to pounce on her and fight to the end. Well, I have a girlfriend already, Mo Fan suddenly blurted out, as if his mind had gone haywire. Who? I didn't ask about that, Brianka said. What did you ask? Mo Fan said. I asked if you hated me. Brianka was clearly not in her right mind either. F***K me. Miss Brianka, I think you are actually a little sick. I'll help you to the bed so you can get some rest. Mo Fan was aware that Brianka was being extremely weird, yet he did not dare leave. Brianka was in such a vulnerable state. If she went outside and allowed an to take advantage of her, he would rather be the instead. Oh, I believe so. I said something strange to you. Brianka seemed both conscious and absent-minded right now. Mo Fan helped her into the room and pulled the blanket away. He immediately saw some delicate undergarments. Oh my, look at their sizes, are they really enough to cover her body parts? Lay down, I'll get rid of the tea for you. It's not suitable for a fever, Mo Fan said. All right, Brianka laid down under the blanket. She was staring at Mo Fan like a little girl. She seemed embarrassed, a little lost, but with a little anticipation too. Get some sleep, and you'll be fine. Don't go anywhere, I'm worried about you, Mo Fan told her. Sure, Brianka nodded. She added after some time, can you keep an eye on me, please? My life is going to be in danger, Mo Fan murmured. He quickly added when he saw the confused look on Brianka's face, I'm afraid that's inappropriate. It's fine, I'm just a little scared. It's been so long since I last fell sick, Brianka said. Mo Fan was seriously worried that she would go outside. He nodded and said, I'll be in the living room. If there's anything, don't bother calling me. I'm quite tired too. As long as you're with me, Brianka had totally lost it. Mo Fan realized he had blamed Mu-Bai wrongly when he saw how Brianka had turned into a naive, innocent little girl. Mu-Bai was no amateur, he was a true professional. Mo Fan went back to the couch and sat down, facing the burning fire. A while later, he turned to the side and peeked through the gap of the door he had left open, staring at Brianka, who had curled up like a kitten on the linen bed. He could not imagine a woman with such a mature physique could be so petite in bed, revealing only her shoulders and collarbones. She looked so fragile and weak, giving him the urge to protect her. It looks like I can achieve great heights if I were to become an Arhat, Mo Fan mocked himself. He could even reject such a great foreign beauty. What other things could stop him from improving his cultivation? I'll let it be, since she is under the effects of an aphrodisiac. Humph, if she really fell for me, I wouldn't hesitate to push her down and fight until dawn. The heat from the furnace was oddly soothing. Mo Fan eventually fell asleep too. Mo Fan was quite impressed with himself too. Did he really fall asleep in a situation like this? Wasn't he worried that the starving lamb would pounce on the tiger? Surprisingly, he still managed to fall asleep, mainly because he had not been able to get enough rest for the past few days. On the other hand, his lower body was going to explode if he did not fall asleep quickly. Brianka's face and body were too astonishing. Her elegance and maturity were very alluring. Something bad would have happened if he did not knock himself unconscious in time. The snow continued to fall. A pile of snow would fall from the roof at times, but the sound it produced was not enough to disturb their dreams. Brianka had fallen asleep, too. She was aware that something felt strange about herself. She forced herself to go to sleep. However, she was still bothered by a thought. Was she really that ordinary in Mo Fan's eyes? Why did it seem like he was not interested in her at all? He would occasionally peek at her like a rascal normally, but did he only have intentions, but was not bold enough to act on them? Meanwhile, the thoughts that troubled Mo Fan before he fell asleep were, did I set my ambitions wrongly in the first place? Should I not dream of having 2 wives? If I only wanted to have a single wife, wouldn't it be forgivable if I made a mistake or 2 at times? However, now that I've set my ambition to have 2 wives, wouldn't it be an indignity if I continued to flirt with other women? Knock knock knock. The knocks on the door woke Mo Fan up. He rose to his feet and went over to open the door in a half-awake state. When he opened the door, he saw Heidi standing in front of him with a polite smile. However, her expression froze when she saw the person opening the door. It took her a moment to collect her thoughts. Mo Fan immediately realized something was wrong when he saw her reaction. However, Mo Fan was no amateur. He quickly asked indifferently, "Is there something wrong? Why are you here so early?" This is Miss Brianka's room." Heidi was a little lost. She sounded a little nervous. "Oh, she wasn't feeling well, and the furnace of this room isn't working, so I changed with her," Mo Fan said. "I see, you scared the crap out of me. Where is your room, then?" "I'm looking for Miss Brianka." Heidi let out a relieved sigh. "The South Snow Cliff, the last cabin close to the mountain spring, is mine," Mo Fan said. "All right, thanks," Heidi nodded. She left doubtfully. Mo Fan slowly closed the door with a "you're welcome" look. The moment the door was closed, he went right to Brianka's bed. The woman was obviously awake, and had heard Heidi's voice too. She clearly remembered everything that had happened last night. She did not blame it on Mo Fan right away, but looked at Mo Fan with wide eyes. She was extremely lost. She took her reputation very seriously. "What are you waiting for? Put this on and go to my room along another path." Mo Fan could not care less. He flipped the blanket up and shoved a huge coat into Brianka's hands. "Oh." Brianka hurriedly draped the coat over herself. She quickly left to make Mo Fan's lie plausible, as if she had truly done something shameless. Mo Fan was stunned as he watched Brianka leave. Hopefully, she wouldn't think that he was responsible for drugging her. Otherwise, he would die and his corpse would not be left intact. Damn it, which idiot was it that came up with the worst possible plan of drugging her with an aphrodisiac?